Hello. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished speakers, guests from South Asia and around the world, policymakers, diplomats, researchers, academicians, members of the media, representatives from the private sector, and all participants joining us today. Warm greetings and a very sincere welcome to each one of you. My name is Bhumika Shaha, and I am a research fellow at the Center for Social Innovation and Foreign Policy, CESIF. CESIF Nepal is an independent, non-profit research institution dedicated to promoting evidence-based research, dialogue, and policy engagement on issues related to national and regional policy making, governance, infrastructure development, cooperation, and international relations. Through rigorous analysis and constructive engagement, CESIF seeks to institutionalize knowledge-based discourse and contribute meaningfully to Nepal's policy-making processes. This year marks the inaugural edition of Bodhi Sambad, envisioned as an annual platform for open, solution-oriented and action-driven dialogues on issues of policy, prosperity, and partnerships concerning Nepal and South Asia. Inspired by Nepal's rich Buddhist heritage, the term Bodhi Sambad signifies thoughtful, insightful, and constructive dialogue. Its objective is to cultivate collective awareness and deeper understanding of the complex strategic challenges and economic opportunities facing Nepal and the wider region. Through Bodhi Sambad, we aspire to create an environment that brings together policymakers, experts, private sector leaders, civil society representatives, and diverse stakeholders to foster meaningful connections, shared perspectives, collaborative partnerships, and practical solutions. Over the next 2 days, our discussions will revolve around the theme, Decoding Geopolitics, China in South Asia. The global order that has shaped much of the past few decades is undergoing significant change. Traditional centers of power are evolving, strategic alliances are being redefined, and new partnerships are emerging across regions and issue areas. Economic interdependence, technological competition, questions of security, and competing governance models are increasingly influencing how states interact with one another. These shifts are not confined to global capitals alone. Their effects are being felt across regions and perhaps nowhere more visibly than in South Asia. Today, South Asia stands at an important crossroads. China has significantly expanded its engagement with South Asia through a range of initiatives. These include large-scale infrastructure and connectivity projects under the Belt and Road Initiative, as well as broader global frameworks such as the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and more recently, the Global Governance Initiative. This expanding engagement has resulted in growing trade and investment partnerships, enhanced security and defense cooperation, digital and technological outreach, and increasing political and diplomatic influence throughout the region. For states like Nepal, these developments present both opportunities and challenges. Understanding these transformations, engaging with diverse perspectives, and developing informed responses have become more important than ever before. It is within this broader context that the theme of this year's conclave, Decoding Geopolitics, China in South Asia, acquires particular significance. This conclave aims to deepen intellectual discourse by bringing together policymakers, diplomats, scholars, practitioners, and strategic partners from across South Asia and beyond. By bridging local experiences with international perspectives, we hope to foster a richer understanding of the opportunities, challenges, and responsibilities that lie ahead. Over the course of the next 2 days, we will engage in 8 substantive panels covering issues ranging from global governance and geo-economic connectivity to digital sovereignty, diplomacy, cultural influence, border dynamics, and future of regional cooperation. At its core, Bodhi Sambad seeks to provide a platform where dialogue transcends borders, where diverse perspectives can converge, and where collective understanding can help shape a more resilient and prosperous future for our region. To officially commence Bodhi Sambad, I would like to invite Ambassador Vijay-Kant Karna for the welcome remarks. Ambassador Karna is the Executive Chairperson of the Center for Social Innovation and Foreign Policy, CESIF, and has served as the Ambassador of Nepal to Denmark. Please join me in welcoming him to the podium.
Namaskar. Honorable guest, excellencies, panelists, and colleagues, welcome you all. To the international delegates, scholars, and diplomats who traveled to Kathmandu for this dialogue, welcome to Nepal. Your presence elevates this event from a national conversation to a regional and international matrix. We ensure our discussion reflect the complex realities of South Asia and allow us to examine our geopolitical challenges through comparative lens. To our returning participants who spent the last 2 days charting Nepal's economic potential, welcome back. Over the last 2 days, Bodhi Sambad focused on unlocking Nepal's economic growth. As we moved onto the geopolitics track, we must recognize a core truth: a nation's economic potential and its regional geopolitics are two sides of the same coin. We cannot unlock domestic growth, secure supply chains, or fund our future in a vacuum. So every economic choice we make is bound to the shifting geopolitics realities around us. Bodhi Sambad translate to Enlightened Dialogue. We choose this name to revive Nepal's legacy to thoughtful, balanced discourse. Here we move beyond polarized rhetoric to foster an evidence-based conversation required to navigate our shared regional realities. To anchor our discussion, we turn to the Buddhist path, not as a religion, but as a baseline for statecraft. It serves as an analytical tool focusing on to lock past zero-sum binaries to find objective truth, maintain balance, and achieve strategic clarity. For our guest, joining from abroad, allow me to introduce the Center for Social Innovation and Foreign Policy. Just mention you that in 2017, me and my friend Ajay Badrakhanal starting discussion on a need of such organization in the mid of 17th, and we keep discussing on, and at the 18th January we have started this organization. So since 2018, CESIF has established itself as an independent non-profit research institution. We operate within the significant autonomy from the government and interest group focusing on the public interest. We have built a foundation of evidence-based analysis across democracy, federalism, national security, and geopolitics. We are convening this track 1.5 dialogue to provide an objective space to bridge the gap between the academic theory, diplomacy, and the ground realities of geopolitics. We convene as the global order, shift and traditional framework fragment in this landscape. China's expanding footprint is the most important driver of change in South Asia. For small and medium states, navigating this not a theoretical exercise, we must chart out our own sovereign course rather than serving as a passive arenas for great power competition. To achieve this, we designed this dialogue to push beyond the conventional narrative of a great power, rivalry, or views of China focused purely on trade and investment. Our panel will be decode this transformation across our 4 dimensions: infrastructure and life cycle governance. Moving past debt trap slogans, we will examine procurement, transparency, environmental safeguards, and the fiscal sustainability of connectivity corridors. The digital frontier, We will map tech sovereignty and data governance, addressing the risk of adopting foreign network and state infrastructure. Third one, soft power and civilizational narrative, unpacking initiatives like GDI, GSI, and GCI. We will analyze how academic exchanges, religious diplomacy, and regional spaces are used to build legitimacy for an alternative global order. Fourth, political influence and state capacity. Finally, we will confront how external rivalries fuse with domestic polarization and border realities, exploring how institutional reform strengthened regional security and protected democracy's bargaining power. Our objective over the next 2 days is clear. First, we aim to bring together comparative perspective from the scholar, practitioner, diplomats gathered here. Second, we seek to look past daily headlines to identify the deeper trends reshaping regional governance. Most importantly, we are not here merely to observe. Our goal is to chart a course for small and medium states, exploring how we can navigate geopolitics and safeguard our strategic autonomy in a changing global order. To our panelists, I offer an invitation. Let us move beyond standard diplomatic talking points. In the spirit of the middle path, I encourage you to share your objective and evidence-based insights. With that purpose in mind, it is my honor to declare the geopolitics track of Bodhi Sambad 2026 open. I have another work given by our team. Now, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Vijay Keshav Gokhale, former Foreign Secretary of India, distinguished scholar, analyst, and author. Mr. Gokhale enjoyed a remarkable diplomatic career, spanning near 4 decades. A 1991 batch of the officer of the Indian Foreign Service, his alma mater is St. Stephen's College, University of Delhi, where he studied history before pursuing his master's degree at the University of Delhi. He served in several key diplomatic assignments, including as India's ambassador to China, and retired from the Indian Foreign Service on 28 January 2020. Having served as the 32nd Foreign Secretary of India from 18 to 20, since his retirement, he has continued to shape a strategic discourse as a non-resident scholar at Carnegie, India. And through his extensive writing on geopolitics, he is the author of several acclaimed books, including the award-winning Long Game, How the China Negotiate with India, and most recently, China's War, the Politics and Diplomacy Behind Its Military Coercion, published in the May 25. This is the book. So please join me in extending warm welcome to Ambassador Vijay Keshav Gokhale.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and namaskar. Thank you, Ambassador Karna, for inviting me to the inaugural session of the Bodhi Sambad. It's good to know that there are, in our region, such seminars and workshops which talk about geopolitics that go beyond simply bilateral relations to look at the larger, in the larger context of what is happening in the world. Since I left government, my effort has essentially been to learn and study about China. I think it's important to do so because while there is some very excellent material available on China, much of it by American scholars, deeply researched material. The fact of the matter is that all that material is looked at from an American perspective, and that is not necessarily the perspective I believe that Indians should share when we look at China. We need to have our own perspective, develop our own research, and come to our own conclusions, while of course reading widely what is happening in the rest of the world. And so I make my own small contribution in that field. I just want to share some of my views at the opening remarks to what I think will be a very, very interesting conference. Let me begin by saying that I think there are three major changes happening in the region and in the world in the 21st century that we have to be mindful of. Firstly, I think there is no longer anything called an exclusive backyard for anybody. Both globalization and technology have ensured that that exclusivity, if it at all existed at any point, is no longer the case. I think we have to only look at the fact that in the National Security Strategy published by the United States in November last year, the fact that they had to reiterate that they were dominant in the Western Hemisphere, what is called the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, I think it very clearly indicates that they are concerned at the erosion of that dominance because of the entry of others in that region. And this applies to practically every other major power, to Russia, because Central Asia and Europe are now also increasingly influenced by the European Union and by China. It goes for China as well in Southeast Asia, where Japan and the United States and India, for that matter, have influence. And even in the case of Australia, which looked at the Pacific Island states as somewhat of its backyard, they are competing with the Chinese. So I think, to my understanding, India well understands that there is no such thing as an exclusive backyard. And I think the policy is geared towards seeing how we protect our strategic or core interests in a shared space. And I think that's important to recognize. Secondly, I think we, of course, the topic itself is China's position or China's influence or role in South Asia. And that essentially means that China has moved beyond trade and commerce into a much deeper relationship that covers everything, as Bhumika ji mentioned in her opening speech, from security to culture. And therefore, they are there for the long term. China is in the South Asian region for the long term, and we have to deal with the consequences of that. And thirdly, I think the fact is that in the 21st century, the South Asian states themselves are maturing. As we forget our colonial past, or as we leave that past behind, I think we are more secure in our identities as individual states in South Asia. We no longer, in many of them, barring one particular country to India's west, identify our national identity as something which is anti-Indian. And therefore, I think dealing with South Asian politics going forward, whether it's in the context of India or China, has to bear in mind the distinct identities that South Asian states now have of themselves, and of generations which are now in positions of influence who have no idea about and no memory about the colonial, the part of their existence. South Asia, of course, is a very complex geography. We have overlapping ethnicities, overlapping languages, overlapping religious identities. And until perhaps 2000 or even 2005 or 6, the challenge was for the smaller South Asian states of how to deal with India, which was in a sense central to the region, and all the ethnicities, languages and religions that India had overlapped with neighbors in one form or another. But I think we have to recognize that post-2000, and particularly after 2010, a second player is gaining a very big foothold in the region, and that's the People's Republic of China. They are building new channels of influence. They have deepened their activism. They have developed increasingly an appetite for being given exceptional treatment, and they have on occasion been able to coerce countries in case they are unable to do so. And I think this is a consistent new factor that has come into being. We have to ask why this is the case, and I will talk about this later. But the fact of the matter, therefore, is that we are dealing now with China and South Asia not simply in a trade or transactional way, but in a long-term strategic way. Now, the economic angle is, of course, important. There is no doubt about it. China is the largest trading partner of many of the South Asian states. It is significantly invested in them. And to some extent, this does make a difference because where you have economic stakes, where your capital is involved, you do wish to develop a certain security or foreign policy that preserves or protects your national interests, your economic interests. But I think we have to look beyond the economy to the strategic angle. In 2013, the People's Liberation Army's Science of Military Strategy, that's a document which comes out every 7 or 8 years, was published. And it very categorically said that China's strategic perimeter was no longer its homeland. It was the peripheral or proximate regions. And essentially what they said was that if we have to fight, it won't be on our home territory. It will be outside our home territory. It will be in a perimeter which stretches broadly from Japan all the way to West Asia. That is the new perimeter that the Science of Military Strategy published by the People's Liberation Army defined. And I believe that this was central to the whole movement that we subsequently saw by China, not just in South Asia, but in the South China Sea, for instance, in the East China Sea, in Central Asia, and even to some extent in West Asia. And therefore, I think the Chinese view South Asia now from a very strategic perspective. And while, of course, they are, India, of course, is a major country in the region, I do believe that they are looking beyond that and looking, in a sense, at the competition globally between the People's Republic of China and the United States of America. And that essentially is also a complicating factor in the way in which China behaves in South Asia. I believe that they are concerned. Now, this is, whether it is justified or not is not important, because in foreign policy, perception is as important as fact. But I do believe they are concerned at the growing, in their minds, the growing United States American presence in our region. And I think whatever may be the facts of the case, recent developments, for instance, in Bangladesh would have reinforced that view in Beijing. And therefore, denying space to the US, denying the opportunity for them, and denying space to all those that tilt towards the United States, I think is part of a Chinese strategy in South Asia. And therefore, the South Asian states, other than, of course, India, face this conundrum, and that is, how do you manage China's influence in the region, which is a dynamic which is in its global context, but at the same time benefit from its economic, trade, and even in some cases the advantages that are offered because they sell military equipment and weapons to the region. And I think that is really the challenge that all South Asian states, barring India, of course, are doing. Now, of course, China is the major trading and investment partner in South Asia. It's, of course, building big infrastructure. We have the Padma Bridge in Bangladesh. We have Hambantota Port in Sri Lanka. And it's also a fact that South Asian states, all of us lack that capacity and those funds to do it ourselves. But I think we have to be clear that the economic engagement, which is what is called Belt and Road, has certain strategic implications as well. And therefore, what we are seeing increasingly is not just an economic benefit that is coming to South Asian states, but they are moving into engaging into the politics of that state, into the national security of those states. And we see this in the consistent outreach that China has towards political parties, towards influence groups, towards interest groups in all South Asian states. And to some extent, they are able then to generate a certain kind of politics, because in assisting certain political parties, they give advantage to them in an election by funding certain projects, or by, in some cases, even funding them in constituencies of prominent leaders. And that, in a sense, is a new phase, because before 2013, China generally did not really involve itself in politics. It just dealt with the government of the day. What you also find is through education, the penetration of China, not in terms of just Confucius institutes. And by the way, India was perhaps the first country very early on to recognize what Confucius institutes were and to ban them, but also through language courses, teaching of Chinese, through scholarships. Increasingly a large number of students from South Asian states go and study in China. And then, of course, increasingly now, the training and equipment that the Chinese military provides to South Asian states as well. And the question is how then to resist the pressure or the demands for exceptional treatment. For instance, as in the case of Nepal, where increasingly is a pressure not to allow the Tibetan refugee community, for instance, even to carry on normal activities. Or to award tenders without, to award work without tenders, or for that matter, the pressure that is put on the media sometimes in many of the South Asian states not to report things which are not favorable to China, even from the economic or developmental point of view. These are all challenges that South Asian states have to confront in the days going ahead, simply because, as I said, China is here for the long term, and its stakes are growing because it is convinced that its proximate and peripheral regions are vital to its national security in ways that it wasn't before the year 2000. And therefore, it is certainly key for all the states in South Asia, and this goes for India as well, to first, I think, build beneficial and sustainable ties with China. It is a superpower to our north. Certainly for India and Nepal, we directly abut that superpower, and therefore a sustainable relationship is important. It's something which I believe the government of India has always given prominence to. Secondly, of course, to develop an awareness of the potentially negative consequences of a greater Chinese influence in the region, and I think that is important as well. And thirdly, of course, for all South Asian states to retain their agency in decision making while securing their objectives vis-a-vis whatever China has to offer. I think some of the vulnerabilities need to be addressed, and I just wanted to very briefly touch on them because I think a lot of them are going to be discussed in the next couple of days. I think firstly, there is a concern about the manipulation of domestic politics. And that is done through building personal relations with individual leaders, or in some cases with political parties. And the result is, in a sense, a growing corruption within the political system as a result of that. And I think that is a vulnerability that South Asian states face. The second, of course, is manipulating sovereign decision making. I think Ambassador Karna very briefly referred to the importance of that discussion. When you waive competitive bidding procedures on projects like the Pokhara airport or the Colombo port city, then essentially what you are doing is not, as Ambassador Karna said, getting into a debt trap. I mean, that is not the real issue. The real issue is you are ultimately becoming dependent upon a certain technology or a certain set of procedures or a certain set of technical specifications or processes which thereafter bind you entirely to following that in the future. Because the whole idea of tendering is to get, if I may use the phrase, the best bang for the buck. And that's not necessarily the case when tendering is not done. And I think that is a vulnerability that I think South Asian states are aware of but need to be addressed. The third undoubtedly is the weakening of civil society institutions, because we are all democracies. The media in all our countries are free to publish, to be critical of the government, and so on and so forth. But there are specific instances, and I think people in Nepal are well aware of that, of when pressure is put on individual media or media houses or media organizations not to tell stories that are unfavorable to China, not to highlight potential malpractices in projects or the difficulties that projects are facing, or the fact that some of these projects are not sustainable environmentally or economically. And when that silence is imposed, you do in the long run, the country that is the recipient of that development assistance does suffer in the long run, although in the short run it might benefit. And fourthly, I think, and there is a panel on this, and I'm very glad that there is a panel on this, is the influence operations done through third countries, which is increasingly a focus that we need to understand. We are moving beyond that very crude way of actually using print or audiovisual media to influence events in another country. China is very systematically using digital means, and this is a very long-term development where they actually get into the social media in countries at a time when nothing is happening, introduce ideas into that so that when the moment comes for them to do something, it looks as if it is the citizens of those countries themselves that are bringing these ideas forward. And there is plenty of very good data and information, including 2 recent reports by the RAND Corporation and Microsoft, by the way, on how this is being done in a very, very sophisticated manner by China. Now, of course, this not only affects domestic politics, it does, but it also affects the perception in South Asian states about third countries. And that is a matter, of course, of concern to India, because when the dialogue in a particular country becomes anti-Indian in a situation where that is an idea not within the country itself, but introduced very, very subtly from outside, then it's a matter which I think is of concern. And I'm very glad, therefore, that this is a matter which is also identified as something for discussion. I just want to conclude by saying I think there are very encouraging green shoots that I also see. First of all, I see in the region a greater awareness of the pitfalls of going in for big infrastructure projects without a due diligence being done and without tendering, or at least parts of it being tendered. And I think that is something which hopefully going forward will lead to more balanced, more sustainable development. I think there is also a greater awareness of the involvement of China in the local politics in many countries in the region. And frankly, in some cases, they don't understand local politics because China is not a democracy. And it takes a democracy to understand how another democracy functions. Thirdly, I think there is a better understanding of the gap between the promises that it makes, the billions of dollars that it claims it invests, and the delivery that it does. And I think in a number of South Asian states, a number of commitments that have been made on large projects have not actually materialized in the past several years. And fourthly, there is also a capacity in all the South Asian states to understand that a balance needs to be done between China and with other countries which have interests in the region, including India and including the United States, the European Union, ASEAN, and so on and so forth. And you see this in the recent government changes that have happened in practically every South Asian country, Kathmandu, Male, Dhaka, Colombo, about maintaining that balance in the relationship. So I hope that the conference then can find ways to engage pragmatically with China while also recognizing the downsides of that engagement and how to mitigate that engagement. And I think, Ambassador Karna, if that is the outcome of the 2 days of deliberation, I think it would be a very, very good beginning to an initiative that you have taken on Bodhi Sambad, because I think a lot of debate is required within the region by people of the region about how we deal with the challenges that the region is going to face in the years ahead. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gokhale. We are truly honored to have you with us. I would also like to note that Mr. Gokhale shares a special historical connection with Nepal. His grandfather, Ambassador B.K. Gokhale, served as Ambassador of India to Nepal in the early 1950s, making his presence with us today not only professionally significant, but also personally meaningful. So in many ways, one could say that he carries forward a legacy of India-Nepal friendship and engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin our first panel discussion, Global Governance in Transition, South Asian Perspectives. As the international order undergoes significant transformation, South Asia finds itself at a critical juncture. China's expanding global initiatives are reshaping patterns of development, diplomacy, and strategic engagement across the region. This session will set the broader geopolitical stage by examining how South Asian countries are responding to evolving global governance structures, shifting power centers, and emerging strategic realities. We are privileged to be joined by an outstanding group of experts and practitioners. Our first panelist is Mr. Vijay Keshav Gokhale, former Foreign Secretary of India, former Ambassador to China, strategic analyst, and author of several acclaimed books, including The Long Game, and most recently, China's Wars, the Politics and Diplomacy Behind its Military Coercion. Joining him is Ms. Henrietta Levin, Senior Fellow at the Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., and former senior official at both the U.S. Department of State and the White House, where she has helped shape U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy. We are also honored to welcome Ambassador Madhuraman Acharya, former Foreign Secretary of Nepal and former permanent representative of Nepal to the United Nations, who has decades of experience in diplomacy and multilateral negotiations. Our next panelist is Professor Lailufar Yasmin, Professor of International Relations at the University of Dhaka and a distinguished scholar specializing in South Asian affairs, Bangladesh's foreign policy, and Indo-Pacific security. Completing our panel is Ms. Yolani Fernando, political economist and co-founder and executive director of Arutha, a Colombo-based public policy think tank focusing on governance, public finance, and accountability. Moderating today's discussion is Mr. Hari Sharma, executive director of Purak Asia, distinguished public intellectual, former principal secretary to the Prime Minister of Nepal, and a leading voice on South Asian geopolitics and democratic transitions. Before we begin the session, a note to all our participants. To direct questions to our panelists, please refer to the QR code present at your table. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and distinguished panelists.
Good morning. Welcome to the first panel of the day. A stage has been already set with a keynote speech from Mr. Gokhale. And I have a very distinguished panelist here who has been also introduced a little while ago by the MC, Master of the Ceremony. So I don't want to go into the kind of introducing each other, but as a moderator, let me welcome you all. I hope we'll have a very good discussions, and then the participants will have chance to ask questions through the QR that is stationed in your table. First, the way we go is that first I'll go one by one, and we'll have 2 rounds of questions from my side, and then if there is any cross question among ourselves, we'll do that, and then we'll open to the floor. So I'll hope to keep time and then make it kind of enjoyable and interesting thing. I think it's already shared with us what is the theme of this panel and how what organizers wanted to get out of it. Because at the end, the organizers wanted to have a good conversations and something tangible comes out of in terms of ideas and framing the issues for future research and future engagement. I think our panel looks into the global governance in transition and broadly, but especially with a focus on China. Because as I don't need to tell here, but I think the coming of China in a big way in terms of, technology, politics, influence, economy has been a very remarkable. And with that, the various initiatives from China is coming out, which has been also shared with us, like, GDI, GSI, CGI, which shapes the existing international norms and the institutions challenging the Western framework. And Mr. Gokhale has dealt with that in his opening statement. And again, it has been also shared here that the South Asian nation states balance engagement with China, strategic and development projects, and regional competition. Why this is important is that I make a distinction between neighbors, strangers, and friends. Strangers can be friends and enemies, but neighbors are neighbors. And most of the South Asian states share border with China. They are long-standing neighbors, historical relationship, except, Sri Lanka, most of us share physical boundary with China. Bangladesh through intermediary, but when you look into historically, it was part of the greater British Empire. So there is a kind of colonial legacy into our relationship with China. China was always there. The point is that this time it's coming in a different way. As an imperial power, it was always there, and with the imperial power, it has its own characteristic. And I think one of the major characteristics of imperial China was automatic compliance from in its relationship. So in that sense, things have changed in a modern nation state. So a smaller nation need to look into it. In South Asia, India is a big continental country. Pakistan is a mid-sized country. Others are small countries. So how does small state behave and negotiate in international arena? I think Madhuji is here. He will also deal with that. So regional response include various, causes participation, especially on security and regulatory issues. I think I began through Mr. Gokhale has already given a statement. So based on that, I will begin with you, sir. I think you have recently wrote a book about transition to securitization of China, economy under President Xi Jinping. How do you see this domestic priority shaping the implementation of BRI, GDI, and global security initiative in South Asia? Is Beijing now prioritizing political and security compliance over the development goals kind of propagated by GDI and BRI? So that's a starting point, because we're looking into the policies and institutional proposal coming from China. And I think the securitization you also touched on your opening statement. Let's start with that.
Thank you. And I've already taken up enough time, so I think I'm going to be very brief because the rest of the panelists, I think, need to be heard. I just want to make 2 points. One is, I think we must all understand that the global international order has fragmented. And it's fragmented because the basic principles on which it stood of respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, of non-use of force, of negotiating disputes, has essentially been violated by all the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. The very countries entrusted with maintaining the peace have actually all violated those principles in the last 20 years. And the political institutions that were created, particularly the United Nations, it was barely audible, let alone visible during the Iran war. So I think we are operating in a fragmented world. And in this fragmented world, we are not sure of what the United States wants to do in terms of global order, because it is still by far the most powerful country in the world. At least it's not clear to me what the United States wants to do beyond a vaguely defined America First policy. China, of course, has issued a whole lot of these ideas, whether it's cultural, governance, security, and so on. But almost all of them are not defined very clearly. And therefore, again, the question that arises is China ambivalent on a new world order? Or is it willing to, as is said about the United States, spend blood and treasure on preserving the current one? And my sense is that the ambivalence that they are displaying is leading, and the fact that the United States itself is not clear about what it wants to do going ahead, is going to lead to a global situation of great uncertainty in the next 5 to 10 years. And all of us as regional states, as in any part of the world, I'm not just talking of South Asia, will have to negotiate this. I think I'll leave it at that. And,
thank you very much. The way I want to start from here is that you laid down the thing, so conversation rolls from there. So now I come to the Madhu Ramanji. You've been working in Nepal's foreign policy establishment for many years. You're a close observant. So I want to come to you regarding the Nepal's response. As I said, China was always there. We have interacted with China for centuries. So how does this new initiatives and new coming of China impacts us, and how we are responding to that?
Thank you, Hariji. You know, some years ago, I was speaking at a club, a seminar in New Delhi. At that time, referring to China, I mentioned about a movie. In 1960s, there used to be a movie called Russians Are Coming. And then I had said, the Chinese are coming. You know, Chinese are coming in a big way, because then we thought, in all of us, South Asian countries, including Nepal, they have extensive relations, trade, investment, infrastructure project, connectivity. But now I've changed my statement. The Chinese have arrived. Chinese are here with us. They are calling the shots. You know, they are globally and regionally and everything. So just as Vijay ji mentioned a little while ago, dealing with China has become one of the most important foreign policy challenges or goals, or even strategies for countries like Nepal. So because they are there. In the beginning, Chinese interest in Nepal used to be focused on their mercantile interest, trade, securing a little bit of security interest, containing third country presence or players here. But now they are conditioning their relations based on their global initiative, where we stand in their global initiative, in their scheme of things. Whatever strategic things, the initiatives that they bring, whether you are subscribing to that, or whether you are a little bit shying away from them. So Chinese will treat us accordingly. So that's why one of the challenges for us in the recent decades has been to figure out where do we stand in those strategies, including BRI, where we signed something but have not been able to implement any project due to geopolitical and other reasons. Obvious reasons, there are debt and other issues involved. In global security initiative, which if you look at that, it's mundane things, but then if it is a security initiative, then can we be part of that? There are lots of other different things. So I think our conventional way of dealing with China is we recognize as a neighbor, a great power, emerging power, and we consider all their interest, including one China and everything, but that will not be enough. I think in coming days, we need to understand how China, will compete with the rest of the world, and especially the Western-led, because they are here too. In that sense, I would say that the Chinese-led scheme of things for the world, and that's what they explain as global governance or whatever alternative structures they have in mind, and the US or Western-led one are going to remain with us for some decades, and they will compete with each other. They will create polarization politically and otherwise inside Nepal. Also creates us foreign policy challenges in the sense that you will be asked to take sides, whether you are there or with us or there. And we must understand that between the Chinese scheme of things and the Western-led global order, the competition or whatever, the two will remain for next few decades, 3 to 4 decades. There, I think some of the things will be in a cooperational mode, such as we have seen in the ending wars in Iran. President Trump went there and there. But in some areas, such as in trade and technology, they will compete. But in some areas, because we are in China's neighborhood, there may be confrontation. Because that we have to avoid, the third worry. As long as there is cooperation, well, we can work with them, we can protect our interest. When there is competition, of course, we will seek our benefits and interest-best benefit. But then when there is confrontation, then there really lies the challenge for countries like us.
Thank you.
I think I will conclude here at this moment.
Thank you. Now I come to Ms. Yolani Fernando. I think you from Sri Lanka. And we have been hearing a lot about recent years of China's investment in Sri Lanka and various political and economic crises. And now you have come out of that with the elections and things are coming into shape. So there's a great lesson to be learned from the Sri Lanka, Colombo especially, how you deal with such a crisis, and crisis also presents the opportunities. And I think Sri Lanka also engaged in a multiple competing powers simultaneously at that time. So how do you, manage those strategic, autonomy, or were you able to, compromise many things? And what was your experience, basically? I think Sri Lanka was the first country in the region to confront the, so-called Chinese issue in a very big way. So I just wanted to pick up on your, knowledge and information from there, which will be useful for the participants here.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe give a bit of a frame-in for my comments first. But first I would like to say a lot of what was said about the introduction for and the thinking behind Bodhi Sambad. Obviously, it's resonated a lot for a Sri Lankan. The idea of the middle path, we are no stranger to the idea of a middle path as a Buddhist country. And I have to say that, yes, we are unique in the sense that we have been dealing with competing powers, but we do not border any of these powers. And I think that places us in a slightly unique position, because when you look at Sri Lanka's relationship with China, a very ancient relationship, we've always, traded with China, but also in our sort of modern history, since the 1950s, we have had a very strong trade relation, starting with, I won't get into a history lesson, but the Rubber Rice Pact in the 1950s, a very significant trade agreement in our country's history, was, I think, sort of the defining feature of China-Sri Lankan relations for decades. That has, of course, changed now. And I think, sort of just to take a step back and look at the world in which we are living in, we're talking about a world where we have seen a record contraction, the largest annual contraction of ODA in the world. Last year, I think there was a contraction of over 23%, which means that we are not living in the 1990s anymore by any stretch of the imagination. This means that countries are having to look towards alternative ways of funding. We are talking about domestic resource mobilization, of course. People are talking about the tax era of development, but we are also looking at, investment and trade within our region. And I think, sort of we have to decide whether this is an era of self-reliance, regionalism, or South-South cooperation. I think those things remain to be seen as to, what path we take. And I agree that, we need to take a middle path. But a middle path for Sri Lanka, definitely, has often seemed like not a choice. It has simply been something we were forced towards because we always had to balance different competing powers. And I think the sort of the defining factor now on how small states participate in the new global order and global governance framework is really determined by how much we get our own house in order. And I think this is very true of Sri Lanka when we talk about issues in procurement and issues in, I think, contracting. a huge part of this is a Sri Lanka problem. And that is what we've seen with a lot of large infrastructure projects in China, the way that our state-owned enterprises have borrowed from Chinese banks and, sort of the relations with Chinese SOEs is very much defined by problems in our own governance, our own legal framework, and just the lack of checks and balances. And that has really hurt us. And that means that it doesn't matter whether it is China or any other power that comes in, we do not have the ability to regulate anything that comes into our country because we have not spent the time needed, we have not done the deep reforms required, the governance reforms required to actually engage with the world in a way that is first and foremost beneficial to Sri Lanka. And I think it's good to be, in front of an audience where I don't have to explain that, there was no Chinese debt trap in Sri Lanka. It was a trap, if you want to call it a trap, it was the trap of our own making. Since the 1980s, we had a massive decline in tax revenue, even though we kept growing. This makes us a bit of a basket case in terms of development. There aren't many countries that manage to keep growing and have this steady and disastrous decline in tax revenue. Our debt composition changed drastically since we graduated to a low middle income country in 1997. And that meant we were taking more and more expensive debt, especially after the end of the conflict in 2009. So I think all of these things point towards the fact that Sri Lanka did not have its own house in order. So when people came knocking at our door, we were very willing to take on the investment and debt simply because it was easy, it was expedient, it was politically expedient. Even the infamous Hambantota port is part of our national plan. It wasn't something that came from foreign sources. It was part of our national plan, and yet it was ill thought out process, and even the implementation of it and the borrowing that came from it, again, all pointing to severe weaknesses in our own governance. So I think if small states are to become a significant partner in shaping global governance, we are going to have to get our house in order first.
Thank you. Now I come to Professor Laili for Yasmin. And as your bio says that you come from Bangladesh. And I remember in the 80s, the Bangladesh think tanks and various institutions were very active in a small state research and small state conversation. Most of the research on the 80s, if you look into small state, came from Bangladesh. And as we know, Bangladesh was moving after the independence, 10 years, finding its role into neighborhood and a global space, and very much concerns with the role of small states. And in that sense, when I was reading that literature, one of the big, the way the small states do is that they are visible. They work on normative issues because the strategic issues are very difficult, hard issues. And the visibility. In a global diplomacy, Bangladesh is very effective. So does other small countries. We need to be visible in that sense. So in your view, how could the smaller states in South Asia protect their strategic autonomy and seen visible and protecting their interests around? Because we see a kind of, now the great power rivalry has been fragmented into different things. There was a Cold War, bipolar, and then suddenly multipolar came into so-called in the 90s, but we were there, we're responding. So what lesson we could learn from the Bangladesh experience? Because now with the huge momentous changes, it seems to be a kind of taking part.
Thank you for a very interesting question. Bangladesh's discourse in the 80s, in the 90s, even in the early 2000, we used to write ourselves as a small country. And unfortunately, while Bangladesh's capacity has increased a lot compared to what it was in last 20, 30 years. This is not reverberated in the discourses of the scholars and policymakers alike. So there's a problem in our capacity, problem in merging our capacity into our voice. So yes, Bangladesh is visible, but yet our policymakers want to take a backseat and rather want to listen than create our own sort of position in certain issues. But then again, Bangladesh's experience may not be so suitable for many other countries because Bangladesh has done its development trajectory in a very different way. For example, Bangladesh follows a path of development diplomacy. It has two primary perspectives in its foreign policy. Number one, to sort of protect its territorial integrity. Number two, ensuring development. So we see economic diplomacy not only as economic diplomacy, but as another part of this is development diplomacy. Why I'm saying is development diplomacy? Because if you look at Bangladesh's big projects, for example, Rupur nuclear power plant, there were no international competitive bidding. We wanted a particular country to be our partner. We chose Russia. Look at the Bangladesh National Airport's third terminal building project. We wanted a particular country. That country received the contract. There was no international bidding. Look at our, port, the only port that is being built in Matarbari, the deep sea port. We wanted Japan to do it. There was no competitive bidding. One sort of correction, the Padma Bridge was not built by the Chinese. It was entirely financed by Bangladesh. It is the Padma rail link that is financed by, we asked money to China. So we have our priorities and we decided which country would be competitive in doing a particular project, and that's how we are doing it. So we sort of, instead of going for a particular country, we have diversified. So there is a sort of idea about Bangladesh that Bangladesh has become China's playground. This is quite untrue because our projects say that we are working with different development partners. But at the same time, at the defense sector, it is with China that Bangladesh has its only defense treaty. Bangladesh does not have any defense cooperative treaty with any other country. But then again, diversification at the defense sector is also happening. We are doing a lot of work with Turkey. We are doing some work with Pakistan, and there are different countries that we are working with. So altogether, I would say that what Bangladesh is trying to do is looking at its strength, looking at which country would be most beneficial for its particular projects and going that way. And I'll just add for a minute that Bangladesh's position is quite precarious, not unlike Sri Lanka, because we are we share the 5th largest land border with India, and then Bangladesh has been a playground for during 1971 when America wanted to sort of redefine its relationship with China. That was the regional region, was Bangladesh's war of independence. We often forget. We think it's America's sort of Cold War plan, but it was not a part and parcel of the Cold War politics, but it was also part and parcel of its regional plan to thwart Bangladesh's independence and to provide all our support to Pakistan. And not only that, from 2014 onward, if you see, in case of America's engagement, Russia's engagement, European Union's engagement, UK's engagement, Japan's engagement, China's engagement, India's engagement, Bangladesh has become, unfortunately, another playground. I'm not trying to say that we are a very important country in South Asia. No way I'm asserting that, but I'm saying that we are facing this precarious, balancing game. And often I argue the other way, that these countries are coming to Bangladesh not because they have some interest, but it also, Bangladesh is in a unique geographical situation that also fulfills their interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting way to put in where Bangladesh is situated in that, geopolitical game. Now I come to Henrietta Levin. So you, as your intro was shown here, you work with the State Department, various agencies, and then you watch the region from the distance. Your engagement is here, but how does it look like? China is emerging. Your competition globally, earlier during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, with the fall of the Cold War, things were changing. Now, because of the economic power, China is seen as a competitive player in the region. So how do you see your role from the US perspective? And then how do you see China? And how do you see the smaller countries in the region or bigger countries in the region are responding? So that will set the stage at the broader framework, and then we'll come to specific questions afterwards.
Well, it's a fantastic time to be talking about China's vision for regional leadership for global governance. Many have probably seen Beijing just issued a new strategy on its vision for leading global governance just a few hours ago. And Xi Jinping, of course, announced the fourth global initiative, the Global Governance Initiative in Tianjin at the SCO summit late last year. And so I don't mean to say that China's ambitions for reshaping the principles of world order are new, but they are being increasingly explicit regarding those plans. And I think that's interesting because it means one of two things and maybe both. It means, on the one hand, that China may believe that its offering of leadership is more welcome now around the world than it would have been in the past. Or it may mean that China believes China is sufficiently powerful that it doesn't matter as much what the world thinks of its intentions, and probably you see a little bit of both of those assumptions emboldening China's perspective in how it seeks to present its vision of leadership for the world. And I'm glad that we're framing this discussion in the context of the global initiatives, these frameworks that Xi Jinping has announced over recent years, starting with the Global Development Initiative, and then security and civilization, and now governance. Because I think it's very easy to put these initiatives to the side. I mean, what do they really say, right? They're very kind of fluffy ideas, multilateralism, multipolarity, great. But if you look into kind of the between the lines of how China describes its vision for these frameworks, what you see is China putting forward a coherent set of principles and a normative framework that is intended to serve as the structure of the New World Order Beijing is trying to build. And so what is that order? And so I think we see China trying to build a way of functioning in the world that is, of course, more Sino-centric, that displaces US leadership, but not only the US. And I think here in South Asia, it's important to remember China is not only seeking to displace a Western concept of order or governance, because China views displacing India itself in its own region as a foremost priority. And you can see this in the perpetual contestation when leaders of China and India meet, where India will talk about how the leaders talked about a multipolar Asia, and China will say, we talked about a multipolar world, because there's no space in Asia in China's vision of what the region should look like for multiple leaders. This is for China to show the way ahead. China's also, through these initiatives, looking to create a world that is more friendly, of course, to authoritarian governance, in which big countries have a particular kind of sovereignty, perhaps more powerful than others, and in which states have rights that supersede the rights of individual people. And we often hear this in the context of a kind of a right to development that is intended to supersede the other rights guaranteed by the UN Charter. And then importantly, China is looking to build a world in which China has secured unlimited, guaranteed deference from everyone everywhere on its claimed core interests, things like Taiwan, like Tibet, like Hong Kong. And so this is interesting because in some ways, what China is looking to achieve that deference on is actually rather narrow compared to the United States, where I think we often conceive of our national interest in a more of a values-based, universalist way. The values sometimes change based on the administration, but you often see a much more universalist perspective, where as China, alternatively, will go to the ends of the earth, they will pursue universalist tactics, but to advance much more parochial goals, often related to Taiwan, here related to Tibet. And then just a last comment on the initiatives themselves. It's interesting looking at how Xi Jinping's approach to these initiatives has evolved over time. So going back to the Global Development Initiative announced by Xi in 2021 at the United Nations, there was a much more explicit attempt to pair China's model of leadership with existing institutions, to say we're really just strengthening what the UN is already doing and putting Chinese power behind that. And over time, I think that facade has really lessened to the point where now, with the latest initiative, the Global Governance Initiative being announced by Xi in China at Tianjin at an international organization, the SCO that China now effectively controls, it shows that China expects its model of governance, its model of international governance to not just be a set of principles, but to be one that ultimately springs from and is controlled by Beijing. And then I just want to answer one question that you had posed earlier about how all of this affects questions of democratic identity and institutions, especially here in South Asia. And I think this is a really interesting question because in most places, at least as it looks to me, and would be interested if anyone disagrees, I think China actually doesn't have a strong preference for regime type. They don't have an analog to kind of the US tradition of democracy promotion. Though in practice, I think the types of assistance and engagement and influence China often delivers often do run counter to the strength of democratic institutions. And we've already heard about how Chinese projects and the modes of political manipulation they use can introduce corruption and lack of transparency and technology that's hardwired around authoritarian values. But that's just how China operates. It's how China extends itself into the world rather than a regime preference in the world being the goal. Instead, what we see China doing is trying to build this international system that is more friendly to authoritarianism. So it's not really about what type of government is any particular country employing at a particular time. I think China is very confident that they can manipulate any form of government to their ends, though to the point raised earlier, that is not always true. But we see China trying to build this system that is about making the world more safe for China specifically. It's not a universalist vision, but it's one that China will go to the ends of the earth and use the full power of their state to effect and enforce. And so in Nepal, for example, I think it's an interesting example of this kind of way of thinking in Beijing, that it doesn't seem like China was particularly upset or moved in one direction or another by the democratic movement here over the past year. Of course, they do have particular ties with certain communities and political groups, but what you see China really focusing on with the new government, I mean, first of all, it was interesting, Wang Yi said in conversation with the foreign minister just very, very recently during the ongoing trip, that China backs the new Nepali government and its smooth governance with the support of its peoples, which is about as close as China's ever going to get to saying, your democracy is fine, we're not worried about it. But, of course, the rest of that conversation seems to have focused on China saying, get in line on our, what China claims as its core interests, on Taiwan, on Tibet. And as long as whatever government emerges here or anywhere can back consistently and without compromise the one China principle, what China wants to see on Tibet, on Xinjiang, on Hong Kong, then that's fine, but there can be no compromise there.
Thank you very much. The first round of conversation raises a couple of issues here. First and foremost is that the various initiatives are coming from China, one after another in recent times, especially after coming of the Xi Jinping. And I think that started with the consolidation of Xi Jinping, basically ending the term limit. So earlier there was a kind of unwritten practice that Chinese leadership would change in every 2 years. And when Xi Jinping came, that he became the permanent leader of a kind, because it was said, and then I didn't have a privy to that kind of document, but it has been said that because of the China's long-term goal, with coming up with him came Belt and Road Initiative, and then leadership needs its mark on a history. And that's the kind of historical sense of leadership directing this society and civilizational. It's always difficult to study and understand China, precisely because it's a huge continental country with its own history, languages, and we in the region had long interaction with China in terms of trade and other things, but studying China was always a difficult question. During the Cold War, we could see that as Vijayji also mentioned in his set, that the Americans were very interested through the Cold War perspective, regime perspective, how communist China works, and then various research were done out of Hong Kong universities and various places. A lot of people visited, and suddenly, in one point of China, suddenly closed. And I was reading Vijayji's earlier book on Tiananmen Square. You speak Mandarin, you worked there. So I think it's very important, how do we study China? How do we keep track of China? And now we know the official statement comes in. What goes behind the those thinking? Language become important, understanding them be important. How do policymakers? Policymakers have access to, diplomats have access, but how does others? And business also have access. So how do we bring diplomats and business people together to understand China is a really challenge, and I think this kind of forum looks into that. How do we understand coming of China in terms of social science research, policy research? So from your own experience, how do we study China or understand China? Or do we understand China? That's why we were gathered here.
Yeah, I think that if you look at many South Asian states, I think we do understand China. It's not, they like to believe they're an exceptional civilization, but they're not. When it comes to national interests or core concerns, they act like any other major power does. Yeah. I think the issue is the lack of scholarship and the lack of access to information that is prevalent to a greater or lesser degree in all South Asian states, including my own. Because we have tended not to do primary research, and we have tended to depend on a wealth of information which is generated in the West. And as I said in my opening remarks, the problem with that is not the facts. The facts are very, very good. But the analysis is from a Western perspective. And as neighbors to China, which most of us are in South Asia, we cannot have a Western perspective. We are not separated by an ocean. We are not, there are no overlapping identities ethnically, religiously, or otherwise between the West and China. We are facing all those in back home. So I think what we need to do is we need to invest in scholarship on China. Now that's easier said than done, because I find that there are a number of very good young scholars in India doing work on China. But unless we give them employment avenues or opportunities, why would bright young minds do research on China? If you look at the US, for instance, apart from the funding issue, because there are large endowments and universities fund research, they get an opportunity to work in government or in big corporations if they have developed expertise on China. There is a clear career path that many well-known Chinese scholars in the United States or in the West in general can pursue. That's not the case in India. Very, very good scholars have limited opportunities, and perhaps even more limited in the other South Asian states. So I think the first and foremost thing is to invest in scholars. Now, of course, government's role is not to invest in scholarship. Government's role is to invest in information which is within the government, and that at least my government does, because we train diplomats or other officials to learn the language, to live in those countries and so on. I think the private sector and business needs to understand that today China matters to every business person in the world. As, for instance, 40 or 50 years ago when we were growing up, the United States mattered to everybody in the world, simply because even if you had no relationship with the United States or work with them, what they said or did affected the stock market, affected the currency of your country, affected your own savings and your own personal life. And today what China says or does has that impact. And therefore, it is apart from the fact that we need to also penetrate what is the world's largest market now. So I think business needs to understand that a better understanding of China is good for Indian business as well, or for South Asian business. And I think the private sector needs to step up in funding China studies in India. Some of it is happening, but not at the scale that it should be happening at. And I think Indian industry certainly has the capacity now to fund think tanks and to fund research in universities. So I think that is the second thing that needs to be done. And the third thing I think needs to be done is raising public awareness. Debate in the audiovisual media, in India at least, is episodic. If something happens, the entire Indian media is all about China, and then we forget about it after 5 days. And it is highly sensationalized. So that either we are made to believe that these are 10-foot tall people and we can never ever reach their height. Or there is the other view that we are going to actually beat them in the next 5 years because their GDP growth is falling and ours is growing. But there's really no informed debate. So I think, as I said, we need to build a consistent public perception about China as an important player in the region, but also the vulnerabilities that we as a country and as a region face because of their growing footprint. And for us, the vulnerability is going to increase, as it is for countries like Sri Lanka and Maldives, because by the end of this decade, the Chinese Navy is going to have a permanent presence in the Indian Ocean. So it's not just to our north, but to our south that China will be present. And when they are there, you will see the Indian Ocean littoral states beginning to take sides between the United States and China, and to some extent between China and India, and that is going to complicate matters as well.
Thank you.
So yeah.
It's a very interesting thing. Once the trade became trade was always there, the new kind of trades, interactions and connectivity began. In the early 2000, many Nepalese started learning Mandarin because there's a business opportunities. But when I talk to people who learn the Mandarin, very few people know about the language, but don't know about the society, politics, the way things are happening. So it's a very tricky question here. Knowing Mandarin, there's a Mandarin school, Confucius Center was all over, and then they started giving trainings in the languages, libraries, books were distributed. For easier, it's something like creating brown sieves in a colonial India. They needed a people for the business, but we need a people to understand the society and the civilizational power, how it moves forward. In that sense, Madhuji, what is your experience in terms of dealing? You are a diplomat also. So how do you have been interacted with China? How do you understand China from your perspective? Your diplomatic papers, memoirs, and what are the materials that you try to understand? But something comes out in China today, public statement or notification. What are your tools to look into China? This is basically personal thing.
On a lighter note on that, the Chinese understand more than we do that we don't know them well.
Yeah.
They want us to know them well. And that's why they are creating opportunities and giving us incentives through various means, language training, university engagement, inviting private sector businesses, Confucius Center. That's all they want. Because they want us to deal with them based on what they think they are, not what we think we are. That's why I think that there is this gap. Whereas, when we go to South, we can understand IPL scores or a movie from the South or everything we do from India. I think that creates us a big gap in terms of what they are thinking, who they are and what they are thinking are different things. Chinese, as a big wave civilization, they consider themselves as a middle kingdom coming to heaven and consider everything other as tributary state, and they have a big role. And Chinese will wait. They have patience, until they become number one. They will not engage in smaller wars. And we've seen in the last war, they did not fire a shot. Even for Taiwan, I think they will wait for another 100 years until such time Taiwan itself will come and say, please unite us. That's how they think. So we should understand those things, not what in mundane things what they do with us every day. So if we understand those things, on the questions that was raised here, I don't know if I'll have opportunity again. How countries like us in South Asia can deal with China? One of the vulnerabilities that in our region that we have is that whatever regional governance or regional cooperation or the lack of it we have, it creates us it's ample opportunity for China to deal with us individually. That they prefer bilateralism over regionalism, except for South Asia or some of the some African countries, they do regionally. Otherwise, they prefer. That creates us huge vulnerability because you cannot deal with big power bilaterally as you could do collectively. See, this is where our region is lagging behind, in the sense that we don't have a security architecture, for example, South Asia, and it's the only region. And ASEAN does it. ASEAN has a collective dealing with China. So if you don't engage with them collectively, what will happen? They will engage us individually, and then it will increase your vulnerabilities in that sense. Here comes, India is, until such time, India realizes that it wakes to awareness that becoming a South Asian leader is the first prerequisite for becoming a global leader, which they are claiming now. Then they will increase our vulnerabilities, in the sense that India has been playing as a counterbalancing global. It's not a global power or global pole on its own. That is why India is siding with IPS and so many other partnerships. That creates additional vulnerability to South Asia, because then Chinese power is more obvious to us. So that is why I think, and the question that personally, I don't know Mandarin, I don't understand, but my source of knowledge is about whatever is published in English or whatever I have. So I think that weakness we have, all of us have, unlike BJG, which is fluent in Chinese. I
think it's a very interesting point that's come out. I read long back by a very senior Indian diplomat who served in the UN also, Arthur Lal, who wrote a book called How Communist China Negotiates. Very interesting book. And in that book, he says that in order to, the Oriental way of doing diplomacy is that you have to understand them first. If you don't understand them first, they will not engage in a conversation. So this comes from a kind of a feudal attitude that, sir, we understand you, and then they would understand us. So I think it's still that continues us. Being a big power, they want a kind of automatic compliance from us, that therefore, whatever diplomatic conversation begins with, first reaffirming the China's position on certain, then only, for example, Nepalese delegates will always say that we always value one China policy, Taiwan is an integral part. That has been repeated hundreds and thousands times. But in each and every meeting, we have to reiterate that, because they want automatic compliance. That's a very interesting characteristics of Chinese diplomacy. In that sense, I have a questions coming in, but I'll go one round first and then go to the question. How do Sri Lankan intelligentsia and the academia, same question, what kind of public conversation goes around with the China, how transparent it is, and what are the inputs coming from? It's from business, it's from the government interactions, or international research. How do policymakers and civil society, think tanks understand China? What are those bases?
I will say that definitely China understands Sri Lanka far more than Sri Lanka understands China. And unfortunately, this is partly because a lot of the scholarship that, just like every other South Asian country, we have relied a lot on Western academia. But thankfully, maybe because of the debt trap narrative that we were all sort of swept up in, and Sri Lanka was definitely the poster child for it, because of the egregious, misinformation about Chinese debt trap in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankans have now taken it far more seriously, that we need to play a proactive role in talking about how China is actually functioning in Sri Lanka. And my contribution here is that, so my organization, Aruta, one of our co-founders, is one of the significant voices in debunking the debt trap narrative. Of course, everyone knows about the Hambantota port, and it was, I can reiterate here, of course, that it was not a debt trap, but rather we are still paying back that loan, but it is all, we also had a lease, a 99-year lease that was made. Now, on the question of that lease, were those terms really sort of what Sri Lanka needed? Maybe not, but that really goes back to weak governance and a weak public sector that Sri Lanka has been saddled with for several decades. So Sri Lanka has really had to take a look at itself in terms of its own negotiating skills and its own understanding and its ability to create scholarship around China in Sri Lanka. I think one of the things that we have looked at as an organization, our research has really shown that especially Chinese SOEs, the way that they function in Sri Lanka has changed drastically. It has, of course, expanded massively since the end of our civil war in 2009. China was sort of first at our doorstep. Not a lot of, even India didn't really bring in the investment that, Sri Lanka needed at that time. So China was, first in that queue, and they saw some of the advantages of being there. And our research has shown that Chinese SOEs in Sri Lanka are highly pragmatic and definitely, sort of profit-seeking, which is very different to the Sri Lankan experience of SOEs. Our SOEs are notoriously underperforming, unprofitable, and a huge burden on taxpayers. And Sri Lankans are now seeing an alternative way in which SOEs can actually be profit-seeking and profit-making. But the internal financial controls that we lack have sometimes been exploited by these Chinese SOEs, but even when we have changed those frameworks, procurement and trying to bring in certain guidelines, Chinese SOEs have adapted very well to these. And that, I think, is the sort of key message that I can give, that whatever rules we throw at Chinese SOEs, they are more than able to adapt to those and still stay on their path of profit making, of sort of pragmatic expansion. Now, of course, this is within the larger framework of what Beijing, sort of hopes to gain from all Chinese engagement. But we do see that Chinese SOEs are strangely decentralized in the way that they operate. So I think that the one thing that I would say about China in Sri Lanka and the scholarship is that there is a lot more to learn about the nuances and the sort of the differences between the ways different Chinese SOEs operate and how they adapt to local regulatory frameworks.
Thank you very much. Professor Leifer, you mentioned about the very interesting dynamics of the position of Bangladesh, where everybody comes there to be engaged, use the Bangladesh location for their purpose. There are two questions for you this segment. One is similar. How does Bangladesh academia, think tank, government builds the knowledge on China? The other question is basically, we have moved away from the age of development to the age of investment. Bangladesh after the independence was larger framework of political economy based on aid, foreign aid, people coming to help, new countries coming in. Nepal is also beneficiary of the development paradigms of the international development investment. Now, world is moving towards the investment. With the investment comes the competition. With the investment comes the knowledge that you need. What kind of investments are needed for that? So moving away from the foreign aid to investment, and the foreign aid are drying all over the world. In that sense, how does that shift takes place in Bangladesh? It was a lot of literature came from the aid dependency. All the work of Rehman Soban and others has contributed a lot on the development discourses, and now it's moving into investment sort of thing. So, what kind of knowledge that is coming out of the Bangladesh? Can you enlighten us on that?
Let me answer the second question first. Once again, Bangladesh's reality is quite different. Bangladesh has started with an aid-dependent country, but it gradually transformed itself as a trade-dependent country. So whenever there is that's a huge shift, and that is why. And this shift is also quite problematic in the sense the countries that we import from are different than the countries that we export to. So we import mainly from India, China, and a couple of other countries, and then we export to Western nations. We are second largest exporters of ready-made garments, and we get our foreign remittance, which is the second largest earning of foreign currency. So here we see the puzzle is that we have to maintain a certain kind of relationship with Western nations, and then it gives them rather an opportunity to dictate their terms, because they might impose a trade sort of sanction, even in a small scale, and that will affect Bangladesh in a huge manner. So we have that particular type of issue, particular type of concern. But then again, in case of investment, Bangladesh has been suffering for last few years because of the political changes, and because often the political regime is not seen as conducive for investors to come and get a guarantee of securing of their investment and getting an assurance of their proper return. That is why last few years we have not seen much investment going to Bangladesh. So this is a challenge that Bangladesh has to respond to in coming months, coming years. So we are not getting as much investment as we should have received. The first question is that Bangladesh academia or policymakers or at the expert level, I think China is seen as a reality. China is seen as a lifeline. China was the only country that was able to make BNP and Awami League, the two warring political parties. So China was the only country to make them sit together in 2019 and make a bipartisan agreement that in the question of China, the two parties will not take any different decisions, diverge. They will be pro-China. So again, in terms of investment in education, in terms of investment in China Studies Center. So apart from Confucius Center, China has started introducing China Studies Center, and Bangladesh is one of the initial countries where they have started this project. So all of these things say that Bangladeshi academia, policymakers, as well as scholars are also inclined to learn from China, because we have a lot of areas that we need more experts' opinion. We need to grow our own expertise. Language has become just like in Nepal. As I was coming from the airport, I could see everywhere language learning centers. So in Bangladesh also a large number of youth, they are learning either Korean, Japanese or Mandarin. So all of these things say that we need to understand China, but the issue is that I often think, as shared in this panel, they understand us better than we understand them. And I heard from my other friends in South Asia, for example, one of my Sinhala friends, she told me that they speak better Sinhala than we do. And often when I'm giving them interview in Bangla, I am grappling for words, but they are speaking better Bengali than me. So I can see that from Bangladesh.
Can you change the mic?
Yeah, so I can see that there's a lot of appetite in Bangladesh to learn about China, to learn from China. And one other thing I'll just end with is that Bangladesh's business community now find it more convenient to trade with China at the sort of private sector level than with any other country. So that has created more euphoria. In Bangladesh, if you go to Dhaka city, there's a particular area which is almost turning into a Chinese city, because there are, billboards are in Bengali, English, and Chinese. So this is a change we are gradually seeing. There are more, authentic Chinese food, because the investors, it's the Chinese investors, and they're developing this kind of food chains because more Chinese are coming to Bangladesh for trade and other purposes. So there's a different kind of China-Bangladesh relationship is growing at the private sector than at the public sector.
Thank you very much. A similar kind of notion, because we know that the US has a university system, think tanks, government produces a lot of information, and that's much of our analysis of China is based on Western sources, books and sort of thing. But the reverse is, how do you see the knowledge that has been generated, research that has been generated from the region, from your US perspective? How do you see them? We consume a lot of things coming from the West, but now increasingly we are everyday interactions, everyday government interactions, plus business interactions. There's a lot of knowledge has been generated from the region. So how do you see that? Do you use them for some purpose? What are the values behind this?
I think that the United States and China, maybe in contrast to some of the other country perspectives represented, we have the luxury of understanding each other equally poorly. So at least there's a symmetry there, but still I wouldn't overstate the level of understanding in the broader political system, even as we are quite lucky to have a strong ecosystem of research related to China and the Indo-Pacific more broadly. I think there's a huge appetite in Washington for scholarship generated from the region on China. I don't think we always do a good job of proactively seeking that out, though. There's I think often a sense in DC that engagement will come to us, which is not always the most effective way to get the best information.
I'm asking precisely because our organizers also produce a lot of materials. They have especially dedicated a lot of things on China. So I just wanted to know how it has been taken. Thank you very much for that. Now we have 45 minutes left, and this is for the participants to ask the question. I'm already receiving the questions from the participant in my WhatsApp message directly. So I will ask the panel, every panelist, as it comes in that order. For example, the first question came to me to Henrietta. The question is, how do you assure, it's anonymous, it's very strange, it comes from anonymous. How do you reassure the global South about the American role of preserving democracy under current administration? Do you see China filling the void in the global South that the US has ceded? That's the first question to come to you.
Should clarify, I'm not representing the current administration. But I think that in terms of the question of China filling the gap that has been created by the very sudden withdrawal of the United States from various corners of the global South, and even just a sense of political disregard for many important parts of the world. I do not think that we will see China step up in some kind of material, practical way to take over the work that the US Agency for International Development used to do. for example. I think it's very, as much as we do hear China talking about the small and beautiful era of BRI and admittedly focusing more on institutions and capacity than they did in the past, I don't expect that, with the exception of a few small symbolic initiatives, China's actually going to step in to a development gap the US has created. But in terms of Chinese influence around the world, I mean, that effectively doesn't matter, right? Because I think the United States and China are often seen as two sides of a coin. So if the United States looks less reliable, less committed to development in the global south, then that inherently benefits China's position by comparison, even if China's putting no additional resources at all into achieving those goals. I mean, I think in terms of the broader US commitment to the world, I mean, I would say, you know, you continue to see, at least on China, a very strong bipartisan foundation in Congress in Washington. There's a lot of noise that comes out of the administration itself, but I think there's more stability than you would expect, at least on the question that the United States needs to deliver a compelling alternative to what China's presenting around the world, and over time, I'm optimistic that provides some overall stability.
There is another question for you, so I will, because it came on that order. It's from Surangna. A lot of today's strategy discussion focus on new groupings, alliances, multilateral partnership. In your views, what is still missing from the emerging Indo-Pacific regional architecture for it to be a truly stable and effective managing long-term competition and cooperation in the region?
So I think that one of the great innovations in the Indo-Pacific architecture in recent years is this minilateralism concept. So you see configurations like the Quad, or, you know, thinking from Washington, like the Japan, Philippines, US trilateral partnership, and real efforts to link those minilateral partnerships into the more formal architecture when it comes to ASEAN, other regional groups. And honestly, China's doing something quite similar as well, if you look, for example, at the China-Mekong engagements, et cetera. But then what's missing from that? I think all too often, those minilaterals, the creative, action-oriented new coalitions, they're driven by Washington or by Beijing. There's no reason it has to be that way. And I am optimistic we'll see middle powers from the region increasingly stepping up and coordinating among themselves, not even limited to this region necessarily. We've seen more connectivity, for example, between the Middle East and Asia, between Europe and Asia, I mean, out of necessity over the past year. And so I hope that that gap will be increasingly filled by the middle powers of the region going forward.
This question from the participant is to Ms. Gokhale. Pawan asks that your research highlights a shift in China's Nepal policy from protecting the periphery to the strategic control. In the context of Himalayan connectivity, does this imply that the infrastructure project under the Global Development Initiative like Trans-Himalayan Multidimensional Connectivity Network is now viewed by Beijing primarily as a security corridor rather than economic ones?
Yeah, that's a good question, and let me answer it this way. China's interest is essentially in becoming the world's leading power. And they can't become the leading power simply by being the most powerful military. If you look at history, every country has become the major power because its economy is bigger than any other countries. That's true of the United States in the 20th century, of Britain in the 19th century, and going back in history. You have to the south of China a country of 1.5 billion, which is going to become the world's first or second largest market by 2050. I think that's clearly a given. Whether India grows at 5%, 10% or 15% is a matter of statistics, but it will be the biggest or second biggest market. China's singular aim is to build that connectivity across the Himalayan states, whether it is Bhutan, whether it is Myanmar, whether it is Nepal. essentially to enter the Indian market. And therefore, the presumption that this is all being built in some way to benefit Nepal or Bhutan or Myanmar, and that may be a collateral reason, is not the real reason they are doing this. Their greatest desire, if you read their writings from 1988, when India normalized relations with China, it is consistently about using Tibet as a gateway to South Asia. And the problem with that concept is that they want to enter into the Indian market, but they don't want India to enter into the Chinese market through there. So they want to limit it to opening the road into India so that they can push goods there. But if the reverse is India wants to also build influence in parts of China, in the way that China is building influence in India, that's not acceptable. And I think Indians are very clear about one thing, and that is that it's not going to be a one-way street. Which is why I think the Chinese miscalculated on recognizing Sikkim. They thought that once Sikkim was recognized, we would give them an opening to Kolkata port. And that's the shortest distance between any part of China and the Indian Ocean is actually Sikkim. It's only 750 miles from the border of India and China and Sikkim to Kolkata port. Okay. And the whole idea was you had a 500 million people market in India and exports through that. And that's not going to happen. So I think we need to be very clear, therefore, that if they are dragging their feet on certain infrastructure projects which are big time with all of the other neighbors in South Asia, it's because they don't see this actually resulting in a profitable venture with India. May I just have one more comment on the view that was expressed by some of the panelists? I'll be very brief. My own experience is I think the Chinese may speak better Sinhala or Hindi or Bangla, but they don't understand South Asia very well. And essentially that is because after 1990, their priority shifted to understanding the West. That was where investment was coming from, that is where markets were. And scholarship on South Asia declined drastically. You had people above the age of 60 who knew South Asia well, but in the middle you have no scholars who actually had invested heavily in understanding South Asia because the Chinese state was not interested. They are now catching up. But if you look at their real actions, they don't understand the way India functions at all. They don't understand our democracy. I think they also didn't understand the way Nepal functioned. I mean, the ham-handed attempts at trying to unify a certain political party didn't result in any long-term benefit for them. So I think we have to understand they are very superficial in their understanding even today of South Asia. And we must not assume that they actually know us very well, because I don't think they do.
Okay, I'm clubbing the questions for as per speakers, because as questions are coming in, I think we'll do that. There's another question for you, Mr. Gokhale, from Yankee. She says that you emphasize the need for indigenous China scholarship, how countries like Nepal build policy expertise on China without allowing that expertise to become politically polarized between pro-China and anti-China camps.
No, I think I mean, it's not as if there isn't a pro-America or an anti-America view in India as well. I think that's part of academia and that's part of scholarship. So that should not become an obstacle to learning about China or the United States or India for that matter in South Asian states. The question is who is going to invest in that study? And that was my point, that unless and until there is substantial funding, and that funding also comes from the private sector which benefits and from society at large and not simply from the government, you are not going to have a better understanding of China.
And the last question for you in this panel. Revisionism is a fading idea in South Asia, Southeastern Hemisphere. So with many other ongoing challenges, how can we make sure the global structure and global governance does implement the South Asian ideologies? How can we make sure there is some sort of selectivity for us? I think this is what he has written. I didn't get selectivity for us, especially in this power-driven world.
I don't understand the specific question actually. Is it regionalism?
Yeah, regionalism.
So is failing regionalism, is it?
Yeah, it says the revisionism is fading in South Asia, in Southeastern Hemisphere. So with many other ongoing challenges, how can we make sure the global structure and the global governance does implement
I leave it to the other panelists to answer that question.
Do not waste our time on this. Thank you. Now I come to, there is a
by the way, this idea did not come from me, it came from my neighbor.
Now there's a question for Lalipur by Chiranjeevi. As you said, order in home is precondition to leverage the agency of small states. Beyond the internal political stability, what are the primary structural barriers that currently preventing Bangladesh from converting its niche diplomatic of development diplomacy prestige to tangible leverage during the bilateral negotiation with India and China?
Yeah, I agree. This question is also quite complex. Anyway, okay, I'll take up a little bit on this one and the regionalism question. Also, I would sort of respond to, sir, your sort of observation, how or whether the Chinese understand South Asia or not. I think we make assumptions about what China does or does not do. Because China, it does not see South Asia as one entity, as we see. But we fail to even perform the question of regionalism, that we are least integrated amongst all the regions in the world, and only 4.5 or 5.5% trade is intra-regional, and it's better for Bangladesh to trade with Brazil than with India or Sri Lanka often because of different economic trade barriers. But then what happens is that China has its different, I don't know if they call it districts, regions, which are dedicated to learn about particular areas. For example, for Bangladesh, you will only find Bangladesh Studies Center in Sichuan University and in Kunming. So they engage with Bangladesh in a massive way, and we find people from those regions coming to Bangladesh, interacting with us, and not only that, there is now CAS, Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Shanghai Academy of Social Sciences, all of them, they are different sort of smaller institutions within those. They are coming to Bangladesh to learn about Bangladesh and to learn about cooperation, to learn about what we can do together, to learn about what China can provide Bangladesh. They want to learn, and then they want to make policy papers to give it to their government. So I think it's not only about learning language. What learning language helps you is to understand popular feeling. So that way China is far ahead of any other countries in the world, and I would suspect that they understand us much better than we think they do. And then in terms of the question that was directed to me, I did not get that. The question that was directed to me.
I'll read it again. Because I don't want you to put my words on the question, because it's their question. So, you have done very well in terms of development diplomacy.
Yeah.
So how do you are negotiating currently with India and China based on that? You have done very well in the development diplomacy, but how would you, using that skill of a development diplomacy earlier, in currently dealing with India and China?
Okay. So while dealing with India and China, we simply look at issue-based areas, we see that who can fund in which project. It's not particular to India or China, it's particular to all the countries. Whoever can provide us money in infrastructure development, we go to them. And that is why I said that Japan is building our first deep sea port. And then we also have other collaborative sort of sectors.
Thank you. Now there's one question for Yolani, and then the name is, the person who is asking the question has not put his name or her name. Sri Lanka's experience suggests that governance weakness rather than external factor alone often create vulnerabilities. What governance reforms should small state prioritize before pursuing large-scale foreign investment and infrastructure financing, basically learning from Sri Lankan experience?
I think, yeah, definitely. I think Sri Lanka is a great example of the fact that weak governance has hurt us far more than competing powers. Because I will say this about Sri Lankans. We are exceedingly hostile towards anyone coming into our country. But it is an equal measurement of hostility, I would say. Maybe because we are an island nation, we are constantly on our toes about, people trying to invade us in any form. So because of that equality of treatment, I think Sri Lanka has sort of proven that it's not about any particular country coming in at different times, because right now the conversation in Sri Lanka is about integration with India, especially after the economic crisis, because we've seen sort of China changing the way that it interacts with us, going from sort of more debt-based to equity-based interaction, and far more integration culturally as well. I think again, the conversation in Sri Lanka definitely is primarily about trade agreements and sort of making sure that trade agreements are beneficial to Sri Lanka. We are historically very anti-trade in many ways between sort of South Asian countries and abroad. We are okay to export, but we are not okay to we are okay to export our people to other countries, but not so much to bring people in. Again, sort of a little bit of that island mentality, I think. Okay. So definitely sort of, I think trade reforms are a major issue for us. The other is on procurement and, sort of preventing unsolicited bidding, which was, I think, a huge part of our problem with China. So it was not so much the debt, it was the unsolicited bidding that really affected our, sort of the fiscal side of things for us as well. I would say those would be the two major reforms for us. Definitely, Sri Lanka struggles again, in terms of investment. And I think this is why I say that, China definitely understands Sri Lanka better than we understand China, because they understood how to come and invest in Sri Lanka in ways that other countries have struggled, because Sri Lanka is notorious for its sort of opaque investment environment. We are constantly changing the rules, especially in terms of things like taxes. Nobody really knows the regulatory framework because we love moving the goalpost whenever someone comes with investment. So I think if we are, looking at Sri Lanka, and definitely, I will not speak for the rest of South Asia. Because as one of my university professors loved to say, Sri Lanka is only in South Asia geographically. In every other way, we are not a good example of how the rest of South Asia works, and I think that has something to do with borders as well. Because we don't have the traditional issues of borders and, we have definitely grown and we've developed a different set of ideas when it comes to interaction. But in terms of internal issues that we have to sort out, those would be my major ones.
That's a very interesting remark at the end. Indeed, Sri Lanka is islanded. There's a beautiful work on how island nations think, because they don't have a land border, a contiguous border. Idea of a pilgrimage and the idea of voyage is a very interesting way. So it's very, thank you very much for your intervention. Now there's only one question from Madhuraman sir, by Shashwat. You have written in one of your books, foreign policies should be conducted with cooperation, sometime competition, never confrontation. But as a panel discussed today, China prefers bilateral diplomacy, which sometimes involves confrontation. From your experience in the Foreign Service being close to such setting, how do you think Nepal should reap the benefit from China while avoiding strict bilateralism that would potentially put Nepal on the backhand?
Thank you. In order to not to disappoint my audience, who expect a certain degree of humor from me, I'll share my favorite Chinese joke about the Chinese, based on the discussion here. See, when you go to a department store, we go there basically to buy something. But the average Chinese will go there to sell something. We go to China to see, see their development, their ports, their airport, their roads, their buildings, of course, ancient China has a lot to do with tourism as well. But then the Chinese come to our places, they go to places where there's nothing, so that they can build one.
Very interesting.
That is, there's nothing. There's no road, there's no airport, there's no port, they can build one. So they come with that point of view. I think, dealing with China requires certain pragmatism and maturity. And of course, Chinese will not react spontaneously. Chinese will keep things in mind, and they will do accordingly in their policies. So they have a policy to engage with everyone who is in the government, which I call it lamppost policy. There's a lamppost policy. So they will engage with us, regardless of who you are, which ideology you have. Based in the famous Chinese philosophy of doing, if the cat kills the mice, then it is either black or white, doesn't matter. Maoist philosophy. They will focus on their interest. So we'll have to focus on our interest also. I think for smaller of us, dealing with China or for that matter big powers, we need to devise certain principles. For example, our policy of non-alignment. It offers us some space, because we are non-aligned, we cannot enter a big security dialogue thing. So those kind of things. India, for example, has, can afford to say and act in terms of what is called multi-alignment, which is for a smaller, weaker one of us. Maybe a little bit different form of that would be multi-engagement, not alignment. So that you engage with these powers, their proposals, their overtures, based on certain principles. If there is economic interest, we'll engage with them. And then other principle is we should stick to the fact that we don't want to be used against any neighbor or any big power. That's if some proposal comes to us and there is an element which is against one of our neighbors or big powers or friendly countries, then we need to avoid that. And then, of course, this is very important, I think, also related to our session. Leveraging relations, it was mentioned, Lolifer mentioned earlier, diversifying relations so that in order to reduce dependence, which we have experienced severely, with India, and now we don't want to create dependence with China. We want to diversify relations. And in that matter, Western countries are very important for us to, so I think, with that note, I'd conclude my part.
Thank you very much. With this last the question, I think it's time to close our conversation because today and tomorrow we'll have a lot of opportunity to meet and engage, greet each other, ask questions. That's why 2 days of long conferences. Thank you very much for my panelists here. You have traveled from very far and near. So please enjoy your stay in Kathmandu and enjoy the conversation and rest of the conference today and tomorrow. With this word, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. 1 day's panel will not solve the question. Continuous conversation and engagement is required. Thank you very much. The session is adjourned here.
Thank you, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel moves from strategic frameworks to economic realities. We will be dispersing for a break for 5 minutes. Please be back at the hall after your break. We welcome you all back after the short break. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel moves from strategic frameworks to economic realities. Infrastructure today is no longer merely a development issue, it has become a geopolitical instrument. Across South Asia, countries are increasingly navigating questions surrounding debt sustainability, financial governance, infrastructure financing, and economic resilience. This discussion will examine how nations can pursue connectivity while safeguarding their long-term economic interests. We are honored to welcome Honorable Rameshwar Khanal, former Finance Minister and Finance Secretary of Nepal, and one of Nepal's foremost economic reform advocates. We would also like to welcome Ambassador Pankaj Saran, former Deputy National Security Advisor of India, former Ambassador to Russia, and former High Commissioner to Bangladesh with extensive experience shaping India's regional strategy. Similarly, I'd like to welcome Dr. Pradeep Taneja, Deputy Associate Dean at the University of Melbourne and a leading scholar on Chinese political economy, Sino-Indian relations, and Indo-Pacific competition. I would like to welcome Mr. Talal Rafi, economist, World Economic Forum Expert Network member, and former consultant to the Asian Development Bank and European Union. Similarly, I would like to call upon Mr. Hassan Mehdi, founder and chief executive of Clean Bangladesh and an internationally recognized advocate for climate justice and environmental governance. Moderating this discussion is Ms. Yolani Fernando, co-founder and executive director of Aruta. Please join me in welcoming our speakers and moderator.
Hello. I know we've all gotten our tea and coffee and cookies, hopefully, and we're settling down for another session that promises to be extremely interesting. I'd first like to thank SESIF for inviting me and organizing these very interesting panels. I think it's very important for South Asia, especially to determine how we are navigating this new world order that is yet to be birthed in some ways. So our panel today is the geoeconomics of connectivity, infrastructure, finance, and sustainable governance. And we will be focusing on transitioning from grand strategy and sort of high-level policy making and talking a little bit more about ground-level realities. And I think we have an excellent and diverse panel here today that can help us bring us back to ground and sort of talk about realities that domestic governments face in this sort of changing world of geoeconomics. So I would like to start with, we'll do one round of questions, and then I believe that we will also be getting questions from the audience, and we'll sort of take it as it comes. If we don't have enough time to focus on all the questions that I have with me, we will definitely sort of prioritize the Q&A yeah, sorry, one second. Yeah. So maybe I will start from Honorable Rameshwar Khanal. from your experience as Nepal's finance minister, what do you think are the most persistent institutional bottlenecks that weaken project selection and lead to inefficient infrastructure spending?
Based on my experience of Nepal, financing for investment or project implementation is not a problem in Nepal. The basic problem is the selection discipline. If you look at the budget of Nepal, federal government budget of Nepal, it routinely consists of a large number of projects, which is beyond the capacity of the line ministries to implement, and also beyond the capacity of the construction industry to fully implement them. So both are constrained. So the foremost important point for Nepal is basically maintaining a selection discipline. There's an architecture. National Planning Commission has a mechanism of gatekeeping, but that is on paper only. That is not complied with. And projects are essentially introduced because of the political compulsions, trying to please the constituencies and other different interests. So that is one important point where a country like Nepal has to pay attention to. The second is the institutional discontinuity. I do not know how far this is a problem in Sri Lanka. In India, I know that this is not a problem. But in Nepal, you see, a project has a life of, let us say, 5 years or 6 years. Many projects do have that sort of life period. During that period, the secretary is transferred more than a dozen times. Project manager is transferred around 5-6 times. So there is no continuity of the leadership which is required to implement the project. And third is our project appraisal mechanism is very ritualistic. The appraiser essentially tries to ensure that the preconceived notion is correct. That means the politician selected the project, that's why it has to be correct. So appraisal is only on paper, and as a result of which many of the risks that will arise during the course of the implementation are not identified. And as soon as you start the project, it gets hiccups. There are implementation problems. So these are basically the issues in case of the project implementation.
Thank you. I'd like to come to Ambassador Saran. So a related question about infrastructure financing in South Asia and, sort of it being shaped obviously by geopolitical competition. India tends to promote regional connectivity and development partnerships, but China's scale and spread have obviously increased. What are the key implications for South Asia with China's infrastructure footprint as of right now?
Yeah, firstly, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here in Kathmandu and to be part of this Bodhi Sambad. It's always wonderful to talk to friends here. So on the China footprint and the Indian approach, I think we've had a very rich discussion before this in the last 2 hours. And I'd just like to build upon some of the threads of that discussion. The first point is, look, there is a asymmetry of power between India and China. And that asymmetry is may grow, if not remain constant. Our attempt is to narrow the asymmetry, but that is a fact of life, and that dictates how India deals with the rest of the world. But I think we are at different trajectories of our growth path, India and China. In the last few years, India has remained the fastest growing economy in the world, and projections indicate by the IMF and the World Bank that India will continue to remain the fastest growing economy. This is at a time when the Chinese economic miracle seems to be slowing down, and Chinese surplus capacity and consumption and other structural issues, including demographic, are apparently beginning to affect the kind of explosive growth rates they had experienced a few years ago. So I am not sure, but we seem to be at that historical stage where India is accelerating in terms of its transformation and is perhaps at the stage where China was, say, 20 years ago. Now, whether this is momentary or whether it is more structural, only time will tell. But the broad consensus within India and overseas to a large extent is that the growth path that India is on is going to hold. It's not a blip. Now, so we have two kind of, impulses that guide Indian policy. One is the hunger for foreign capital, foreign investment, technology, because we are playing catch up. Now, that hunger translates into trying to access all of these three elements of growth and national power from whichever source you can get it. But the problem is that you are at this stage of development when the external environment is very fraught and there is a technological divide in the world, there is bipolarity of almost everything. So the big challenge for India is how to navigate, even as you have this hunger for getting capital. And China is sitting on surplus capacity. So, and China provides ready, cheap, available technology and investment. So there is a powerful impulse within India to leverage this availability next door. And so we did that till 2020. And there were many sectors in India which became very heavily reliant on Chinese, both capital investment and technology. But there was a very sharp reversal after 2020. Now we are 6 years down the line and we are still kind of not sure where we are going to go. The second impulse is, what do we do with the region? And in terms of how we interface with the regional countries, even as we are ourselves growing. And I think there, because of this asymmetry of power, which I mentioned, I don't think people are rosy-eyed about India's capabilities in the region. But what we certainly do believe in is that if India was to grow at the rate that it is projected to, then hopefully this will create positive externalities for the countries of the region and enable all the other neighbors to benefit from it. So if we can ensure that the entire subcontinent grows at 7% a year for the next 10 years, and if India can play a part in that transformation of those smaller countries, that will be for the collective good of the entire region. Whether we can succeed in that or not depends a lot on the decisions which these neighbors take.
I think definitely Sri Lanka sees its destiny far more intertwined with India than it ever has in the past few decades. I will move on to Professor Taneja. If you would sort of talk about, I think it's definitely a related point. You have, I think, argued that China's rise has widened the power gap between India and pushed Beijing to use a mix of economic, diplomatic, and strategic tools in South Asia. In your view, is India responding with a coherent long-term strategy or mainly with reactive balancing? And maybe if you can add to that, do you see, how do you see smaller South Asian states also? Are they also simply reactive, or are they sort of part of a longer term strategy? And how would smaller states connect with India's strategy?
Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for having me here at Bodhi Sambad. It's my first visit to Nepal, and so far I've been quite enjoying the discussion and being just in Kathmandu. Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at India's role in South Asia, India is so much larger that doesn't matter what India does, it casts a long shadow, right? Given the sheer size of India compared to other South Asian countries. So whatever India does, it is going to have a bearing. Even if what India does at home will have a bearing on the region. So we have to be mindful of the fact that India, simply because of the size, the way India moves, has an impact. It does cast a shadow. And how that is seen in other parts of the region, I think, obviously depends on individual circumstances. But certainly in terms of, if I look at India's role in assisting its fellow South Asian countries, I think over the years we've seen a great transformation, largely because India has built its own capacities at home. As a result of India's consistent economic growth, which everybody's been talking about, India has built capacities to respond to various natural disasters, to respond to, unexpected problems that arise. And we've seen that play out in South Asia. For example, if you go back to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which ultimately created conditions for the birth of the Quad, and how these countries that responded to the 2004 tsunami ultimately came together in 2007 to form Quad. That was because they had demonstrated their willingness and their capacity to assist countries that were affected by the tsunami. But more recently, we've seen India's response to Sri Lanka's need for assistance following your political upheaval in 2022. I think India's response was quite transformational. I have visited Sri Lanka after that, and I can say that there has been a change in perception about India in Sri Lanka. In fact, even The Economist magazine recently admitted that there had been a turnaround in India's perception in Sri Lanka. And that was in response to the way India responded to your political upheaval and what was required to deal with that urgent situation. More recently also, we've seen after the cyclone Ditwa last year, November, wasn't it? Again, India's disaster response force, in fact, multiple Indian agencies were involved. I've written about this for ORF with one of my Sri Lankan friends, Prakash Murchandani, and we demonstrated how India responded to the cyclone Ditwa. And personally, just simply watching the news about India's response, I was quite encouraged by the demonstration of capacity and coordination by India, not just the armed forces, but also civilian organizations which responded to the crisis in Sri Lanka. And I think that has positioned India as a first responder in South Asia, as it should be. As it should be, given India's size and scale, India should be the partner of choice for South Asian countries. First of all, being in the same neighborhood, India is able to respond much faster than anybody else, from far away, whether it's Beijing or Tokyo or Canberra. And I think that has helped, as India's own economic story has changed, as India's own economic capabilities has improved, India has also become much better organized in terms of responding to both domestic and regional crises. And that in a way, I think, is a reflection of the way India would like to be perceived, like to be seen in the neighborhood. And I think Indian decision makers, and we have, our former foreign secretary sitting there, ambassador, people who have worked in the Indian establishment know that India, because of India's scale and size, India has to be very careful how India responds to the needs of the region. And I think that sensitivity has grown. I remember a while back, in Southeast Asia, because I've lived in Southeast Asia, I've lived in China for many years, and I've noticed that historically in Southeast Asia, there was a perception of India that Indian diplomats and Indian officials often talked about India's cultural influence in very hegemonic terms. And lately I've noticed that even that has changed. The language and the exchanges, cultural exchanges with Southeast Asia, that has also changed. So I have not lived in India for more than 45 years. I live in Australia. But I'm a frequent visitor to this part of the world, and I have noticed those changes that I've just mentioned.
Thank you very much. I think I completely agree on Indian interaction with Sri Lanka having changed drastically. Definitely in the 1980s, there was, a lot of anti-India sentiment, and that has completely changed. I can say at a sort of a personal, sort of at a people-to-people level, definitely it has changed, and definitely starting from COVID-19, vaccine diplomacy, to the economic crisis, Cyclone Ditwa, as you rightly pointed out, India was the first to arrive. It stayed the longest, and it did the most in terms of disaster response in Sri Lanka. And definitely, India's presence has changed. Again, you mentioned, sort of culturally, the narrative has definitely shifted into talking about a shared culture rather than sort of the more hegemonic kind of ideas. It is definitely put in terms of a shared cultural heritage, and that has definitely helped increase tourism in Sri Lanka, with India being the largest share of Sri Lanka's tourists, more than, I think, like double, the next tourist source country. So with that, I will turn to my fellow Sri Lankan. Tawa, if you would like to sort of talk about how developing countries can realistically build institutional strength without triggering debt stress, and of course, using Sri Lanka as an example of sometimes maybe what to do and maybe what not to do as well.
Right. Thank you, Yolani. Good morning, everyone. First of all, my thanks to CSF, Executive Director, for having me. So Sri Lanka has many lessons on this front, especially after the 2022 crisis where we are making changes. But as far as strengthening goes, I would point out the first key things. I'll mention 4. One is strengthening the institutions and giving them independence. Because if you look at Sri Lanka's 2022 crisis, 2 institutions not having the strength or independence led to it. One was the central bank, where we had, Sri Lanka was considered a textbook example of monetary finance, where we famously had our central bank governor saying, printing money does not cause inflation. So that, and trying to keep the currency at a certain rate, keeping interest rates low, everything just blew up once the pressure got to it. The second is, of course, the Inland Revenue Department. Of course, some of the senior staff, as in Sri Lanka, if you see most of the government institutions, pay is low, there is less capacity there. And even if you look at tax policies, for example, only about 16% of government revenue comes from income tax, that's corporate and personal. 62% comes from taxes on goods and services, and another 13% on taxes from export goods. So here again, 75% of Sri Lanka's government revenue comes from regressive taxes. It's mostly taxing where the rich and the poor almost pay at an equal rate, while, of course, the other point I will come on to is subsidies. So here again, we need to broaden the tax base. One reason why only 1/5 of the government revenue comes from direct income tax is because the tax base is very low. At the peak of the 2022 crisis, for a country of 22 million people, there were only 60,000 active personal income tax files, which is very low. So with that, also subsidies. As I mentioned, Sri Lanka had a culture of subsidies, fertilizer, fuel, all of these. Of course, the IMF wants to get rid of them, and rightly so. And they have brought in a program called Aswasama to directly aid the poor. Because most of the time, as I said, taxation comes through regressive taxation, where the poor pay equally to the rich. And of course, the benefits of subsidies are largely going to people who drive BMWs and Land Cruisers. So that's one point. The second thing is, of course, Sri Lanka needs to have a counter-cyclical fiscal policy. That is missing. Because one thing, when we are in a downturn, of course, the government's expenditure increases. But then when things go better, the government still continues that path. That is a discipline that has to be brought in. And finally, I mean, 2 years ago, I was here in Kathmandu for a thing, and I mentioned that as well there. The method of financing and the duration to be taken into account. For example, we take loans in even from China or from the bondholders in US dollars, and then most of the time the projects are for rupee revenue generating schemes. And the loans are taken on like commercial terms, short term, 5 to 6 years, but the projects are only to be completed in 20 to 25 years. So of course, you don't have to be a financial expert to realize that you're going to get into trouble. So as Yolani said in the last panel, I agree to a certain point. The problem also lies with Sri Lanka. So with that, I would conclude. I think Sri Lanka currently is going on in a correct path. The discipline has come in, but of course, the recent West Asian crisis is putting the brakes to everything.
Thanks. I think we'll pivot to Ms. Mehdi. I think we want to talk a little bit about the issue of sustainability and, the environment. And I think, previously, countries would obviously sort of almost pollute their way into growth, and that is no longer an option in, the current, state of affairs. In that, sort of context of, climate change, and of course, smaller, South Asian countries may have not even contributed as much to climate change, but definitely are, at risk of extreme weather conditions and such because of climate change. So in that, context, how sort of infrastructure projects in South Asia, there's sort of procurement transparency, there's a problem of procurement transparency, and also a problem of the way we conduct or don't conduct proper EIAs. So what would you say is the weakest link in that, in EIA and procurement governance?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Before going to that, let's see a dream from other countries than China and India. Let's see a dream that we have two biggest markets in the world on the other sides of our countries. One. Second, we have best and cheapest technology on the one side, and we have best democratic policies to support the people on the other side. If we can draw this whole thing together in our countries, the picture should have been different. But it's not that. It's not the reality. Bangladesh is maybe second or third largest borrower of Chinese finance after Pakistan and Sri Lanka, or before Sri Lanka. I don't know. $23 billion in 16 years. It's a huge. And all went to the large mega infrastructures like coal power plants, like bridges, like rail lines, like the tunnels, river tunnels, and all the things. I'll see my notes, frequently, because one of the things is I am not habituated with the public speaking, and other thing is my English is very bad. So we take two types of loans from all of the world as Bangladesh. One is ODA loan and one is non-ODA. So there is a very significant difference between that. In ODA loan, we can float a open bidding. In non-ODA, we cannot. But before that, in ODA loan, the ministries, articulate the projects, which projects they need, and then they give it to the economic relations department or whatever external relation department or external resource department. In different countries, we name it differently. So then this ERD, economic relations department, they seek the appropriate financiers for the project, bilateral or multilateral. Then the project goes through all the scrutinies and approval process, and finally it goes to the minister or the prime minister to approve. In non-ODA loan, it's totally opposite. The sponsors come first to the ministers, he approved or she approved it, and then he orders informally the economic relations department that approve this process, through the process of due diligence. And these junior poor guys, they don't have anything to do now. They have to approve, they have to go through the process. Their duty is how to approve the project now. And that is the major problem here. So they don't go through all due diligence, they don't go through the economic return, analysis of economic return, they don't go through the environmental and all due diligences, because they have to approve it now. Now what happens, if you think about the Chinese projects, here we are talking about that. In many cases, the EIA never published. The environmental impact assessment never published. We didn't get it. In one of our applications, RTI, Right to Information applications, the Department of Environment said that the EIA is a intellectual property rights of the sponsors. So we cannot publish it, we cannot give it to you. When it became in the globally, there is no example that an EIA is a intellectual property rights. It's a public document. They didn't publish it. So that's the second thing. Then like India, China, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, these countries, they do like this way. Now, the sponsor, when they go to the minister, and minister approves it, then there is a serious case of corruption and irregularities. We don't know on which conditions the ministers or the prime minister approve the project. Nobody knows. And that creates another problem. That all the other bureaucrats, now they have the right to take some bribes. Now they have the right to practice some, irregularities in that way. Then third thing you get, when minister approves it, they do not see that how much it is necessary. Like one project, I am giving an example. Karnafuli River Tunnel project. Honorable Ambassador Pangasaran, you were there at that time. The Karnafuli River Tunnel, there were already two bridges over the river. And if you need more, if you have more traffic on that, you can have one more bridges. But you build a tunnel which you don't need, and you spend $1.1 billion for a project which project is now losing, every day it is losing $3 million because there is not enough traffic in the tunnel. So that's happened because you didn't go through the process. Second, the goods and services agreement. You have to buy at least 80% of the services and 70% of the goods from the financing country to the borrowing, even for India and China, any country, if it is a non-ODA loan. Then actually the finance which is given by China or India or any country, they are taking back the money. They don't need to pay us any dollar. They are paying in yuan or rupee in their own countries. And then we are in a process of, paying back the loan with interest for next 25 years. And when this project doesn't have enough economic return, then it is a totally burden on the economy. And it is diminishing the economy rather than supporting the country for development. One more thing is, our senior colleague from Dhaka University, she was saying that there is no open bidding. that also diminish our sovereignty. That also, we cannot select the contractor. Contractors are selected by Chinese government, not by me. And which determines that what is the price of the project. That depends up to them, not up to us. There is no competitive bidding. So these are the thing where you have the every right to violate every law in this process. So the environmental due diligence, the information disclosure, people's right to appeal to them, nothing's there. So that's happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. Sort of continuing on this sort of more inward-looking panel and sort of looking at the domestic constraints and challenges when interacting with the geoeconomics of the region. Maybe I can go back to Honorable Kanal and ask somewhat related, maybe looking at Nepal's story. How can Nepal improve procurement practices and project appraisal to sort of assess infrastructure borrowing that actually translates to long-term assets rather than fiscal liabilities, especially given that, Nepal is also a democracy and, there is always the political imperative, for short-term gain over long-term gain. And I think, it was rightly pointed out that, sometimes borrowing is, short-term and the, effects are sort of, you don't really reap the benefits, till, sort of the long-term. So maybe a little bit, from Nepal's experience and how Nepal can improve and what can be said from that for other nations in South Asia.
Okay, thank you. I would not rank procurement reform as a number one priority. In case of Nepal, based on my experience and also based on the evidence, the first is the sequencing of the projects. We select so many projects that, as I said in my response to your first question, that we oftentimes fail to complete all of the projects. So if we select right projects and sequence them, the portfolio itself squeezes and your implementation rate can go high. Second is, which again I would like to reiterate from my first response, that the project bank concept that National Planning Commission has been asked to oversee, they have been very weak in implementing that. That concept has to be implemented. Means all projects that government would like to finance either by domestic resources or by foreign resources. In case of Nepal, of course, we as an institution as well as public, they are very averse to foreign loans. In the recent media also, as you might be reading Nepali media in the last 1 month, people have been debating about excess loan borrowed by government in the last 4 or 5 years, and this government also is borrowing too much. So there's the public perception towards foreign borrowing is really not positive. People don't think that we should borrow Rinam Kriyat Gritam Pivet kind of philosophy. People don't like them. People would like to see that all projects are funded by revenues. So because of that concern, our debt to GDP ratio also is manageable. We still have fiscal space to borrow more if we have right projects. So the project bank, basically I meant that all projects should be ready to go, environment clearances, resettlement provisions and all those things, and at least the detailed project report should be ready. That is the second reform I'd like to recommend to the policymakers. Third is more than the procurement legal reforms and the institutional reforms, it is the capacity building of the procurement personnel. So there are more than 4,500 different agencies. They do the procurement of all kinds, but the capacity to manage procurement, for example, even for the smallest procurement, people oftentimes make mistakes and there are problems in either the contract implementation or in getting the goods, delivery of goods. In case of complicated contracts like EPC or BOT and those kind of things, the capacity in the government system is too thin. So that those are important. And fourth, ancillary, I This is typical to Nepal. You see, if we talk about the procurement reform has to go in parallel with the reforms in the auditing and oversight institutions. We have been facing a situation I oftentimes call as risk-averse paralysis. People think that if I do make this decision or make this provision for the contractors, for example, contractors oftentimes come with a variation order or a price escalation clause, and if people are fearful, officers are fearful, if I decide this, the Commission for Investigation of Abuse of Authority will come to question me. In place of questioning, they'll rather take me to jail before and then start questioning, right? Those kind of things have a sense of fear in the decision maker, as a result of which even the properly prepared project do not go to implementation. So those are major reforms. If these reforms are done, then only we can talk about the reforms in public. In the case of the debt financing, as of today, Nepal doesn't have any serious problem of neither the foreign debt nor domestic debt. In case of foreign debt, we are mostly borrowing from a concessional window, and they are almost always very well vetted by the development partners as well as by Nepali institutions. So most of the projects which are financed by foreign loan are properly vetted. We have not been borrowing from the financial markets, nor from the expensive financial institutions, except in case of Nepal, because of the neighborly relationship. We have the line of credit access to Indian establishment, so we have used that window for a couple of projects, and also through China, a couple of projects. There are issues concerning the use of those funds and also the contracting, because as Sanjay rightly said, that oftentimes those financing are tied. Tied financing basically means you will have to procure from the same country. There are import content requirement, so you will have to basically at least have 51% content, Indian content for Indian line of credit, at least 75% Chinese content for Chinese borrowings. But those borrowings are very limited in case of Nepal, and we've been very rational in further borrowing from those windows. Once we graduate, then our window for borrowing from financial market and borrowing from other development financiers would open up. But by that time, the government institutions will also mature, and will have some kind of skills to properly verify and vet the investment proposals.
I think Nepal has very pragmatically delayed its graduation. I think something that definitely Sri Lanka did not do, and we've sort of seen the consequences of going to international financial markets too early when an economy is not able to sort of sustain that kind of borrowing. But I take your point that, for Nepal, it's, more question of sequencing and other issues, and not necessarily one of procurement. I'll turn back to Ambassador, if you would maybe take us a little bit away from infrastructure and talk about whether geoeconomic competition in South Asia is now more about rules and standards and financial governance frameworks, rather than simply a problem of infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you. I think, this is a good question, because we obviously have moved to the post-infrastructure era. There was a time till a few years ago when there were a few South Asian countries who were the biggest beneficiaries of Chinese infrastructure and were the poster childs of the BRI. Now, it's interesting that in the last couple of years, all of them have collapsed one by one, almost like a domino effect. Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, they've all faced these internal convulsions, despite the fact that there was massive infrastructure build-up in all of these countries. And they were being projected by the Chinese as success stories of infrastructure building, of mega projects in all of them. But something collapsed. And that invisible kind of reason for the collapse, which you cannot see in a bridge or on a skyscraper or a port, is precisely the issues you have mentioned, which is the frameworks, the governance, the standards, the ethics of what went behind this infrastructure build-up. So we have a situation today where all of these countries are, in a sense, reinventing themselves and undertaking internal reform to improve and to kind of strengthen institutions, both in terms of policy, procedures. Now, what has happened also is that when this whole rush of cheap capital, ready capital, without questions asked, led to this massive infrastructure build-up, many of these countries, the smaller economies, because of their own fragility and vulnerability, for them this was a good, cheap, ready option. And it became even more attractive in the absence of an alternative. So there was virtually zero alternative availability from the West, from international financial institutions, from multilateral institutions. And even when there was availability, it was coming with heavy conditionalities. And these countries were not geared to handle all of those conditionalities. So you went for the cheap option, which of course has now blown up. But there is that other alternative world where you have governance norms, standards, rules, but they are not as robust as they used to be. In the last few years, this gap has been recognized and many initiatives have been taken by, let's say, the Western-led economic systems such as the Blue Dot Network, the Build Back Better World, the GBII and so on, to fill this gap. So we have actually got two alternative models of financial governance which are competing for space in these economies. I don't know which way this is going to go, but these economies seem to be conflicted on how to handle. But yes, if you have embedded yourself in a certain structure and set of rules and standards, I mean, we will discuss it in the next panel, particularly in the area of digital and cyber and telecom, then those are irreversible decisions. Then you just simply lock yourself in, and the dependency is infinite. So there is an issue where we have moved beyond the first flush of the infrastructure excitement, and we've got the projects we wanted, we've got the iconic projects and the feel-good, but they have come at a huge cost to the fabric of all of these economies. And now, whether we can reinvent and reduce corruption levels, improve transparency, get into more genuine project bidding, genuine cost-benefit analysis. For example, the Chokfu port in Myanmar, the initial estimation given to the Myanmaris was about $7 to $8 billion. But when they actually did the audit, they found that the cost should have been much, much less, maybe 2-3 billion. So this ability to also then, of the smaller nations, to do this audit prior to awarding a contract is also can contribute to prevention of such crises.
Thank you. I think maybe on the topic of small states, I'll turn again to Professor Taneja, because I think your research has highlighted that smaller South Asian states possess their own distinct agency. And while we tend to talk about geoeconomics in terms of the negative, and always in terms of the countries that are dominating the narrative and dominating the sort of the frameworks, could you shed some light on how best small states can utilize the agency and negotiate those favorable, sustainable terms for ourselves?
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I mean, there's a general perception that when there is competition between major powers, that the small states just become the meat in the sandwich, right? That they get trampled upon, which is not really, always the case. There are small states who have been very successful at, exercising their agency and choosing carefully. So we looked at the China-India competition in the Indian Ocean. We looked at some of the Indian Ocean states, and we found that, in fact, they are not necessarily meat in the sandwich. They do have an agency. They can exercise agency, but there are a number of things that would determine their capacity to exercise that agency. And one of them, of course, is the political cohesiveness. The political, obviously we are talking about mostly these countries that are democratic, so they have elections, so there's a certain degree of political competition is a given. So we expect that even small states that have democratic systems will have a degree of competition. But at the same time, the states that have a more cohesive, a general consensus on bigger things, they are in a better position to exercise their agency. In negotiating deals, in preventing the bigger powers playing one side against the other, they are in a better position if there is general consensus on bigger issues. So that's, the political cohesiveness does play an important part. Now, we do know that some small states become dysfunctional. The politics becomes dysfunctional, and when that happens, it opens the way for external major powers to play one side against the other and try and extract the best deals they can for themselves. So that's one thing. The second thing we discovered is that states that have certain niche areas which have become particularly good at certain things are usually in a better position. Because obviously we don't expect small states to be good at everything. They can't spread themselves too thin trying to do everything and do it well and invest a great deal of resources. There have been examples where states have tried to do that and they have ended up wasting a lot of precious resources. But if they identify niche areas where they develop certain capabilities, it could be technologies, for example. If you develop a certain technology as a small state and you become really good at that, you lock yourself in as a partner for the major powers also, because they would want to work with you if you have that niche technology. But again, that also requires, the first and the second item are interrelated, because that also requires a degree of political cohesiveness to be able to do that. The third thing we discovered is norm entrepreneurship. Small states, they may be weak in terms of their resource capacity or their financial capacity, but states that are good at raising certain issues, and this particularly relates to sustainability, right? States which are good at, at least raising the voice in global fora on issues that affect them. And climate change obviously is one of those issues where small states can play a very important part. And we looked at, for example, 2009. In 2009, President Nasheed of Maldives, he pulled a stunt. He pulled a stunt where he had a cabinet meeting underwater, under 4 meters of water, wearing scuba gear. Now, clearly it was a political stunt, but it raised awareness. It highlighted, because that story went around the world. People everywhere saw that story. And it brought attention to the effect of climate change as it affects states like the Maldives. And many of the states in the Indian Ocean obviously are vulnerable to climate change. So that sometimes can also work in your favor if you are able to raise awareness and set norms. Another factor is diplomatic capacity. Even if you're small, but you have diplomatic capacity to play a bigger role in international fora, in international organization. If you have capacity and talent to project a louder voice than your size generally implies, then that also puts you in a better position to exercise your agency. So really there's a number of things which matter.
Your last point, I think, hits a bit close to home because although, like India, we have sort of inherited and developed from that colonial civil service, unfortunately, unlike India, Sri Lanka has not maintained its standards in our civil service and our foreign service, and that has definitely kind of shown in our inability sometimes to engage more effectively on the diplomatic stage. I really liked your point on small states trying not to do everything and finding a niche and really carving out space for themselves, and the idea of norm entrepreneurship. Definitely the Maldivian example is an excellent one. I'd like again to turn to my colleague Tal and maybe talk a little bit about the political barriers that prevented early debt restructuring in Sri Lanka. And I think this is an important conversation to have because debt crises have just started. And Sri Lanka has been studied and studied and studied on this because a lot of countries are afraid of falling into the same trap. And I think definitely one of the defining factors in Sri Lanka was our delay in accepting that there was something that needed to change. So what would you sort of name as the main barriers that prevented early debt restructuring in Sri Lanka, and how we kind of ignored the social costs that came with that? Could you shed some light, and maybe we can draw some lessons for other countries that could face similar debt crises in the future?
Thanks, Yolan. So before I come to your question, I think to give the context, just a brief thing, I'll take a couple of minutes to see how Sri Lanka came into this situation. Of course, we know bad policies, things that happened from 2019 to 2022 was the accelerator. But the deep problems were, of course, low taxation. Our economy was not geared towards exports, depended more on debt. But things started changing, especially in 1997, and this is a key lesson that other South Asian countries can learn. In 97, we transitioned from a low-income country to a middle-income country. And that came with consequences. It's of course good, but that had a impact because one thing, we lost concessional financing from the World Bank, ADB, and others. And the other thing was, of course, we were not, of course, first in line for loans from countries like Japan, who gave on 40-year terms with almost 1% interest. So this meant, where do we find the gap? And then after the 2000s, in 2007, to bridge the gap, of course, you have to roll over that debt. We went to issue a bond, International Sovereign. And then we also saw, instead of Japan, we started borrowing more from China at much higher rates. So this was the transition. So always when the country transitions, that also comes in, because most of the time, it's just debt being rolled over. But coming on to the question of what were some of the barriers and why it prevented, if you look at Sri Lanka, things wouldn't have been that ugly if we had defaulted much earlier. Because in 2019, when the new government came, they gave huge tax cuts, and that resulted in us being downgraded by the international credit rating agencies. So Sri Lanka was shut out of the international capital markets. So how do we bridge that? So at that time, if we had defaulted, when they took over, we had reserves of over $7 billion. But even in early 2020, our debt was considered to be unsustainable. So if we had defaulted, we would have had $6 billion in reserves to slowly go through while we restructured. And we wouldn't have seen all the things that you would have seen on TV, like 12-hour power cuts, no fuel for 3 weeks. So there is a lesson always to, if you're defaulting and if your debt is unsustainable, default while you have the buffers. Sri Lanka went right to the bottom At the time we defaulted, we only had $20 million. Some would have properties worth more than that. So, so it was left to the last stage, and one of the reasons was also they kept saying it's a liquidity problem and not debt sustainability. Something is going to come, from China, tourism is going to go up, this, that, also, nothing came. And then we had to default. And it has also to be reminded that, of course, Sri Lankans, we are grateful to India for the 4 billion provided. And a fact to be noted is India did not provide it after Sri Lanka defaulted or after there were financial assurances. That 4 billion came in stages even in early 2022, when it was very clear that Sri Lanka was going towards a default. There was no certainty. No country was stepping in. The IMF was not there. So we have to give praise to the Indians who came to, at the end, it didn't save from the default, but of course, without India's support, Sri Lanka would have been in a much, much worse. It would have been much worse. But coming back to your question, what are the barriers, political barriers? One is, of course, the stigma. Of course, no leader wants to be the one under whose watch the country defaulted. So I think that played a key role. And the second thing is, of course, domestic interest. There's always pushing, because not just external, but if you look at, for example, the banks, pension funds. So these are all heavily invested there. Of course, Sri Lanka had to restructure the pension funds. Of course, not only maturity extensions and others, but not on the principle. But of course, there were hits taken. And of course, the banks are quite powerful lobbies in going against it. And the other thing is, from a political perspective, here sometimes democracy also doesn't help, because when you have 5-year terms, it's always easier to kick the can down the road rather than fix it and become unpopular. A very key lesson is President Ranil Wickremesinghe in 2022. Of course, he came, took over a bankrupt country. There were protests everywhere. He could have been killed like Gaddafi, but he took over. He did all the right things that World Bank, IMF, everybody had been saying. But in 2 years later, he only got 17% of the votes. 83% of Sri Lankans did not vote for him. Because tough reforms don't make you popular. They don't make you win elections. Like Dr. Manmohan Singh said, history would be kinder to me than the media, which is very right. I would say the same thing for Ranil Wickremesinghe. History would definitely be kinder to him, though I'm not in support of any political parties. And the last thing is also fear of bilateral creditors, credit rating agencies. Of course, you have to think twice before defaulting on very powerful countries who have lent to us. Your credit ratings could be out. Yes. So those were generally things. But overall, summarizing, I think it's always a country, if you find your debt is unsustainable, it's better to default or start the restructuring negotiations while you have your reserves. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think we are sort of veering into sort of the idea that, the idea of small states and their political dysfunction and how that plays into larger geoeconomic trajectories. And it's not only a case of, sort of large powers and their interests, but also sometimes, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, the politics of the country. Definitely, Sri Lanka was, can definitely be accused of prioritizing saving face over, saving their population. And I think maybe with that, I will turn to Mr. Mehdi again and talk about, so one of the things that, sort of small states always, and this is definitely, I think, popular domestic discourse that, safeguards against issues in environment and, sort of social impacts, they're nice to have, but that's not, the key thing that we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on making sure that investment is flowing in and, everything else is just nice to have, but, that's not the priority if you want, economic development. And there's a great sense of urgency around that. And I think, definitely, in democracies, when you have, short electoral cycles, that is even more pronounced. So how do you see developing countries kind of balancing that urgency for infrastructure development, but then also sort of you seeing the need for stronger safeguards, especially on the environmental and social impacts? And does that hurt or does that help investment flow into countries?
Thank you very much. There are two sides of the whole thing. Actually, on the one side, it seems that Western countries, OECD countries especially, who used to be the largest financier for Bangladesh, like our countries, but since this 1995 or later one, it seems that they left us for China. So that they forced us to go to China. They forced us to go to Malaysia or some South Korea or some countries. That's the first, one side. You need, at least minimum infrastructure for the people's mobility and economic development. And if you leave somebody that we are not going to give you any money, then they will go somewhere else. And where the money has, from where they can get money. That's one thing. Second thing is, due to the high standard of due diligence and the lengthy process, countries like Bangladesh cannot get quick money from ADB, World Bank, or even IMF or anywhere. Why the students failed? Two causes could be there. One is the question paper was very tough, and one is students are very bad. So here, two things happen together. Then when China comes with a finance within 3 months of your application, and ADB take 2 years, or World Bank cancel the project after 4 years of approval, then what will you do? It's a very bad, tough situation for a country like, rent-seeking country like Bangladesh. And again, think about that. We had an agreement with India about Rampal coal power plant. We had an agreement with China for Faira coal power plant. We had an agreement with Japan for Matarbari coal power plant at the same time, around 2013, 14, 15 in that period. Rampal coal power plant took around 10 years to construct. Faira coal power plant, which is Chinese, took 4 years to construct. Japanese financed coal power plant took around 7 years to finish. So here you can see the due diligence things, that how China doesn't care about whatever the environmental obligations, etc., etc. They have interest to get the money back as quickly as they can, with interest. So that's the thing. And now what can we do in that thing? One is, we have to see the small infrastructures which can be developed without hampering the environment and, at that much, the environment and the human rights. One thing, that can be financed by Bangladesh itself, or they can take small finances from IFIs, MDBs, and bilateral partners. Sometimes you don't need that much long, 9-kilometer long bridges. You can make 3 bridges for that, to cross the road. One thing. Second thing is, we destroyed our institutions intentionally in Bangladesh. When Department of Environment says that you need to go through the environmental due diligence, and your Prime Minister says that if they do not give you permission within 3 months, you go forward, I will see, whatever. That is distracting the institutions. And almost all of the institutions are failed. So that's the second thing. Third thing is, our policies are made by the almost developed countries like Japan, USA, UK. Our climate policies are always made by UK. All the power policies and the transport policies made by Japanese companies. It is not made by our expert. It is not made by Dhaka University or Bangladesh University of Engineering Technology. They are made by JICA. So that dependence we have to, get rid of. Then we can make that it is Bangladeshi development, it's for Bangladesh and by Bangladeshi people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that spirited contribution to this panel. I want to take some time now to answer questions from the audience because we are going into sort of the last 20-25 minutes of the panel. And there are a couple of questions that have come to Ambassador Saran. Maybe I will start there. Given that Chinese state-backed mega projects provide much-needed capital, but can also raise concerns about debt sustainability, transparency, and strategic dependence, how can Nepal strengthen its public finance and infrastructure governance to safeguard national interests? And the second question I will also just pose now, and more importantly, how can Nepal balance these safeguards while continuing to engage constructively with China without becoming entangled in broader geopolitical competition?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very important question. It's kind of not just specific to Nepal, but it even applies to a bigger economy like India. The question is when the playing field is not level and you know that you're dealing with a much more powerful actor, how do you as a relatively weaker actor protect your interests? I think here there are 2-3 things maybe Nepal can consider doing. Number one is, invest in capacity, in governance capacity. I mean, just train your bureaucrats, your policy makers, your institutions have to get stronger so that when you're sitting on the table on the other side, at least you can understand what's going on, what the game is. And this requires not so much money, but a little bit of money, but it requires a lot of focused training and capacity building. There you can choose whichever partners you trust. It could be India, it could be anyone else. But to have a body of policymakers, especially if you are a net receiver of capital and that you're going to spend most of your life negotiating inflow of capitals, you have to have some basic training in how you are negotiating with and the issues you're negotiating with. That's the first. Second is, while you're doing this, and if it takes time, find others who can do this due diligence for you. I mean, it could be either another country or another international organization who can come in and audit and cross-check the offer you have got. Because for you to expect, for Nepal to expect that it can change the behavior of a Chinese SOE is not going to happen. I mean, even the Americans have not been able to change the behavior of Chinese SOEs. So Nepal trying to do it is out of the question. On the second, I mean, how do you insulate from the broader? Again, very difficult. I mean, this is, par for the course. You get in billions into your already very small economy, but you're assuming that that infusion is not going to impact your political economy, is not going to happen. And which is why, we had, I mean, you had talked to me about regulatory sovereignty. What does sovereignty mean when it comes to the political economy of any country? Whether it's India, whether it's Nepal, whether it's anyone else. I mean, it's difficult to separate. What I'm saying is, and you cannot draw a clear dividing line between saying, I want this project, I want X billions of dollars, cheap money, infra, but I don't want you to have any role or interfere in my internal governance or politics. That is unlikely to happen. And the Chinese example just proves this case. In fact, this is a problem which, I mean, we have faced in the past, I mean, in our colonial history where nothing comes for free. So what we can do, and if Nepal can therefore find countervailing forces or partners, because if you're, the first step of this whole thing is to understand that this is a risk. If you don't even acknowledge this is a risk, then there is no solution. But if you acknowledge that this is a risk, then you can begin to find solutions, and there are solutions in the world. So we will have to find and look for out-of-the-box solutions. And I have mentioned Chokfu, but there are other cases where the figure given, the first stage of negotiation is hugely inflated, probably with the connivance of the people who are actually getting the money in the recipient country, because there is, it's a kind of a multi-layered transaction. But if you have good intent, transparency, you can find ways to protect yourself as best as you can.
Thank you very much. Now we will turn to Honorable Kanal. Again, there are two questions for you. One is, during your leadership, you actively stepped in during the mid-year review to slash unspent capital budget targets, reducing it significantly from the initial multi-trillion estimates. What leading indicators do you analyze in your tenure that signal a ministry will inevitably resort to an end-of-year rush? And how can we manage ministries that hold on to funds they clearly lack the capacity to spend? And then a second question, what is your take on Nepal's deferral of LDC graduation? Is this also a risk aversion paralysis or necessary in the current time?
Well, on the first question, typical answer would be like what I said in the beginning itself, that most of the projects which were introduced into the budget were not prepared at all. There were cases where we were not able to identify where the project was to be implemented. So it was introduced into the budget due to political pressure. The coalition government had the difficulty of managing all the political leaders, and that was done by allocating money for their constituency or their voter bank. And project would not have been implemented, but the money would have been spent. So we are able to identify which projects were actually not ready to go, not even prepared, no studies at all. So that was about 1/4 of the total capital spending budget, 119 billion, as the question, who made the question has stated. So, but the second question is that on the same thing, the end of year rush for spending. Throughout 9 months, many implementing agencies don't spend, and on the last 3 months, the spending there's a bulge of spending around 60–70% is spent in the fourth quarter. So that is the reason for misuse as well, and improper implementation of projects. So the project quality is not good. On that count, I could not do much because my tenure was only about 6 months. There were a lot of reforms in the past, but those reforms didn't work. There are other reforms that can work, which will take more time to respond to, so I'll not deal on that. The second part of the question, important question, why did Nepal choose to defer third time? Nepal qualified first time when we had not met the income criterion. We had met the 2 other criteria. Second time we met again the 2 criterion, and the first criterion, income criterion, was met. Third time, this time around, we had in fact met all 3 criterion. Although people oftentimes, even policymakers, think that our risk, the risk of natural calamities and all those things, that is too high. So Nepal may have the risk of reversal of LDC graduation, like Maldives faced once, or a couple of African countries. And because of that reason, policymakers also were ambivalent. But there was a strong force within the policymaking circle as well that we should be bold enough to carry on with the transition strategy and move along the path and take Nepal forward. That was the sentiment among majority of the policymakers as well. But when the government changed, we were also possibly influenced by what Bangladesh did. The first cabinet of Bangladesh, new government, post-Gen Z government, the first important decision they made was to defer the graduation. And some policymakers in our government as well thought that if Bangladesh would like to take the slice of the cake from the international market, we might possibly be lagging behind because they'll get all the benefits for their exports, and we although we do not directly compete with Bangladesh international market, their major niche product is garment. We have different agriculture primary products, which we basically export to third countries, and carpet where there is no competition with Bangladesh. And there was a strong demand from the private sector of Nepal that LDC graduation be postponed on the hope that there will be a fourth chance or fifth chance. But personally, I think that this isn't the right decision. In the first place, Nepal's request may not be accepted by UNCDP because we have requested several times in the past, 3 times in the past. And this time we made the request after the CDP met in February. Bangladesh, in fact, requested before the CDP meeting. So therefore, their request might be considered. But our request, I don't think CDP might be willing to consider. But this decision was not really good.
Thank you. Professor Taneja, there's a question for you. I think your comments on small states has definitely resonated here. You noted that small states can gain influence by developing niche capabilities. Looking at Nepal specifically, what niche strengths could realistically be leveraged to increase its geoeconomic relevance?
I'm not the best person, I think, to answer that question, because this is my first visit to Nepal. and I'm not really sure what Nepal's particular strengths are in different areas. So I think I should refrain from advising what Nepal should do, except to say in principle that instead of trying to do everything, it makes sense to develop capabilities in certain areas, niche areas, whether it's technology or anything else, because once you have strength in a certain area, and you could actually, you have the potential to become one of the world's leaders in that particular area, then it locks you in with the major players, and you become an indispensable partner for them, and it enhances your strategic leverage with them. But as to what Nepal in particular could do, it's difficult for me to say.
Fair enough. If any of the other panelists would like to jump in and answer that, I'll give that opportunity while I go to the next question. Ms. Mehdi, so do current financing frameworks from major bilateral and multilateral partners sufficiently account for long-term maintenance and operational costs, or is the focus still simply overly concentrated on project construction?
Mostly project construction, because sometimes what happens actually, it comes with the projects which I told you earlier that whether it supports the economy or not, that's not the headache here. It's the headache of getting vote and making more beautiful products to show that it's beautiful. Like one of the projects I want to say that Rupsha 800 megawatt LNG power plant. It based on an assumption that India is going to supply us LNG from Calcutta to Khulna. It is 125 kilometers. In 2017, there was an MU. And on the basis of that MU, we built a 800 megawatt LNG power plant with $1.2 billion. And then there was no agreement with India to supply the LNG by pipeline. So, but we took the loan from ADB to build the power plant, and we built the power plant by 2024. It is 2026, last 3 years, it is an standard asset. So, project based on the assumption and then to show the Khulna people that you have a big power plant here doesn't work in the economy. That is not the economy. You have to have certain agreement that this is going to happen and that infrastructure is going to build on this supply of energy or any inputs. So that's the first thing. ADB gave us that $1.1 billion in $1.2 billion. Second thing is, like many of the infrastructures, when the ADB offered in 2011, ADB offered a Bangladesh-India grid line. We raised that to the ADB that we better support Indian offer, Indian project, that a South Asian grid together, not a single grid line to import electricity. Better, if we are interested to inject or if we are interested to integrate renewable energy in the grid, so we need bigger grid. Whatever, we cannot go for global grid now. We can at least start a South Asian connection. So that we can do. But it was totally based on a single line. What happened later? We have overcapacity of 65% now in the country, and we have now one power plant in India and Jharkhand, 1600 megawatt, one power plant there. 65% overcapacity, that means that we have to pay around $3 billion per year as capacity charges of the power plants. So these are the things. They are interested in infrastructures, not the consequence of the infrastructures, what is going to happen in the next. So that's the problem here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the ambassador wants to jump in on that earlier question.
Yeah, on the earlier thing about small states, it's come up repeatedly, and the niche areas of for geoeconomics. I just wanted to, because there's so many delegates from Nepal in this audience, I just wanted to say that if you're a small state, it by no means suggests that you do not have leverage or you do not have the opportunity to excel. If you look at, for example, small states who have roaring success stories like Singapore or Taiwan, then from a Nepalese point of view, there is no reason why you cannot also have similar strong institutions, skills, competency in governance. There is absolutely no reason. And on the niche areas of, for Nepal particularly, they are staring us in the face. It's a question of whether you can harness those opportunities, and those have been, they are not, they're so evident. The real story is, why has the Nepalese political class not been able to harness them? Hydropower, tourism, Buddhism, there is a whole list of these niche areas where Nepal can actually focus just on these 3, 4, 5 areas, or even because of its climate and weather, electronics and sophisticated manufacturing in this day of electronics and so on. So I would only like to put this across that, there is enough going for Nepal to double or triple its per capita income based on its resources. Everyone knows what the hydro potential of Nepal is. Everyone knows what's the tourism potential of Nepal. So I see that this idea that if you're small, you're weak, is not borne out by examples across the world.
A small comment, a caveat sort of thing. I don't think Nepal can be compared with Singapore or Taiwan. Our realities are quite different. Landlockedness. And that creates, and the intent of the question that somebody made was possibly the niche that Nepal could find out given the current reality. The small state reality is true, but the landlockedness reality is quite different. And Nepal has seriously faced difficulties during certain times when the country itself was in difficult period because of the landlockedness. So I wouldn't explain much, but your response has to be slightly elaborated to explain that component.
Thank you for that. So we are going to quickly wrap up, but we're going to finish off with a question that is also close to my heart, that is directed at Mr. Taha Rafi. How is Sri Lanka rising up from its heavy impact of the previous economic downfall? And how many years will it take to compete with other South Asian states in terms of economic development?
Right. Okay. Thanks. So Sri Lanka, I mean, after 2022, we've done some of the reforms. For example, the central bank independence, fiscal laws. So they are, the new government is especially very focused on that fiscal tightness, meaning they're very careful on tax incomes, all this. But how will it develop? One thing we are lagging behind, and the reason we went into a crisis also is the structural reforms are happening, but very, very low pace. There are a number of things. For example, state-owned enterprise reforms, those are needed. They have very large loss-making. For example, Sri Lankan Airlines has huge debt. Of course, you can pay almost 2 years of personal income tax collections just to pay off the debt of one airline, and that no government has been able to solve. So that is one thing. Land reforms, labor reforms, we have a huge issue on that. Currently, I mean, one of my projects is for the EU, European Union, where I'm doing an investment climate report. So there, one of the key things is, of course, policy uncertainty, lack of coordination among government institutions. These are there, but land, labor, retrenchment costs are very high. Trade, that is another key front where Sri Lanka lags. If you look at trade facilitation and all, we, in many cases, rank even below sub-Saharan African countries. So here again, Sri Lanka has the potential. For example, like Singapore utilizes the ports, Dubai, for us to be a key thing, but there are laws that prevent it. For example, to invest in the shipping and logistics, we have a cap of 40%. So some of the largest global shipping firms are not going to be junior partners to local Sri Lankan firms. So, and also an averseness to investments. Like, of course, we had Adani coming in and they had disputes, they had to pull out. But generally, I think a lot depends on the structural things. But to be very, very frank, I think the government is doing, on the other front, the laws on the fiscal side, everything is fine. But if we don't do the structural reforms, we could very well repeat ourselves. Because one of the stats is any country that defaults in the next 10 years, half of them default again. So especially the West Asian crisis is putting us into a crisis because every month we are burning around $500 million and we won't be able to, because in 2028 our debt repayments start, an additional $1 billion. So a lot depends on that. So I think to answer the question, when will Sri Lanka be developed? That depends on the governments, the policies. But I'm quite skeptical if we do the right things, of course, it would be sooner.
So Sri Lanka has a long and narrow road ahead of us, I think. And I don't want to be the moderator, kind of stand in between y'all and lunch, but I will just give a quick summary of what we heard. I think for a panel on geoeconomics, we were very inward looking, and I think that's a very necessary step when talking about geoeconomics. We've talked about governance as an internal issue. We've talked about political economic issues that prevent certain reforms in procurement and even sort of issues of sequencing of projects. And we've, of course, talked a lot about small states and their role in geoeconomics and how we can carve out niches, how we can be leaders in setting certain norms, how we can sort of, not be just the meat in the sandwich. And I think, we've talked a lot about public sector capacity and institution building. And of course, a cautionary tale on that, definitely from Sri Lanka. It is not enough to build those institutions. There have to be people in those institutions with the capacity to do the work of holding up internal governance in the face of geoeconomic tussles. So on that note, we will break for lunch. Thank you so much to our esteemed panel for their wonderful contributions, and thank you to you for your participation and questions.
Please proceed towards the Lotse Hall, which is right opposite the hotel lobby. Our volunteers will be guiding you towards the hall. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. The event
Dr. Samad.
Okay. Not really.
data governance, tech dependency, and information disorder. Ladies and gentlemen, the next frontier of geopolitical competition is digital. Questions surrounding data sovereignty, technological dependency, cybersecurity, and information disorder increasingly shape national security and governance. This next panel will examine how South Asian countries can strengthen digital resilience while balancing innovation with security. Our distinguished speakers are Ambassador Pankaj Saran, former Deputy National Security Advisor of India; Dr. Mei Chuanwei, Associate Professor at National Chengchi University in Taiwan and an expert on Asian democratization, development studies, and the societal implications of artificial intelligence; Advocate Baburam Aryal, co-founder and CEO of the Internet Governance Institute and one of Nepal's foremost experts in cyber law and internet governance. Joining him is Dr. Sumon Thajin Ang, fellow at Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, Yusof Ishaq Institute, and adjunct assistant professor at the National University of Singapore, specializing in governance and state-society relations in Southeast Asia. Moderating this panel is Dr. Rajiv Subba. Dr. Rajiv Subba is an ICT professional, academic, and former Deputy Inspector General of Nepal Police. He currently serves as President of NPCERT and Director of Kathmandu FinTech. Holding a PhD in Communication and Information Sciences from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, he brings more than 30 years of experience spanning cybersecurity, digital governance, crisis informatics, information security, and national security in Nepal and abroad. Please join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause. Also, just a short note to the listeners, the QR code is available at your tables if you have any questions. Thank you.
I'd like to first check with Dr. Ong. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. But audience need to see her on that screen, either of the screen. Okay, thank you. There you go. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. One more time. Good afternoon. Namaste. Thank you very much. I think the tulip food is taking its toll on you, but nonetheless, this is very exciting session. For me, this is one of the best sessions in the whole Bodhi Sambad, because I think the technology has become the central part of the conversation these days. So I'm happy to be here. I'm not the national security guy, but I'm a tech guy, but naturally interested in the cyber security and the national security. Once again, welcome. My name is Rajiv Subba, and I'll be moderating this session with the distinguished guests we have here. And Ms. Dr. Ong is in Singapore based. She is basically from Myanmar. So let me a little bit talk about what this session is all about. That's a very interesting part because technology is no longer a purview of the techie guys. It has crossed the boundaries. In this context, once again, welcome. This morning, we explored how China's growing influence is reshaping regional and global dynamics and how South Asian countries are navigating shifting power balances, evolving governance models, and emerging strategic realities. We also examined the infrastructure investments, development finance, and so on and so forth. But this afternoon, we turn to another critical dimension of this transformation, the digital frontier. As Thomas Friedman, which you must have heard of him, observed, we are living in the era of globalization 3.0, where technology has become a primary driver of economic growth, innovation, and global interconnectedness. Digital technologies are transforming governments, businesses, societies at an unprecedented pace, creating new opportunities while also introducing new vulnerabilities. In his address to the United Nations General Assembly in 2020, UN Secretary General Guterres warned of the dark side of the innovation. Cybercrime, disinformation, misuse of cyberspace by malicious actor, could be a state actor, non-state actors, and the disruptive effects of automation. Today, those concerns have become even more pressing. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, state-sponsored surveillance tools, ransomware campaigns, AI-enabled influence operations through clouds, the bots, and sophisticated cyber weapons such as Stuxnet, the black swan in the digital term, as that technological innovation can create both opportunities and risks. Cybersecurity is therefore no longer merely a technical issue. It has become a matter of economic security, national security, and democratic resilience. For smaller and developing states, the challenge is particularly acute. While they have long navigated the influence of larger powers in the physical world, they now face similar dynamics in cyberspace. Dependence of foreign digital infrastructure, cloud services, artificial intelligence platforms, and cybersecurity technologies can create new forms of strategic vulnerability. The challenge is not only to harness the benefits of the digital transformation, but also to safeguard the digital sovereignty, strengthen national capabilities, and build cyber resilience. Against this backdrop, today's panel will explore three interconnected challenges. So we are not dwelling beyond that, but nonetheless, I'll ensure that we will dwell around these three major issues. The first one is the digital infrastructure and strategic dependency. Who builds the digital infrastructure that underpins our economies, especially the small states? Who controls it? Who controls our data? Who controls our sovereignty? We or them? And what are the implications when critical systems depend on technologies beyond the national control? The second one is the data governance and legal capacity. As data increasingly becomes a strategic issue, data is the new oil. We all know that. Everybody's running after data. How can countries protect the privacy and rights of their citizens, ensure accountability, and develop effective legal frameworks in an interconnected digital environment? The third one, the most important one, based on the algorithms, which we are seeing in different elections and different countries. The information disorder and influence operations. How are social media manipulation, disinformation campaign, and algorithmic amplification shaping public opinion, democratic processes, and national security? Narratives are being created in social media to defame a political party or the state or a smaller state who doesn't have much to say in the digital sphere. And what practical measures can governments and society adopt to strengthen resilience against these threats, especially for the countries who have low resources? To help us navigate these important questions, I am honored to be joined by our four distinguished experts: Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Dr. Mei Chuan Wei, Advocate Baburam Aryal, and Dr. Su Mon Thajing Ong. I'd like everyone to welcome these our guests, panelists, one more time. Thank you. With that, it is my pleasure to welcome our panelists in today's discussion. I look forward to the stimulating and insightful conversation. So I do not have any specific question at the beginning. I'll come to the question round. Now to begin with, to all of you, within 2 to 3 minutes, what I would like to hear from you to the audience is that what is the thing you most want this room to understand about the digital frontier and China's role in it, from your particular vantage point? The floor is yours. Would start with Ambassador Saran. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introduction and for the stage setting. I mean, in the morning we discussed a different world. Today in this panel we're discussing a different world. And I think there is enough literature available from authentic sources about what China is doing in terms of the digital space, in terms of cyber capability, in terms of control over IPs, in terms of exercising their muscle on digital networks. Let us take even the case of Nepal, starting with the laying of the optical fiber cable. Today you have a situation where Huawei controls actually 100% the Nepal telecom network, 2G, 3G, 4G. So Chinese activities have been detected, certainly in India, but across the world in terms of trying to influence. And China has both the advantage of data and also of compute power, both. And they are now increasingly threatening US domination over AI. So when you mix their AI capability over automation and over the earlier cyber capabilities, plus their space capabilities, it's a formidable power. So that gives them control over all the things you have mentioned. And I would just underline all of them. That is influence operations, algorithmic control, and hardware, as well as software. So we have, in our own country, kind of pushed back. We are taking remedial measures to protect ourselves. But clearly, if this is not controlled, and the problem is that there is no enforceable international governance framework to monitor Chinese behavior and Chinese companies. So this is a very serious issue. We have to recognize the urgency and also the danger. And I would say, sitting in Kathmandu, who knows better the power of social media? Basically changed a government because of social media apps in September last year. So no one knows this better than Nepal. And in fact, it made global headlines. So Chinese behavior becomes more problematic because of lack of transparency, complete opaqueness, and the fusion between the state, the PLA, and the private enterprises. So it's very difficult to distinguish between these. So I would say, yes, agree with all the points you have mentioned and the urgency of it.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to Babram. Babramji.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Two very interesting question you raise. It's very tough to respond on that. One is, who governs our sovereignty? It's very serious. Just recently, I was dealing with one digital equipment procurement after the Iran-America escalation of war. All of a sudden, digital goods price increased 250%, and that company was not able to supply. And that was beyond his capacity. It was almost like force majeure. But that kind of situation doesn't comes under the force majeure. That means now the context of the technology has shifted the sovereignty. And when looking into the context, the price of the chips has become very controlled by few companies. Especially NVIDIA is now new colonial super boss, controlling the sovereignty of digital economy around the world. And touching upon the second issue you raised, how to protect people, how to protect our data, our privacy. Again, this is a misnomer issue. Once you enter into the internet, your privacy is gone, we used to say as a practitioner. But if we touch geopolitical decoding, China has a very significant close data protection regime. But in South Asia, we are recently entering into data protection regime, but still lagging behind proper practice of data protection, and we are not protecting our citizens. For example, maybe our ambassador is very familiar with that. In India, once government of India asked Twitter to hand over certain data to government of India, and the response, initial response of the Twitter was, no, we have a privacy policy. We cannot hand over these data to the government with government order only. We require certain legislative process and judicial process as well. But when government of India was repeating on the same thing, then Twitter said that, see, it's your people's data. The owner of the Twitter lives in USA and says that if you are not concerned about your people's data, then take yourself and then use whatever you want. So now it has become very commercial issue about the data protection and privacy of individual, and countries are very confused how they deal with this, especially with the GDPR and then global regimes. It's very complex now.
Okay, Balaramji, we can discuss in the questions if you have more specific answers.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you. Dr. Wei?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is my great honor and pleasure to have this opportunity to share the experience and perspective of Taiwan. And by no means I'm here representing the view of all Taiwanese people as well as Taiwan government. But I think the presence of a Taiwanese representative at this important dialogue means a lot. And although the questions the moderator provided, are slightly different from what we discussed earlier, but I think they are highly related to each other. So what I'm going to kind of discuss in this round is through the cognitive warfare and the misinformation campaign conducted by Beijing to kind of influence Taiwan's important election. And specifically, I would like to share the experience of Taiwan as to what narratives were pushed most aggressively during the most recent Taiwan elections by foreign powers, and what may our friends in South Asia can learn from Taiwan's experience. I think when we talk about external influence on Taiwan, of course, as far as the security is concerned, China is the primary influencer, but also the United States as a partnership. So the external influence over the election in Taiwan most recently, as most of us have known, comes mainly from China. And in terms of the narratives that were pushed most aggressively during the most recent elections in Taiwan, that would be the 2024 presidential election as well as the election of Legislative Yuan, and that is the Parliament of Taiwan.
Right, Dr. Wei, we can go to the question. The question we already have. So I'd like to welcome Minglawa, Dr. Ang. How are you? Can you hear us? Hello? Dr. Ang, are you there? It's frozen now. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, so as you are hearing us, just briefly talk about yourself and small brief thought, then we'll go to the question answer session. The question session.
Okay, sorry, there's a problem with the internet connection just now. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm really honored to be in this panel, but I couldn't make it in person. And so let me approach this digital sovereignty issue from the conflict-affected country perspective in brief. Myanmar is a country with a civil war and fragile institution. So in those states, we need to recognize that there are multiple competing authorities rather than single governing actor, unified governing actors. So in Myanmar, both the military and the resistance forces increasingly rely on the foreign technologies. For instance, Myanmar state authority increasingly rely on the Chinese technology and infrastructure, and partly Russia technologies. And then the resistance movement and ethnic armed organization, they rely more on the Elon Musk's Starlink satellite technology, let's say. So making this cyberspace as contested as a territorial control. On one hand, military regime has tried to consolidate this digital authority through internet shutdown, platform restriction, surveillance system, and various legal measures. On the other hand, the resistance movement also tried to, adapt the system, try to use, reclaim the cyberspace using the alternative technology. But the problem is that both technology we are pretty much depending on the foreign technology. Like our earlier panelists say, it's a risk of giving our sensitive population data, this subject to technical, commercial, and political influence of foreign actors. So I'll leave it at that for now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Now we'll go to Ambassador Saran. As you know, Thomas Friedman talked about in his book, we are at the stage of globalization 3.0. And MNCs has their say from 1800 onwards. And in the 21st century, it is about the data, networks, platforms, digital payment system, technical standards. Do you think the digital infrastructure had already become a frontier of geopolitical competition in South Asia? If so, how can countries respond strategically?
Yeah. Well, I would say it's become a frontier for geopolitical contestation, full stop. I'm not sure whether in South Asia is a theater for this. Of course, what we have is a situation where many of the smaller South Asian countries have got sucked into the Chinese umbrella, both in terms of the hardware and also obviously in terms of software. Whereas India has kept them out. So even within our own region, you have a duality of reality, so to say. Now, India clearly is not a player in the sense that China is when it comes to the digital space. We have our strengths, but in many areas, China is by far the dominant. So the geopolitical contestation, if we may call it that, is basically, if at all, between, let us say, the US-led big tech companies and the Chinese companies. But it seems to me that so far, through early mover advantage and everything else we discussed in the morning, the Chinese seem to have established a very strong stranglehold over the smaller South Asian countries. And now they're just going from strength to strength. So we have a situation where they are leveraging this, but also where some of the big tech also is controlling. So we have, from a consumer point of view, you are caught between control of the big tech companies as well as the Chinese state-owned. There is, because of the, obviously asymmetry of power between the provider of the technology and the owner of the technology, there is not much actually that the smaller countries can do, except to the extent they can protect themselves. Now, there are many ways you can do this, including by, as I said, finding partners and friends who can provide you the technical know-how and the knowledge and the forewarning of what is there. So that now I heard recently that a few months ago, Nepal itself, when it comes to 5G, has somehow stopped itself from going into the Huawei solution. So if that is an example, and I think the malign influence is very serious. But the geopolitical contestation in the real sense of the word, I think, is basically, I think India is the test ground, and India is the ground zero for that, between the Chinese technological model and the big tech Western dominated. Not so much the smaller ones, because firstly, they're not such big stakeholders in the overall global competition. But India, the stakes in India are much higher. So we are facing a day-to-day challenge in how to handle this. And because there is a third strand, which is now becoming increasingly strong in India, which is to have your own sovereign capabilities, which are neither Chinese nor Western. So that third path is difficult, but I think there is a national determination that after you see everything that is happening around you, over which you may have almost no control, the only solution in the medium long term could be this third path, this indigenous. Otherwise, if you look at the reality today in our own subcontinent, I'm afraid there is domination already of Chinese, both hardware, software. Now, whether this can be rolled back, we don't know. That's what I would say.
Yeah, thank you. That's very interesting that the many of the Chinese companies are quite active in Nepal, and they provide different kind of technology. Some they sell, some they provide for free. But nonetheless, the perception that these technologies has surveillance capabilities in context of interest of national security. In that means when Nepal actually go forward with the Huawei technology for that matter, or even other technologies, and the upcoming new emerging technologies are much more superior. In that, how do you feel your backyard, as in India, Nepal is a backyard, is going towards that kind of scenario? So, for example, India bans TikTok, right? But in Nepal, TikTok is fine. We use TikTok. In that context, India is a big country and Nepal is a very small country. I generally, when talk to ambassadors forum or different ambassadors, I give examples that when we go to India, let's not ask anything from India. I shared my experiences. And if we ask, we need to ask about the technology with India, the technical minds, and the factory of the technical minds like the IITs and the NIITs. When I was doing my engineering in India, there were, I think, about only 5 IITs. Then now there are 23 IITs and 32 NIITs, which used to be REC, Regional Engineering Colleges. So does really India wants Nepal to be a prosperous digital tech-savvy country, or it wants to be live in the 19th century, having, you also mentioned about Buddhist circuit, that kind of stuff, or the Ayurvedic paradigm is there. So what's your take on that? I mean, if China comes with saying, okay, we'll help you with the technology, we'll bring you this kind of technology, what would India think about it? I mean, from the government perspective.
So one, of course, way is that we show by example the distrust that we have in Chinese technology. So as you mentioned, in 2020, we banned 59 apps, including the TikTok. We were, I think, one of the first countries in the world to take this step. Right. And what we found was that altogether, TikTok plus these, they had a subscriber base of 500 million people. So 500 million people in the rural and semi-rural parts of India were actually transmitting data to China through these apps. Now, everyone is watching this, including in our own region, and hopefully they are listening to what is going on and they are seeing why India is doing what it is. So worst way is by example, that we demonstrate that there is a certain degree of distrust and a duality of use by the Chinese of their capabilities. So it should serve as a warning to the smaller countries. On the technology part, and frankly, it's great you studied in India and you have first-hand knowledge. So yes, we are, I think, nationally speaking, in the midst of a digital revolution of the kind the world has never seen. I mean, we today have 1.4 billion people mapped on a digital platform, interconnected. The most voluminous and advanced payment system in the world, with something no one believed India would be capable of doing. But we want to go beyond. So today we are at the cusp of the AI revolution. And I am very confident that the same, so India is actually positioning itself as the services capital of the world. And we can, in this context, I would think, like you studied, I think we should multiply exponentially by 100x the number of Nepalese young students who should also have access to the same institutes and universities in India to develop their skills. And so we definitely, I have no intention of saying that the Buddhist circuit is the be-all and end-all of Indo-Nepal cooperation. But I give that as an example. But clearly, when you sit and see the young Nepal, that is really the future. And I think, if we work together, if our two governments think a little ahead. I mean, I know of an excellent project which was done last year in IIT Madras, where a group of, I think, 50 or 100 Nepalese startups and students went there, and they were there for a year, and the feedback has been universally excellent. So we can do much, much more of that.
Right.
But what we can do for Nepal is we can put on the table the risks inherent and that come with the whole Chinese ecosystem of digital capabilities.
Right. Thank you. Now I'd like to go with Dr. Wei. Taiwan has arguably been the longest running laboratory for Chinese information operations. What narratives were pushed most aggressively during the recent Taiwan elections by foreign powers, and what South Asian states can learn from the playbook? Because we have also seen the narratives being created in social media, the algorithmic combinations and political dynamics in recent elections. And it would be interesting to hear from you. Thank you.
I would like to apologize for my not so good response to your first question. But very briefly, I think we have established a new department in our government, which is Ministry of Digital Development Affairs. So cybersecurity is one of their main jobs. As far as digital resilience is concerned, I think the major challenge for Taiwan is undersea cables. Because Taiwan is an island, so our communication and the data transit, especially during the wartime, if there is a military confrontation between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, then whether we can kind of make sure that data can be transmitted smoothly and efficiently is very important for our defense. So undersea cable is a really big challenge for digital resilience. As for data governance, I would not say that Taiwan government has been doing really well with this because, for example, in the discussion about whether we should implement digital ID card, I mean, the society actually is quite clearly against this idea. So this project has been put off until now. Okay, so get back to the narrative. As I mentioned earlier, I think as far as Beijing's cognitive warfare or misinformation campaign against Taiwan during the election campaigns, the narrative that have been kind of pushed very or most aggressively include, of course, anti-independence, promote unification, and more recently, facilitate integration has been added to China's policy towards Taiwan. And another narrative is really what we called US skepticism. So, for example, Taiwan's fact-checked organization, Information Environmental Research, has identified 84 such narratives used in Taiwan. They include questioning US reliability and its commitment to Taiwan in case of attack. Overall, researchers from this organization found escalating themes over time about US abandonment of Taiwan. Some narratives promoted the idea that Washington is preparing for Taiwan's destruction by extracting all its useful resources. For example, TSMC's investment in Arizona. So in short, the narratives that were pushed most aggressively by Beijing in recent elections in Taiwan were anti-independence, promote unification, facilitate integration, as well as US skepticism. Then what our friends in South Asia can learn from Taiwan, I think to kind of try to publicize the consensus of Taiwan society in this regard is very important, and that is the maintenance of status quo in the Taiwan Strait. And based on these narratives, the Taiwan government and all political parties participating in election cannot really kind of get too far away from this consensus, because I mean they have to win the support and vote of the electorate in Taiwan. So they have to follow the consensus of the Taiwan society. So I think it's similar to what we discussed this morning about political cohesiveness. So if there is a political cohesiveness and a clear consensus about in the context of Taiwan about the relationship between Taiwan and China, then that is what the government as well as all related parties have to work on in order to kind of fend any kind of potential threats on this regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. As a Nepalese, we also have so many cybercrime issues coming up, more than 20,000 a year reported, right? And there are lots of fake news going in social media, getting viral. Some of us are even making it more viral by sharing those kind of fake information. And unfortunately, we do not have a third-party regulation entity for the fact check in Nepal. And we are asking for it to have a fact check institution or agency, but it's still not there. So, Advocate Babramji, as developing countries increasingly rely on foreign digital infrastructure for connectivity and modernization, how can countries balance affordability and rapid digital expansion with concerns around data sovereignty, cyber security, and long-term strategic dependence? Especially, I'm asking you this question because you were the president of the Internet Society Chapter Nepal and also very actively involved in internet governance, and also you are a lawyer. So I'd like to hear from you on this perspective.
Thank you very much. It's very everywhere we are dependent to the tech companies, network providers, software companies. I'll give 3 examples and then elaborate on that. All of us are facing challenges on getting printout of our driving license. Since many years, few years, couple of years, not couple, more than that, we are struggling with genuinely getting our print of a driving license. It's not because of other things, it's because of vendor locking. Chennai-based Madras Printing was the service provider. They had 2 projects and they were not ready to hand over the code to the government of Nepal because of some financial disputes between them. So because of not handovering the code, that license was not able to get print. One example there. Another example was there. Nepal has dependency on network through India, right? So when there was some dispute of payment between Nepalese parties and Indian parties, and they discontinued internet service, and we had blackout of internet. Second example. Third example I gave you at the beginning, like NVIDIA and similar kind of companies who has significant control over chips. Even India is dependent to the Western chip makers. When they preferred higher paying clients, not like a buyer from Nepal or a smaller country, they preferred selling their available chips to others. When this kind of things happens, definitely we suffer from using all this benefit of the science and technology. You referred on internet governance and fact checking. 26 social media networks were banned by the government of Nepal, and government of Nepal referred that we are sovereign country, and you have to come to register yourself or listed yourself, but they didn't follow the command of sovereign of Nepal. And then we found a new regime now. So dependency from soft hardware, network, everywhere, we are in disadvantage. And what I found on some of the, you also referred me as a lawyer, our government agencies or our industries, they are very weak on negotiating on contracts. And most of the business deals are dependent on the contract. And these contracts are very influenced in some cases by the diplomatic missions as well. To give some background, I had a research on enforcement of international contract, Nepal, and I found that big, strong counterparty, they influence weaker counterparties, and that also comes in technology, and we are very dependent to our digital transformation with all these kind of scenarios. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ong, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Minglawa.
Minglawa.
How is the
Namaste.
weather in Singapore?
It's very warm.
Thank you. We can see that on her face, a smiling face. Okay, so one of the major challenges to digital sovereignty in stable states is extended external dependence on foreign technologies, because not all countries can produce technologies. However, in conflict-affected states with limited institutional legitimacy, the more fundamental question is whether digital sovereignty can exist at all when authority itself is fragmented and contested. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you. Some of the key concerns I have already covered in the first round, opening round. So let me go briefly into the, this multiple competing authority and the contesting digital space, right? So the thing is that the military side tried to consolidate the control to Chinese technology, right? This has accelerated even more after the military coup in 2021 because the Digital Silk Road was signed in 2018, right? So right after that, we have a Chinese private fund accelerated their investment heavily on telecommunications, surveillance, social media blocking, and mobile payments, and so on. Then on top of that, the military also used internet shutdown, platform restriction, surveillance system, and cybersecurity law and counterterrorism law to, work together with this technology. So in Myanmar, the military is now more capable of digital surveillance and control than at any point in its history. Even though the system is yet to complete, but it's started working right now and created the fear of being arrested and being, taken away, things like that. So this is one side. So if you ask me a question, so does it create authoritarian capacity? Yes, in a short run, it does. But in a longer term, like I mentioned, the digital sovereignty increasingly depends on these foreign infrastructure expertise. So these were really serious questions about the privacy issue, data security issue, because the data is in the hand of the foreign actor. For instance, the president office and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they receive a telecommunication device and telecommunication conference system installed in their office by Huawei. So there are numerous projects under this, cooperation, and also the state authority is now developing this data center, centralized database, facial recognition system that would enable Chinese-made enable camera and so monitoring software. These have significantly expanded the state capacity, right? On the other hand, it doesn't do so much on the promoting the public service provision in terms of using AI in the education and healthcare services. And resistant movement side, like I mentioned, they rely so much on the US technology, Elon Musk's Starlink satellite services, but this is also so fragile because these satellites availability can be affected by US regulation, sanction, and also geopolitical consideration. People in those areas, I think it's about 40% of the territory control are under the different resistance movement and ethnic armed organizations. So, I mean, these entire population, these 40% of the territory, the population in the 40% of the country territory is using this satellite control, and the rest are Chinese technology. In a way, you can see the geopolitical competition and of these foreign actors. But the thing is that neither side try to promote the public service provision using this technology. Like in many places, we don't, I mean, especially in a conflict zone, we don't have school and we don't even have a very basic infrastructure, clinic and so on. So it's so interesting and fascinating to see such dynamic and what the actor invests so much on the surveillance and control technology, but not so much about the public sector and the welfare of the people. So this is an interesting dynamic I would like to highlight. And so when you talk about digital sovereignty in the contested region, it's going beyond the foreign intervention and relying on a foreign technology. It's also so much about controlling the territory as much as controlling the cyberspace between the internal actors.
Okay, thank you. That was quite interesting to know the democratic vulnerability versus the authoritarian control. So now I'd like to go to Ambassador Saranji. In The World is Flat, because I'm citing the book because I find very fascinating to read him. Thomas Friedman highlights the contrasting ways political system approach digital sovereignty. China has deliberately built and maintained a tightly controlled, state-regulated digital ecosystem that reinforces authoritarian governance. Whereas, by contrast, many Western democracies, especially the United States, have adopted a more hands-off approach, allowing private technology companies to shape citizens' digital environments and collect vast amount of personal data with relatively limited democratic oversight. So against this backdrop, can South Asian countries realistically pursue a strategy of technological non-alignment? Because we are part of the non-alignment movement. But now the problem is for this smaller state these days, how can we be technologically non-aligned to any of the parties, right? So pursue a strategy of technological non-alignment in the digital domain, or has the global digital landscape already become so too fragmented and dominated by competing technological blocks to make such autonomy feasible?
See, autonomy is an essential prerequisite of sovereignty. So, but it isn't easy to buy or to achieve. It's a challenge because there is concentration of technologies in very few geographies. Virtually it's a monopoly, controlled. So on the one hand, you have the model of the big tech, those 4, 5, 7 companies with $1 trillion market valuations who are supranational and who basically control and govern the software and the platforms, and who are, for all practical purposes, immune from state control. And this is what everyone is discovering, including the best of the best in Europe, in Russia, and not to speak of Asia and so on. And so this is, I think, today's governance challenge, that how do you reconcile or how do you manage to leverage those multiplier effects of those technologies, but also exercise some sovereign control. So the first challenge is, sovereign control over those big big tech companies, which is a reality, and they transcend geographies across the world. They are above national jurisdiction. And the second, of course, is the Chinese domination of the source codes, the software, and the hardware coming through Huawei, ZTE, and others. It's not easy. I mean, there is no easy answer to your question. Some have discovered it, I mean, who are now trying to develop their own indigenous technologies. I think last week in Europe, and our Prime Minister is in France. So even the French, for example, are talking about technological autonomy, that they want not to reduce their reliance on the American companies. I think in our countries, in this region, the challenges are much more. It's not so simple. What are the levers you have? And, autonomy always arises from capacity. If you do not have intrinsic capacity, you really cannot achieve autonomy. Autonomy is a slogan, but it will remain a slogan if you do not have the hard power of some kind or the other with you. You play according to your strengths. So in the case of India, for example, we know that we are sitting on data. And so the issue of data sovereignty is right on the top of the Indian strategic discussion. How do you kind of control which clouds you use, how much you transfer? So on that also, there are different voices coming, but so, you can use data as a leverage. On the other hand, and I'm talking only about India, clearly you have a huge problem as far as compute power is concerned. You don't have GPUs, and you don't have the whole semiconductor chips manufacturing ecosystem. We are beginning now. By the time it'll all happen, it'll be a few years from now. But why are we doing all this? I mean, why are we talking about data sovereignty? Why are we spending billions of dollars on semiconductor facilities, on compute power, and developing AI models and all? Is because of this need and the desire to maintain some degree of autonomy. Otherwise, you will be. So we are moving in a very different world where global power is not only going to be defined by the kind of military you have or the kind of economy you have. It's going to be a technologically driven power structure. And therefore, the smaller states and the relatively weaker states are, again, as usual, and history is repeating itself, the most vulnerable, as they were during the colonial era and otherwise. So we need more discussion and debate on how smaller states can actually, because today the idea of sovereignty, as we have discussed, goes well beyond physical borders and boundaries. So if I can sit somewhere and influence the way you think, or what you eat, or what you buy, or what is your image of who's a neighbor, or rather who's a friend, who's an enemy, if all that is going to be decided externally for you, then it's a very serious national security risk. And this is what I think, as we are speaking, is what we are all trying to address. So, influence operations, surveillance, algorithms, and we have seen this in the last couple of years in all the wars that have been fought, whether in Iran or Ukraine, or I would even say in the case of India, Pakistan last year. So this is very much work in progress. I mean, I would say, unfortunately, I don't have a clear answer to your question. How do you manage this, except to say that we are at the cusp of a new global era, and we need to recognize it.
Right, very, very true. the smaller states having serious issues in coming days, especially particularly for the AI context. And the UN report, recent UN report has already stated that the smaller state who doesn't have resources in AI can no longer progress. And there is a control of AI technology like GPUs, and we cannot buy the GPUs very easily. There are many states actually been banned by the manufacturer also. And there is something called the Cloud Act of the United States. Though I see United States is a democratic country, but when it comes to the protecting their sovereignty, they utilize the Cloud Act 2018, which allows them to have access to any country's data if that data is in the US company's platform, which is very interesting. So we need to understand that even the democratic country have their own interest to protect their sovereignty. But whereas we as a smaller state has nothing much to say, we need to use those technologies. So I'd like to move on to Dr. Wei. What practical steps can democracies with limited capacity to protect themselves from this kind of situations, information manipulation, information disorder, misinformation, disinformation, all those situations that we have seen over a period of time as the ICT has gone much more viral these days?
Thank you very much. I think before I kind of discuss this question, I would like to briefly talk about, say, so-called digital sovereignty in Taiwan, because I have been thinking when I listened to panelists talking about this issue, I think at the center of the public debate and policy debate in Taiwan regarding this issue is really what we call solving artificial intelligence. And that is because, I mean, the most data written in Chinese is provided or generated or created by China. And of course, from the perspective of Taiwan, we will have to be kind of aware of any potential possible bias kind of existing in those data. So that is the kind of most important issue when we talk about digital sovereignty in Taiwan. Okay, as to what practical steps can democracies like Taiwan with limited capacity take to protect themselves from information manipulation. I think this is really challenging for democracy because, for example, earlier we talked about data governance, right? The reason why it is not easy for Taiwan government to either legislate kind of important laws or regulations on these issues is mainly because most people in Taiwan would think of that as an act intended to either restrict or violate freedom of speech or information. So this is really a challenge. But we know that according to many reports published by either international organizations or local organizations in Taiwan have pointed out that China orchestrates aggressive multi-layered information manipulation and cognitive warfare campaign against Taiwan as well as other countries. And of course, the aim or the objective is to exploit those democratic countries' freedoms and blur the lines between acceptable influence and illegitimate interference in order to erode public trust, especially in Taiwan's democratic institutions. And for example, the report published by German Marshall Fund in 2024 actually is the kind of summary of a closed meeting discussion participated by various organizations from Taiwan, including Taiwan Fact Check Center, COFACTS, the Taiwan Information Environment Research Center, and the Double Link Lab. Okay, so how, for example, other countries facing similar challenging can do in order to protect themselves or to fend themselves from illegitimate interference? That is what kind of countermeasures can be taken. What have been taken by the Taiwan government include strengthening and initiating primarily fact-checking mechanisms, as well as quick responses from the government to debunk those misinformation, disinformation, and the claims, and raise digital literacy of the general public through education at school. And also, Taiwan has implemented legislations to restrict the use of high-risk Chinese software, especially or exclusively or primarily on government-issued devices, because you can't really kind of ask, say, private corporations not to choose what they want to use. But I mean, the government, of course, has to warn those private corporations about the potential risk if they use those Chinese software. So, for example, we see much quicker responses from our government to Beijing's information manipulation through setting up trans-departmental task forces. For example, apart from the information about Beijing's tactics provided in the responses of the head of National Security Bureau of Taiwan to the questions of the legislators, the Mainland Affairs Council seems to have played an increasingly important role in debunking Beijing's info manipulation, as well as raising the public awareness of misinformation and importance of cybersecurity education. So in short, in free and democratic countries like Taiwan, countermeasures to all this info manipulation or cognitive warfare actually are limited, very limited. Freedom of speech and information is always at the center of public contestation whenever the Taiwan government is considering measures that may involve restricting the use of Chinese software or punishing media, public opinion leaders, politicians, scholars who act as an aligned force in disseminating misinformation from Beijing. For example, what the government can do is really to restrict the use of all this, including TikTok, in the military. And they can't even kind of have any regulations on the usage of software like this on campus, because that is not going to be an easy job to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was quite interesting. Just to share, give a scenario to the audience that there are about 32 countries who have a cyber warfare capabilities, information warfare capabilities. And out of those 32, 10 are in the Asia-Pacific region. And on that list, the 10 countries, and interestingly, are two big neighbors, the China and India. So we are sitting in the backyard of the two countries, very small state, who already have a cyber warfare, information warfare power. So in this context, we need to be very careful how we approach the cyber frontier. So I'd like to go to Advocate Arialji. There is one interesting book called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. In the Age of Smart Machine, written by Sojana Zuboff, very famous Harvard professor. She argues that personal data has become a critical source of economic and political power. She argues that we have the panopticon power because of the ICT. So with the panopticon, we see everything, right? So in that context, the government around the world are increasingly treating data as a natural resources, but unfortunately, not Nepal. As Nepal currently lacks a standalone comprehensive data protection law, meaning critical citizen data often resides on fragmented system or foreign hosted cloud environments where if it is US based, then the Cloud Act activates if needed, right? In the absence of a robust domestic legal framework, how can civil society and the legal system hold state or foreign actors accountable when massive data breaches or unauthorized data sharing happens with this newly built digital infrastructure when we are trying to build the data center, massive data center in Siuchatar near Soyambu, near Kalanki. And more than that, I would like to request you to bring in the scenario of the data protection policy or law in our context.
Obviously, we expect a good data protection policy and good data protection law as well. In 2015, Supreme Court of Nepal, on my public interest litigation, issued a directive order to the government of Nepal to frame a robust data protection act, but still we are lagging behind on that. And similarly, in our neighboring countries as well, we don't have robust data protection act. If we have some data protection act in neighboring countries, they have more controlling regimes rather than the core issues of data subjects themselves. And a very interesting example I'm giving again. I see some of government officials or past officials in the room. 2-3 years ago, I guess, if I'm not wrong, government of Nepal digitized our cabinet room, and citing war room or action room, we digitized that room, and if I'm not wrong, the procurement was given to the Huawei, and that was not through the Public Procurement Act. And also, considering the less paper concept, ministers were given laptops, and in the digital age, every digital equipment is now surveillance tool. And if you are bringing all these tools to the cabinet, and if you are bringing all these technologies in your very confidential state secrecy room, then data protection will be misnomer again. So, and another thing is, you just referred some countries, democratic countries or like that. In digital age, no country is democratic. I don't see any country around the world is a democratic in digital age. Especially they are manufacturing, especially governments are the main source of disinformation. If not in others, in Nepal, the government of Nepal is the main source of disinformation, and fact-checking will be very difficult on that. And the perception, the legacy, what kind of perception or legacy we bring, it's very important, especially when after the American, whether I say this term or not, invasion in Maduro's case, or the war in Iran has proved that international law is vanishing point of jurisprudence. So in that case, again, data protection is very big challenge, because data are used cross-border, and if those data are not used cross-border, the use of data is very less. In that case, we need international data governance treaty or similar kind of model of cooperation. So we don't have that, we lag very behind on that. If we work on that, then and focusing on to the data subject themselves, bringing international regime and the legal domestic legal regime, that could be very useful to maintain at least some kind of democracy is there.
Okay, thank you. Now, before we go to Q&A session, I invite Dr. Su, Dr. Ang. You have been researching on the Myanmar's political and this fake news on the ground experiences from Myanmar. What does a credible counter disinformation architecture or a model actually look like when the state capacity is limited, like countries like Nepal who have a resource problem, and who is responsible for building it?
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting question. And then I just can't agree more with my panelists. I mean, other panelists, like I advocate Ariel and Dr. Wei. Sometimes state could be the problem itself, a part of the problem of information control, right? So in this case, countering this disinformation cannot be built around the content moderation or state regulations. It has to be built around access, trust, and safety. First of all, we need trusted local information network, especially in times of crisis, like when the natural disaster hit the country, when there is a big crisis in the country, we need a trusted local source. So during those crises, people often trust the local media, community leader, religious network, ethnic media, and humanitarian actor more so than they trust the official institution. For instance, during the post communication, post earthquake time, I had a research on the, how many people go and search the information of the government news. And even, the massive earthquake hit the country and then people try to recover. There are only 500 people subscribed to government fiber channels. So meaning that they don't really rely on the information from the government, especially in the weak institutional environment. So that's why these local actors play a critical role in verifying information and translating into the local context and languages or dialogues. And secondly, I would like to point out that we also need a diverse, resilient communication channels. In Myanmar, when we had an internet shutdown, connectivity disruptions, and this is very common. So people just cannot rely on the social media platform all the time. So we must use radio, communication network, messaging group, offline information channel, and other low bandwidth solution. It's easier said than done. We know that we have to do it, but at the time of crisis, for the sake of urgency for the emergency assistance, we couldn't really concentrate a lot in putting effort in these communication channel. So this is something that we should pay attention to. Third, we also need to invest in information resilience for the longer term, rather than simply facts checking for country like Myanmar and country like some other South Asian country because of weak legitimacy. So this means that digital literacy, media literacy, digital security awareness, and helping the communities develop the skills just to evaluate the news independently. Otherwise, they tend to believe that there is another big earthquake coming up and they are very scared and they cannot go back to their room and stay inside the country. Most of the people are hit by the earthquake, and in those zones, they stay on the road for months because they were very scared that another earthquake will hit. At that time, nobody can tell that they can go back to their house because they believe in the false news, social media, and those prediction, astrology prediction. And in those times, what do the state actor do? Arresting or taking action against those rumor. It cannot be solved. So these are the three things: trust, access, safety. These are the three things that we need to focus on. Then the responsibility cannot fall on a single actor. A government have a role to play where they are trusted and capable. But in a fragile setting, responsibility must be shared among the independent media, civil society members, researchers, educators, humanitarian workers, and diaspora community, and international partner like us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to the Q&A session. First, we have a question for Ambassador Saranji from Suman Aryalji. India has championed its homework, a home ground stack, UPI and Aadhaar. How do you reconcile the push for digital sovereignty with the reality that global commerce and communication require seamless cross-border interoperability? Are we heading toward a splinter net? And is that necessarily a bad thing? Excellent question. Should I mention all the questions? Then you can answer, right? Okay. To the floor, I guess, to the panelist by Usha Kiranji. How can we theorize the emergence of governance of digital norms? Unlike traditional international norms, which emerge through negotiation and socialization among states, digital norms have been disproportionately shaped by limited actors with limited scope for broader contestation. To what extent can existing theories of international norm diffusion explain this unequal process of digital norm making? I think Dr. Wei could be a good one to respond this one. Advocate Bavram Aryalji by Ujjwal Upreti. Although the National Digital Framework was envisioned in 2018, it is still sort of achievement envisioned in 2018, and it will never be. How are the domestic policy measures and external security threats be handled for successful implementation of the framework? And to the floor again by Geeta Tamangji. Is the centralization of power an inevitable byproduct of global tech scaling? And what pragmatic strategies beyond basic regulatory framework exist for nations to reclaim their digital autonomy? Maybe Baburamji can add on to this. I welcome others panelists as well. By Bhojraj Paudilji to the panelists, as DPI expands in developing countries like Nepal, what inclusion risks should we anticipate, and what institutional mechanisms should the state establish to ensure equitable access and participation? Thank you. So, Ambassador Saran, please.
Firstly, I'm so glad this question is asked on the DPI, which is the digital public infrastructure. India has a case, has a story to tell, and the DPI is completely different from the Chinese model or even the Western model, because it is open, it is multi-layered, and it is cross-cutting across different sectors. So whether you talk about payments, whether you talk about identity, whether you talk about health outreach or direct benefit transfer, so it's cross-cutting. And the unique feature about it is that it is open and it is bottom-up. So we do not have like a top-down approach. It is multi-layered, and that's the beauty of it. So it was organically developed, it is still evolving, and it is the largest digital infrastructure in the world. It's already been kind of made available to more than 20 countries, and I would believe that Nepal would stand to benefit by using it. Now the question, of course, is about the risks inherent if Nepal were to adopt the TPI or take some part of it. That can definitely be a part of the conversation between the government of Nepal and the DPI system, because any country and all these 20 plus countries who have adopted DPI have already taken this into account. And having said that, any digital system, whether it is Chinese or American or Indian, by nature, by definition, has risks. It's up to the sovereign authorities in Nepal to make a calculation about the risk factor and then make a judgment. So that's on the DPI and the UPI. On the idea of the splinter net and the duality, we are getting very close to this actually, where we will find that there will be different technologies, different platforms, different softwares, and this is a world that is actually still evolving. Now, whether we can have universalization of these technologies, whether we can have common standards, seems to be a challenge today. Although when you look at, say, something like 4G and 5G as an example, I mean, the whole exercise in the ITU, in the UN, was to develop common standards. I mean, this mobile phone is a product of that common international standard. So, remarkably, we actually did arrive at common international standards. Now, on digital governance, there are fault lines: democracy, authority, privacy, availability of. But what the recent years have taught us is that international governance in overall is basically, I would say, it's virtually collapsed. I mean, there is no such thing left. So you can start a war tomorrow, you can end it day after tomorrow. You can do what you want. There is no umpire, there is no referee, there is no judge. And the same thing is applying here in the digital space. And I think we are sitting at a very dangerous moment, because there is AI, and all technologies, whether it is nuclear or whether it is cyber, are dual purpose, are dual edged. You have a civil application and you have a military application. But there is zero framework today on AI governance. What would be the limits of the use of AI? So we are, and the last point was on centralization of power. Of course there is centralization of power. This is not a democratic world. We are already living in a world of haves and have-nots. And the have-nots are like 80% of the humanity, or maybe even more. So this is the nature of the technology. So we are once again, as a global community, moving towards concentration of power, but this time it is more dangerous because that power is no longer concentrated among sovereign authorities, but in private individuals, private entities who are beyond the pale of any international framework. So, so these are some of the points I thought I'd just mention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Saran. Now, Babramji, please.
I'm not a big fan of digital Nepal framework.
But let's be brief, okay? Let's be brief. We have running out of time, so let's be brief.
In a minute. I'm not a big fan of digital Nepal framework because this framework had no teeth on its own. It had no accountability, it had no budgetary plan, it had no structure, operational structure. So just wish list was there. So because of that, it couldn't succeed. So if we need to have similar kind of ambition to be implemented, we need to seriously work on all this area. And on the governance side, in 2003 and 5 World Summit on Information Society thoroughly discussed about how we govern the internet, and big negotiation approach was there. State parties were very interested to bring that under ITU and the regime like ITU, but the global stakeholders came forward and then proposed multi-stakeholder model of governance of the internet. And then since 2005, Internet Governance Forum is happening. And if we more focus on in this kind of digital age, we have to go through the multi-stakeholder model of governance rather than central unilateral governance. We can see that the cryptocurrencies, they have a distributive governance model rather than the currency that we have issued by the central banks. So my comment on this is we have to more focus on multi-stakeholder model of the governance, and then we can at least contribute to the better idea.
Thank you. Dr. Wei.
I will be quick. I think if we look at the reality, then we will think that realism really dictates and determines many issues, especially in international society. So as far as the international norm making on, say, digital development, I think those countries who are leading in the level of technological development inevitably would be leading as well in the formation and making of those norms. And there is a legitimate reason for that, because, I mean, they are kind of ahead of many countries in developing those technologies. So in terms of using that technology, they have got more experiences. So there is a higher chance for them to identify or to detect problems. And that could be a positive contribution to the norm making. But this is not ideal situation in the sense that if we are going to kind of socialize these international norms and kind of put it into practice in other contexts or countries, then we, the better, provide a process or kind of opportunities for equal participation in the making or formation of normative ideas or principles. I think a very good example is human rights. And another example is that while China has been criticizing current unipolar global order dominated by American hegemony, and yet the so-called ideal global order kind of envisioned by China, although it might be a multipolar global order, but if it is Sino-centric or China-centric, then it is no different to the current unipolar global order. So what I'm going to say is that participation is important, but I think kind of entirely equal participation of all nations, all people around the world in the making of international norm is very, very difficult, if not entirely impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close, Dr. Ong, do you have anything to say as a bye-bye lines or want to answer any of the questions?
I just want to join Dr. Wei in saying that in making norms, regional cooperation is really essential. Framework for data governance, cybersecurity, digital infrastructure, and connectivity are needed from the regional institutions such as ASEAN BIMSTEP. So these regional institutions can help smaller and fragile states avoid excessively depends on the single foreign power. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I wish you that you'll be able to visit Nepal for a pilgrimage like your parents did. Now we have come to the end of the session. We discussed so many issues. There are some common threads to our conversation. The cost of inaction are asymmetric. Authoritarian actors and commercial interests are moving fast. Democratic institutions, legal frameworks, and regional coordination mechanism are slow. So it's like a police and the criminal kind of a, conflict here. The question is not whether the digital frontier is contested, it is clearly is. The question is whether states, civil societies, and institutions in South Asia will be architects of their own digital future or inheritors of decisions made somewhere else. So I think this panel has, I believe, provided both the diagnosis and the beginning of a prescription. The challenge now for all of us in this room, including SESIF, is to carry this conversation from conference halls into polity norms, polity rooms, policy rooms, and publications and sensitization. So at the end, please join me in thanking our panelists, Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Dr. Mei Chuan Wei, Senior Advocate Barbara Morial, and Dr. Su Mon Thazin Ong. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our panelists for such an insightful session. We'll be having a short 5-minute break. We'll be meeting again sharply at 3:55. Thank you. and diplomacy of South Asian states. This panel will turn our attention to one of the most pressing challenges confronting smaller and developing states today. As geopolitical competition intensifies, countries across South Asia are increasingly tasked with navigating relationships with major powers while simultaneously safeguarding their sovereignty, strategic autonomy, and long-term national interest. This discussion will explore how states can exercise agency, maintain diplomatic balance, and pursue their own priorities amid asymmetric power dynamics. We are honored to be joined by a distinguished panel of diplomats, policymakers, and scholars. Our first panelist is Mr. Shankar Das Bairagi, former Foreign Secretary, the 25th Chief Secretary, and former National Security Advisor of Nepal. With nearly 4 decades of public service, he has also represented Nepal at the United Nations and the World Trade Organization in Geneva. Joining him is Mr. Tom Malinowski, former Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor under President Barack Obama, and former US Congressman representing New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. His distinguished career also includes serving as Washington Director of Human Rights Watch and Senior Director at President Clinton's National Security Council. Our next panelist is Dr. Jie-Wu Chu, Professor of Chinese Foreign Policy at Kyunghee University and Director of the China Studies Center at the Korean Research Institute for National Strategy. His expertise spans US-China relations, multilateral security cooperation, and East Asian strategic affairs. We are also pleased to welcome Professor Paul Stanilin, Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago and a globally recognized scholar on political violence, security studies, and international relations, with a particular focus on South and Southeast Asia. He will be joining us virtually. Moderating today's discussion is Professor Lailufar Yasmin, professor at the University of Dhaka, and a distinguished scholar whose research focuses on South Asian affairs, Bangladesh's foreign policy, and Indo-Pacific maritime security. Please join me in welcoming the guests with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and I understand that this is the last session, and a lot of us may be feeling quite tired or want to get away, but I know that this is going to be a very exciting panel because we are going to talk about asymmetric relationship between smaller power and larger power. We are going to talk about strategic agency and diplomacy of South Asian countries. So as we have a number of distinguished panelists and we have several questions, as the previous panels went, I'll have one round of question for each of the panelists and then we'll sort of come back to each of you. So if I may start with Mr. Shankar Das Bairagi. Bairagi, by the way, is a very common Bengali word as well, Bengali name as well. So we know that China's engagement is expanding quite rapidly through the means of infrastructure and connectivity in different parts of the world as well as in South Asia. So what would you recommend the bureaucracies in South Asia would learn or have their capacity building to sort of engage with China's expansion?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this question.
This morning, Foreign Secretary Gokhale eloquently stated 2 points that I'll pick up. First, there is no exclusive backyard. Things have changed a lot these days. Second, when you say China is coming in a big way, but Chinese, they don't know South Asia very much. These are the 2 points that intrigued me very, interestingly this morning. And I will just provide a Nepalese perspective based on these points and also my assessment. China is coming in a big way, but it doesn't mean that there is no space for others. Nepal has cultivated very good relations with other partners, apart from our neighbors, India, United States, Europe, Japan, and others. What they think, this major power, especially major powers, they seek some deference on some core foreign policy issues, core vital foreign policy issues, and we seek to maintain autonomy. So there has to be a perfect balance between what they aspire and what we want to achieve. So the kind of deference, autonomy, equilibrium is there. First, we have to understand this psychology. The most important thing is preserving autonomy. How we do that? Then the question comes, who defines priority? You define priority or you work on somebody else's narratives? That's the key question. So to define your own priority, you have to build your national capacity. You have to build your national capacity. National capacity demands a lot of things. First, kind of political consensus among major players. Second, institutional capacity. Third, rules and regulations. And fourth, unity of purpose. You can employ multiple eyes, multiple ears, but just employ only one mouth. That means there is one voice. As far as Nepal is concerned, I think, you are aware that we have signed BRI with China, but none of the major project is implemented. Most of the projects that China has funded in Nepal, all demand-driven in the past. Nothing, I can say that they impose, to be very frank with you. But now things have changed. They will have, as other friends also put it, a different way, a much bigger, ambitious agenda as the geopolitical rivalry intensified. So we have to prepare for that. And then I think what is required is you have to be careful enough in analyzing the strategic content of various projects that may be coming from different quarters, not only China, from other partners as well. So how do you define your strategic autonomy? That's a major question we confront. So for that, you need to build your national capacity. And asymmetry is a fact of life. You cannot avoid it. You have to deal with it. Managing asymmetry is a challenge, but not avoiding it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's interesting. Asymmetry is fact of life. So big is not always better and small is always cute. So if I may come to Mr. Malinsky, many South Asian countries wish to engage with both America and China, but they don't want to be, in that zero-sum game mentality. So from this particular perspective, how would you suggest that America would deal with South Asian countries or respect South Asian countries' desire to maintain a strategic ambiguity? Because South Asian countries don't want to go directly for China +1 or any such explicit foreign policy. So, please.
So there is a real competition, and it's serious. The competition is about important issues, and I would like the United States to do well in that competition. It's my country, and I think we have a strong case. But I feel strongly that the best way, in fact, the only effective way for the United States to engage in that competition, whether in South Asia or anywhere else in the world, is to provide a more appealing alternative. The burden is on us to do that. The only burden, I think, on a smaller country in South Asia is to recognize when we succeed. And I think at our best, I'll come back to this in a second, at our best, we have done a reasonably good job at providing a more attractive alternative. Let's talk about private investment first. And I don't want to romanticize American corporations. Some of them suck, deserve the criticism that they get. But in general, an American company investing in a country like Nepal will hire locally rather than importing its labor from the United States. They will finish their projects, to your point. Maybe it'll take longer than a Chinese project, but they will finish, and they will finish with quality. They don't pay bribes. We have a law in the United States called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that prohibits our companies from contributing to corruption around the world. Generally, they have strong internal environmental and human rights policies. Not as strong sometimes as I would like, but for their own reasons, they try to behave more or less responsibly on those issues. They are, despite very serious problems with some of our tech companies, they are much more willing and they have a much stronger intention to protect people's privacy. I'll give you one very important recent example. Our biggest and most important AI company, Anthropic, recently refused to allow the United States military to use its product unless the US military made a commitment not to allow it to be used for mass surveillance. Can you imagine a Chinese company doing that, saying to the Chinese government, we will not allow you to use our product for mass surveillance? So that's the private sector. And then in terms of government finance, China has the BRI. The United States has something called the MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation. Nepal is the recipient of a $550 million compact or investment from the MCC. 100% of that is for grants. It is not a loan, so no indebtedness. The priorities, the projects were selected based on what the Nepali government and Nepali civil society told us was important, and the only strings attached are that there have to be strong anti-corruption provisions in Nepal, and Nepal has to be a democracy. There is no requirement, for example, that Nepal has to vote with the United States at the UN or support America's foreign policy priorities. We would like it to, but that is not a condition of the assistance, because the governing ethos of American development assistance is that we actually want to help the country. It is good for us, we believe, for countries like Nepal to be stronger and more prosperous. So I think, at least in normal times, the contrast could not be more clear. Obviously, we are not in normal times. The Trump administration tried to eliminate the Millennium Challenge Corporation. Fortunately, it failed. It is not enforcing the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Fortunately, I think our companies are still abiding by it, so time will tell. My hope is that we will get back to normal times and we will be able to make this competitive case in a persuasive way going forward.
Yeah, it will depend on the next administration as well, whoever is running the next administration. Yeah. Dr. Jai Woo-Chu. And question would be, because you represent South Korea. So South Korea's third experience, third is terminal high altitude area defense. So this experience showed that how quickly economic coercion can follow a security decision. What are the key indicators the South Asian countries would watch to predict when an economic partnership with Beijing might pivot to economic coercion?
Yes, that is a good question, and I'm surprised that that question was raised in Nepal. and South Asian countries are seemingly having interest in this question. I myself, a few years ago, had to write a book chapter. There was a government project that analyzing, some indicators as to how we can identify the meanings of the warnings from Chinese government, and eventually these indicators leading up to the Chinese government's action in the end. And I took the THAAD case, and before I give you the answer of the sequence of the Chinese response, I guess I would have to share the, some chronological information regarding the events leading up to the deployment of THAAD. So this chronology is really important to our understanding to this question, is because, then we can see the steps that Chinese government had taken leading up to the, their coercive measures. And first, it is a little bit off the subject, but it all began in around 2012. And 2012, there was a rumor from Washington that there's a possibility of deploying THAAD to Korea. And leakage of such news, was unheard of. Because usually when the United States deploy their military assets to American bases in South Korea, they go by SOFA, and there's an agreement between the two governments that, all of American assets and products and, everything that goes into American bases in South Korea is waived from the custom procedures in Korea. And, American bases in Korea is extraterritorial jurisdiction. So we have no access to there. So that's why we don't know, as of today, what Pacific military assets are deployed in the bases. And I myself had a chance to visit one of the largest American bases in the world, Pyeongtaek, Camp Humphreys military base. Its address is in California. I turned my GPS, but because it's huge, I got lost and I had to drive around for half an hour and couldn't find where I was supposed to meet this officer, and because my GPS was off. So usually in the past, America would deploy its military assets to its own bases in Korea without any notification to South Korean government or its military defense counterparts. But for some reason, starting in 2012, there was a rumor and speculations coming from Washington, and apparently, South Koreans were bewildered and was wondering whether it's going to happen or not. And then there were a couple of years of, rumors spreading both in Washington and Seoul. And then by 2014, I guess Chinese government started to take note of the rumor, and I think they did their due diligence. And first, it was the foreign ministry's spokesperson at his regular news briefing session that they would make it official that they're taking notice of the development of the situation. And then a few months later, it'll be Chinese ambassador to Korea would make an official statement criticizing and warning South Korean government if we were to deploy THAAD, then it's going to be the end of the bilateral relationship. That's how serious it was. And then it'll ladder up to the ministry level, and foreign minister would come out, and he would spearhead the criticism, and other ministers like Minister of Defense and so forth, they would come out with warnings and so forth. And by the time it was 2016, July 7th, it was decided that, it became official that, that would be deployed. It was during the Park Geun-hye administration, and that's after that decision was made by South Korean government. The second half of 2016, Chinese government would mobilize its populace boycotting Korean products. And by their term, it was the Chinese people's voluntary action. Yeah. And once the deployment happened in the first half of 2017, that's when Xi Jinping would come before a Korean president and criticize the decision and the deployment. And that's when the directives from Xi Jinping would be passed down to government agencies, and that's when the group tour was halted. So we see the sequence of, the warning spiraling upward and reaching all the way to the top, and that's when it reaches the top, then the actual action would happen. And I think, in the end, I say, at the beginning stage, when there's a warning circulating and a rumor circulating, and then, foreign ministry spokesperson take notice, and if the ambassador in your country, Chinese ambassador in your country, decide to make statements regarding thorny issues or potential conflicting issues, then I think this is when you should pay close attention.
Would there be any economic implication for that to South Asian countries?
Yeah. So at this stage, I don't think South Asian countries have alliance-like relationship with the United States. So this defense and military issues won't provoke China, but some of your diplomatic position shift or adjusting your position between China and the United States. I think this is where Chinese foreign ministry and its officials could take a note of, and if it is in their perception, if they see it as going against their interest, I think the warning signs could be spiraling upward, and this is where you can start take a prudent action.
Now I come to Professor Stanley Land. So close yet so far, but you are with us here. So your research specializes on international rivalries, which are often fused with internal political cleavages, especially in swing states. In light of that, how does the domestic partisan polarization in South Asian countries, it can prevent these nations from forming a stable, long-term consensus on how to engage with China? Sir, we cannot hear you. Just a second. Can you please try?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that question. I'm so sorry not to be with you in person, but hopefully, this is better than nothing. So good morning from Chicago. And this is a great set of questions to think about. So I think there's several dynamics through which domestic politics in kind of swing states in South Asia can affect relations both with China and with India. So at the most dramatic extreme, there are regime changes or revolutions that really kind of fundamentally change the way a country is governed and who governs it. We've seen some of these in recent years, obviously, across the region. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal all have seen kind of periods of mass protest that led to changes in government with quite different consequences afterwards. So they're all different from one another, but major domestic political changes. We also sometimes see very polarized political party systems in which there's kind of turnover between parties that can bring with it very substantial shifts in both domestic and sometimes foreign policies as well. And then least dramatically, but probably most common, are splits and coalitional fragmentations and realignments that are not necessarily about grand political issues, but often about the sharing of seats or seat sharing arrangements or power sharing in cabinets and personal rivalries that can unsettle the domestic political status quo. So all of these are ways in which internal politics can generate some degree of instability or uncertainty. Now, sometimes these involve actual disagreements about how to approach China or India, and I'll talk a little bit more about India in a moment. But I think probably more commonly, these internal political changes and competitions more indirectly affect relations, not because the parties themselves have radically different approaches to China, though they may, but because there could be allegations of corruption, where the new government claims that previous deals were either done in an unscrupulous or not very careful manner, debates and disagreements about implementation, transparency, as well as kind of an even more indirect concern or problem in which it can be difficult to really pay attention and bureaucratically implement deals and agreements over long periods of time when there's a lot of political contestation at the top. And so there are both direct consequences for relations with China in terms of maybe different parties or different movements having different views of China. But I think just as important are these more indirect consequences for implementation, for kind of domestic conflict over aspects of deals and relations with foreign countries. I'll note we've also seen similar dynamics with regard to India, not just China. So at various points, shifts in governments or shifts in entire regimes. In Bangladesh, for instance, 1975, 1976 is a major change that has implications for Bangladeshi relations with India, but also various periods in Nepal and Sri Lanka have seen these kinds of internal dynamics changing or potentially changing relations with India. So I think this is a broader phenomenon about how the internal politics of swing states can affect relations with outside powers. I'll note an exception here is Pakistan, where there both is the background power of the military that in various ways constrains what political parties can do, regardless what their views may be, but also fairly overwhelming strategic reasons to align with China because of the rivalry with India. So Pakistan, I think, is quite a different, in many ways, a different example, one where there's been real steadiness over time. Now, this can generate some challenges from the perspective of outside powers, uncertainty about who will actually be in charge of a swing state in the context of domestic instability, and uncertainty about whether that state will have much interest in pursuing an agreement or the ability to implement it over time. And this can generate kind of interesting different strategic calculations for these outside powers. On the one hand, moments of domestic political change and uncertainty can provide reasons for these outside powers to get very involved, to try to build influence and capacity in a period of flux. And basically, these moments can be seen as opportunities to kind of expand influence and build new relations. On the other hand, sometimes these are seen as moments in which there's so much uncertainty that it's better to kind of, politely engage but not get too involved because it's just not clear how things will shake out. And so there you can see different major powers adopting different strategies at different times, either trying to get very involved and build ties with new power holders, or hanging back and kind of taking a longer view rather than, throwing themselves into the domestic political fray. One thing I found is that it's often very important for external powers not to overreact to domestic political churn within these swing states. Sometimes I think there's major powers can try to see or tend to see the politics of these countries through their own lenses and kind of invent categories of, say, pro-China or pro-American political parties that sometimes are accurate, but often don't really reflect the terms of politics within these countries. And so that's kind of a recurrent tendency I've seen of major powers to sometimes like mirror image the politics of other countries through the lenses of what they, the major powers, care about. And I think that can lead to important disagreements or misunderstandings that are not always necessary. So big picture then, domestic political change in South Asia's swing states can be of enormous importance for relations with outside powers. Sometimes this is good for these swing states, and I can talk more about that later. This can provide real bargaining advantages to reset relations, push back on previous agreements, and kind of establish agency even toward much larger powers. But also, as we can talk about, it can generate really problematic downsides as well, where outside powers don't take seriously the ability of these countries to implement medium or long-term arrangements. And it can also invite kind of external meddling by outside powers. So a lot of these are double-edged swords that can go in different directions. So I'll leave it at that, but happy to return to some of these themes over the course of our discussion.
Yeah, I thought that I'd ask you the follow-up question because you already spoke about, sorry, you can take your coffee or tea, whatever you were having, but a follow-up question because you were saying that it provides some kind of opportunity, right? So a lot of South Asian countries, they have a number of mega projects with China. So how do you think that the countries, because we were also talking about how bureaucratic incapacity exists in South Asian countries, or maybe there's not enough capacity to deal with diplomatic negotiation or financial negotiation. So how do you think this kind of changes can actually help South Asian countries to renegotiate the terms and conditions of the existing mega projects?
Yeah, so I think this is a really, really interesting dynamic because these changes involve real vulnerabilities, right? Both shocks to capacity where bureaucracies that may already be challenged or kind of underachieving face even greater challenges with political uncertainty. There can be a variety of other kind of potentially negative consequences. But you can also imagine these as moments of almost of a reset where new political leadership can go to Beijing or go to New Delhi or go to Washington and say, you know, that there's a new political game in town. And there may be previous agreements, but we need to revisit them for various reasons. Perhaps the leaders or the governments that made those agreements have been delegitimized or have, you know, we're kind of reevaluating their legacies. We're concerned about lack of transparency in the past, for instance, or that there was corruption or some other issue that requires us to reevaluate these deals. And I think there may be moments in which political leaders can credibly say that there's a popular mandate for some kind of reevaluation. Now, the question then becomes how credible that's seen by outside powers. And so this is not always an effective bargaining strategy. It remains the case that swing states are generally, almost by definition, you know, much smaller than these outside powers. So it may be that foreign capital says, well, you know, that's very nice, but you signed this deal and we're going to, you know, stick to the terms of that. But I do think there are some potential opportunities here if kind of seized properly. A downside of trying to be too aggressive in renegotiating some of these deals or in kind of generating domestic political pressure to revisit arrangements with these major powers is this can generate backlash externally. This can be seen as a very transparent, opportunistic effort to play the foreign policy card for domestic political reasons. And it may be seen as kind of a fairly transparent political ploy. So a certain amount of statecraft and kind of nuance and care is important in playing this card. But it's something that I think is worth thinking about for smaller states as they seek kind of opportunities for leverage in an asymmetric context. And so I don't want to kind of overplay some of the advantages that can come with domestic political churn and domestic political flux. There are obviously potentially really serious downsides. But this is a domain in which it's worth thinking creatively about how states can leverage these moments, often quite dramatic moments that attract, you know, global attention to reset or find new advantages in their relations with outside powers.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come back to you later. And then let me go again with this round. So you have, sir, you have dealt with a number of high-level discussions, diplomatic negotiations. So how do you think that smaller countries, they have operational gap dealing with China? Because with China, a number of South Asian countries, they have mega projects or mid-level projects. How do you suggest that this can be sort of dealt with?
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting question. When we talk about mega projects, you have to think from this strat. For example, how you prepare your project. There are phases of project development, preparative phase, and how you negotiate terms and conditions. What are the standard, technical standard, engineering standard, governance standard, procurement related standard, environmental standard, and public procurement things. You need to build a solid negotiating capacity. That's what we are lacking. That's where we are lacking. Building in human capital, that's very important. It's critically important. Otherwise, you cannot build a national agency, build with major power.
and others. So focus on building national capacity, especially the capacity of those who are directly involved in the process. Bureaucratic competency is extremely important. For that, you need training, sort of orientation, and also they need to know what is good for the country and what is not. Assessing every major project against your national interest perspective. As I said earlier, don't sew it away by narratives, by develop somewhere else, but be very firm on your own national interest and try to articulate your vision based on your national capacity. Then you can effectively negotiate. So for that, I think the most important thing is how to promote the culture of coordination in the government machinery so that we stand as a government as a whole. Government as a whole approach is needed. One ministry is talking about one thing, the other ministry is talking about other thing, There's a lack of coordination among principal government agencies. So then I would suggest perhaps that it is better to establish a kind of strategic assessment mechanism within the system. That mechanism would properly analyze the risk factor and also the opportunity factor, both. If you have a clear vision on it, and only then you can move forward. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Things are not moving in an ordinary way. Much complicated environment we are working with, and it's very difficult for smaller countries to mobilize this diplomatic asset to negotiate big issues. Of course, the regional approach would have been a better option, but as we say, South Asia, South Asian nations, though they are united by geography and history, but fragmented in many ways. Their foreign policy orientation is different. They have competing priorities towards China. So developing a regional agency and formulating a regional standard for mega project or initiative would be better. But that scenario is not there yet. We have to work for that. I think that would be the best way forward.
Yes, that is a question. I'll come to one of the speakers later, that it's very difficult for South Asia to come together because of varied reasons. But for you, sir, you have been part of legislative sort of system in America during your different positions that you held. How do you say that Western countries in general and America in particular can provide certain structural sort of benefit for South Asian nations as opposed to what China can provide?
Thanks. I think actually the list that I went through in answering your first question was the answer to your second question as well. I think we should be focusing on providing a more attractive alternative, and that alternative can be, should be, and at times has been, more responsible investment by our private sector and less self-interested investment by our government sector, with strings attached that are beneficial for the people of countries like Sri Lanka and Nepal, and that do not require the sort of political conditionality that China imposes. And I think to the extent that we can continue to do that, which is of course in doubt right now, but let's say, imagine that we survive this period, there's a new Congress, there's a new American administration in a couple of years. The question is that enough to enable, to help smaller countries in South Asia resist the political pressure that they're getting from China? Let me move to an example I think that's very relevant right now. One of the things that China demands of smaller and medium-sized countries is support for its position on reunification with Taiwan. The government of Nepal recently made a statement that seemed to embrace the Chinese position on reunification. Presumably, now perhaps the government of Nepal sincerely believes in this, but I doubt it. My sense is that they felt they had to say these words for some reason. And my question is, and it's an honest question, was that necessary? what would happen if you didn't say those words? Would the consequences be so terrible? Or is China succeeding in making essentially empty threats, being very large, being very scary, with an implication that something, maybe the substandard investment will be withdrawn or something else will happen? And so it's a sincere question. Should smaller and medium-sized countries, if they don't sincerely believe in the position that China wants them to take, should they take that position, especially if there's at least a decent alternative being provided by other countries, including the United States, including India, including the European Union?
Yeah, I remember you sort of spoke about some of the issues that are part of this question, but at the same time, I was also thinking that do you not think that geographic proximity gives China a bit of better hand than America or Europe? Because we have to live in the same region. Nepal's direct neighbor for Bangladesh is only about 90 kilometers away, whereas America is really far. And then that's why the Japanese say that whatever we do, we have to learn to live with China. Maybe not directly opposed, but then what are the, there is a term, there's a phrase recently used, charm offensive. Like, how can you charm South Asian countries?
Well, Japan is a military ally of the United States.
Yeah,
South Korea is a treaty military ally of the United
yeah.
States. And let me maybe shift to Europe for a second. There's almost an iron law in Europe that the closer your geographical proximity to Russia, the more you wish to be aligned with the United States. So in that case, geographical proximity is, it actually accentuates the sense of urgency because these countries have an experience with the bullying of their larger neighbor. These are decisions only countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and others can make. We can only offer, as I said, I hope a more attractive alternative, but I don't think it is written somewhere that simply because a country borders China, it must play this game. I want to know what are the actual costs and risks and benefits to the particular country. And my sense right now, and I'm not in this position, I'm not a small country in South Asia, but my sense is that that when smaller countries stand up for their principles, especially when they do it together, the bullies sometimes pull back. They hope the threat alone will be enough, but they don't necessarily want to execute on the threat.
Well, I can see someone is nodding his head. If you want to add a little bit.
No, see, I think the neighborhood realities are different, and we should be mindful of the fact that neighborhood is always a priority for every country. That's the fact. Secondly, Nepal used to receive, support for infrastructure and economic development from our traditional partners. Still, we are receiving from, of course, the MCC is a different case. That's a good example of our long-standing partnership. We're committed to that. But the partners, they suddenly stopped providing, fund for infrastructure and economic development related, support. Then there was no alternative. Then you have to seek alternative financing source. So who is there then? So it is the systematic practice of our traditional partners of not providing financial support to countries like Nepal, and then there is a huge gap. Of course, they focus more on social sector development, not on economic sector development. So unless and until you build strong capacity, economic capacity, you cannot sustain the gains achieved in social sector. So that gap was there. That gap was there. That's why that forced countries in South Asia and others to seek alternative sources of financing, and which is available there.
So
that's the point.
Let me offer an analogy. In countries in democratic countries with a lot of corruption in their politics, where political parties buy votes, they'll give you $10. to vote for their candidate. Our advice often is to ordinary people, take the money, take the $10, and then vote for who you want.
Yeah.
And that's a very small micro example. I think no responsible person would say to a country like Nepal that you shouldn't be dealing economically with China, or if you see an opportunity, if you see an economic opportunity, of course you should absolutely take it. The question which I cannot answer, I can only ask it, is whether there is kind of an equivalent opportunity to take the money but still vote your conscience. And if you don't, what will happen? And is it that terrible? And the question back to the United States is, if we do, will you have our back? And I hope so. I'm not as certain today as I would have been a few years ago. But yeah.
I think in South Asian culture, if we take money, we're going to vote for them. I don't know about that, but
I've heard that too.
yeah. So, sir, now I come to you with another question, kind of similar, but from your expertise, we know already that South Asian countries rely heavily on China for trade, investment, infrastructure, but at the same time, they want security guarantee from other countries. They want security partnership with other countries. So how can how do you suggest the South Asian countries would be able to diversify their strategic connections, strategic connectivity, partnership, without triggering perceptions of containment or alignment against China? Okay, let me make it easier. We heavily depend on China, but we also want security partnership with the others. How can we do that without sort of triggering any competition or showing it as a competition against China?
You're playing against all odds here. It's almost impossible. China is really sensitive about every move you're going to take against China or, going along with the United States.
You can suggest us how we can sort of create a veneer of deception.
Yeah. But, Korea is a living example. I mean, I think my answer to your question is you have to make the choice. I mean, I don't think you can really hide yourself fully here. But it's all up to you. It's your decision whether you want to live in a democratic environment. You want to, if you appreciate democratic value and democracy, and you want freedom, individual rights respected, then you know the answer. Yeah. As long as you stick to those values and you believe in these principles, then I think it solves your case here. And Korea has been like that, Mr. Malinowski, gave us a small example here, but, we have been American ally for the past 75 years or so, and America witnessed the democracy development in South Korea. I mean, parties were buying votes from Korean populace, and it was chaotic in the 50s, 60s, and up to the 70s, and we overcame that, and we believe in democracy. We want freedom and individuals' rights respected, and we have exactly the opposite example, very live in North Korea. Look where they are. Right? Look where they are. They go against the United States. They go along with the Soviet and the former Soviet Union and China, and look where they are now. Yeah. If we act way too conscious of China, I don't think individual freedom and rights are guaranteed and secured in Korean society. And without that, I don't think we can be innovative or creative with our thinking. And I don't think we would have BTS, Blackpink, and so forth, and nowadays, yeah. So I think, and you know, I don't think we can hide our preference from China. Yeah. As long as once you make the decision, I think China is going to be sensitive about it. You have to bear the cost if there's any cost. You know, democracy does not come free, right? I mean, our democracy underwent 60 years of turmoil. Now we're still experiencing with our recently concluded election. You know, that we still have a long way to go, but you know, as long as you want democracy, freedom, liberty, and human rights, I think we know the answer.
Yes, so I get to go to Chicago now. So, sir, interestingly, you know that how South Asia suffers from being an example of bad regionalism, right? So we live together, but yet we don't want to cooperate. We are like one family, but despite that, we have political mistrust amongst us. But would you suggest that when dealing with China, bilateral dealings perhaps regional dealing would be better than bilateral dealings? Or if there are any way that South Asian countries can go for a regional sort of congregation and sort of deal with China in case of mega projects or in case of even other issues?
This is a great question. Thank you. I do want to take a moment just to kind of reflect on some of the previous comments. Maybe it's kind of my South Asia background, but I do worry a lot about a message where a country like Nepal needs to choose. I think, you know, South Asian states have been able to navigate pretty intense rivalries in the past without making really hard aligned, you know, clear tilts. And I worry about overpromising what the United States or the West can provide in South Asia. Just the United States is extremely far away, not especially interested, highly unreliable in a variety of ways, especially these days. So, you know, the analogy with South Korea, I think, is limited when it comes to countries like Nepal or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. So I think we need to be a little careful about kind of suggesting choices that I think look very different in a South Asian context than maybe in an East Asian or West European context. So just as kind of a caveat on some of those discussions. Now, on this question, I think it would be ideal and wonderful if there was stronger regionalism. We know SARC is basically, you know, essentially dead in the water at this point. But also, as was already mentioned earlier, even kind of the swing states in the region, the smaller states have a variety of diverse interests, diverse relations with China, with India, very different kind of internal political dynamics. And so I don't see a world in which there would be kind of a very clear, enduring coalition kind of that bargains as a unit with China or with India or with the United States. That said, I do think it's interesting to think about ways of more informal coordination, especially on issues where there isn't competition between these states, right? If kind of, you know, there may be domains in which they actually competed with one another to try to attract foreign investment or deals, and it's unlikely that you would see really clear coordination on those, but there may be others in which broad kind of informal or even semi-formalized standards or norms could be created at a regional level. I also think it's interesting to think about ways in which these kind of global norms and institutions can be brought to bear by smaller states as a way at kind of a term of reference or a set of standards that can be used to blunt some of these asymmetries. So I do think there are opportunities for smaller states to be creative. There are obviously capacity challenges, you know, a variety of other challenges that are faced, but drawing upon international norms and institutions as a standard-setting reference can be potentially very useful. Informal coordination among these states can be useful. And I do think there's an opportunity potentially to play off with real caution and care major powers against one another. To go back to this opportunity point, it is the case that there have been swing states that have benefited greatly from being competed over. Now, there are potential downsides to that as well, especially if these competitions kind of get into domestic politics and prove to be destabilizing. So that's why I really emphasize care and caution. But I think we're not in a world that is easy for small states at this point. A very uncertain, chaotic international system, a lot of nationalism, nativism, retrenchment among kind of the wealthy countries, and a clear linkage of security and economic dynamics, both by the United States and China in different ways. So I think being kind of entrepreneurial, creative, trying to create at least coalitions around particular issues, and these kind of informal standard setting or norms creating processes could at least have some potential of offsetting some of these asymmetries. But I do think that fragmented regionalism, at least at the formal institutional level, is pretty likely to sustain for the foreseeable future.
Yes, this is a very interesting point, that informal coalition building on different issues, or issue-based informal coalition building. So we are almost at the end of this round of questions, but one for each of you. How do you suggest that civil service of Nepal, or civil service generally in South Asia, can be strengthened so that its negotiating capacity vis-a-vis great powers such as China, vis-a-vis a country that comes with a lot of resources, that can be strengthened?
I addressed that question in my earlier intervention.
Yeah,
building negotiating capacity, institutional coordination, the whole of the government approach, investing in human capital, a lot of ideas. And I said, I think the important thing is that your national ownership and leadership. National ownership and leadership is very important in building like a situation we confront today, first thing. Second, I would say that we don't share binary optics. We are open to multiple partnership. We believe that multiple partnership enhances our agency, our national capacity. So that also applies to civil service. I mean, you train them with modern technology, new ideas, management ideas from different countries. That could be from India, from other countries, the partners. So that is a possible area of support receiving from partners. But basic thing is, I mean, we cannot, as I said in my other intervention, we have to deal with asymmetric power relations, and the tendency of major powers to deal bilaterally is something that erodes your national capacity. When we have collective response, then that is somehow good for smaller countries. They can multiply their agency. But when major powers, every major powers, they prefer a bilateral approach. Yeah. So that, in fact, erodes your capacity, national capacity, because the smaller countries, the weak countries, cannot effectively negotiate. So weakness is not a problem, but the real issue is your dependency on single nation or single source. That is something we have to avoid. Weakness is something that is, could be managed in a different way. But dependency is something. You have to, diversify your partnership, diversify your relationship. That would give you some sort of edge in negotiating with major power. That is what I want. And bureaucracy, in general, of course, as I said, need in any system more resources, training, orientation, capability building exercise, discipline. A lot of things are there. So government has to strengthen bureaucratic machinery to enable them to effectively negotiate project, implement it, and also define standards and other regulations. Otherwise, we'll be nowhere. That's very important process.
Yeah. For you, sir, now let us come to the domain of security. Given the way China has been a reality in South Asia, if we look at the security sector, do you think America would be willing to sponsor or coordinate any South Asian regional security bloc, or even on a more advanced stage, do you think will America be willing to share sensitive security data with South Asian countries?
What do you mean by sensitive security data?
I mean, if we are talking about a regional security bloc,
right,
would America be willing to sponsor this?
I'm a bit surprised by the question because I don't feel there is a demand from South Asian states for something like that. And that kind of goes back to our previous debate. I don't think any of us is suggesting that countries like Nepal or Bangladesh or Sri Lanka become, like South Korea, military treaty allies of the United States. They are not asking for it. The United States government, under any administration, has not sought that. I was making a much more modest point about my belief that these smaller countries have perhaps more freedom of conscience in the positions they take on important issues, like, for example, Taiwan, than some might think. But as far as a formal security arrangements, my view, and I think this is the view of most Americans, is that we would be quite cautious about that, but we would certainly listen to outreach from our friends and our partners in the region. There are security relationships, of course. There is, I assume, I'm not involved anymore, but I assume there's sharing of information about common threats like terrorism. There are, I know with
HADR issues.
Yeah, and with Nepal, the American National Guard units have been here training on disaster response, things that are clearly mutually beneficial, but less obviously threatening to other powers. So I think we would be guided, we would be led in any such discussions by the wishes of our friends in South Asia.
The context of the question was that America and Bangladesh are planning or are discussing to sign security cooperation. So that is already sending a ripple or shockwave through the South Asian nations as well as outside of South Asia.
Well, I think sometimes there's less than meets the eye. That people hear phrases like security cooperation, and they imagine that America's going to build a base, that American tanks are going to be rolling through the streets, that it will resemble what we have with Germany, with South Korea, with Japan, when all we're really talking about sometimes is maybe going to having military officers, 5 military officers attending a training course in the United States, or sharing experiences about disaster response, things that are actually extremely modest. But in the popular imagination, and sometimes Chinese misinformation campaigns play a role in this, there is stirred up the image of Americans coming in with a heavy military footprint. I can assure you that that is not something the United States is even seeking in this region. It's not something we need. Our military doesn't actually like building bases abroad anymore. They want to keep the ones that they have, but this is not something that the United States is seeking.
Yeah, I think what you are saying is quite correct, because America is not seeking to build a base in Bangladesh, but it's some kind of security cooperation which is sort of got quite attention throughout the region. And let's see what happens, what is actually signed between the two countries.
Well, I think the United States tends to be very transparent about these things. And one thing I can tell you about Washington, D.C. is that it is literally impossible to keep a secret for more than 12 minutes and 45 seconds. That's the current law. That's the current limit. So, again, in many countries, we have to deal with these kind of conspiratorial notions that, of course, something is being hidden from us by our government, by the American government. And the truth is often so boring that people don't believe it.
Yes, so we started getting questions already from the audience. So I'll actually start with you because you have been talking about how America can provide certain kind of benefits, you know. So one of the from the audience, one of the questions is that with America leaving the USAID and a number of institutions, does it sort of affect America's credibility, even when America is saying that it wants to engage with other countries? And how can America restore credibility or restore trust on itself? Would you be sort of telling us?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, it's a tragedy for America because what USAID was doing was not just altruism. It was not just helping others. It was dealing with problems that ultimately come back to America. We have, you know, right now we have an Ebola outbreak in Africa, in Central Africa. We all know viruses don't need visas. And we used to have much more effective public health infrastructure in that part of the world with the support of USAID. We have a parasite that is affecting American agriculture along our Mexican border that we used to monitor in Central and South America with USAID money that was taken away, and now American farmers, most of whom voted for President Trump, are now suffering from this. So first and foremost, it affects us. And yes, of course, it affects our credibility. When we say that we will be able to provide an alternative. The good news is the MCC is still alive. The Development Finance Corporation, for whatever reason, the Trump administration has actually increased financing for that multiplier of private sector investment. And my belief is that we will have a new Congress in January of 2027 that will begin to restore the humanitarian and development assistance that was cut by this administration. When we will rebuild trust and credibility is not up to me, it's up to you. We just have to try to do the right thing, and when that's enough to win back trust, you will tell us.
Sometimes we need to see some visible something that gives people some kind of trust or assurance. Yes, America is here to stay. Unfortunately, somehow or the other, we are getting a very different signal.
Well, it may take, I mean, back home when people ask me this question, I say it will take 2 presidential elections. But that's our job. We have to do it. And in the meantime, I don't see a substitute for the role that the United States traditionally played in the world. Not a positive substitute. I don't think we would like the available substitutes. So all we can do in this confusing and chaotic and I think terrible situation is to try our best. As Americans, we have to try to rebuild a better version of what we were before. And in the meantime, other countries that are democracies, that share the principles that bring us together in this room, I hope and trust will use this time to build partnerships amongst themselves that will be very beneficial. And I think sometimes when the big, powerful country goes away for a while, it actually encourages others to step up in positive ways. We're certainly seeing that in Europe with Ukraine, where if my dream comes true and the United States gets back to sanity, we will have not just a stronger, more committed, principled version of American influence and power, but with even stronger partners. And I would love to see that in South Asia and the Indo-Pacific as well.
Thank you. Let me go to Mr. Boyagi. There's a question. Okay, let me read it out. As former Chief Secretary and Foreign Secretary, do you believe Nepal is constrained more by weak negotiation capacity than structural constraints? If so, I mean, whichever side if you think that it is by weak negotiation, what pragmatic steps should Nepal take to strengthen its diplomatic bargaining power within the region?
I think I also addressed that question. Well, structural constraints are there, but now, connectivity expanding between India and Nepal significantly, and areas of cooperation expanding. Our relations with India, cooperation with India has elevated to a new height. I mean that the partnership agenda with India is expanding. Connectivity is at the core of this new partnership, I would say. Likewise with China also, connectivity projects are there, not yet fully implemented, but there are pipelines. So I believe that the structural constraints of the constraint imposed by geography will slowly be overcome. But there are other structural problems like, pervasive poverty, lack of manpower, etc. But we can certainly overcome these constraints also over the course of time. As I heard Ambassador Saran saying earlier, that Nepal has certain niche product. We can develop in a meaningful way for meaningful partnership. For example, hydropower. There is much, much has been achieved in terms of building institutional infrastructure, legal infrastructure, and the private sector in Nepal is quite encouraged to promote that. That's a very good part. And there are other areas also in tourism, agriculture, and we've been working very, seriously. As far as the overall relationship with outside world is concerned, we have, as I said, cultivated the good relations with a large number of countries, including the United States, which has been a partner for Nepal's peace, progress, and prosperity, democracy for 75 years. That friendship is there. Similarly, European partners are also engaged. Japan and others, they are also there. Of course, South Korea is also there. I mean that we enjoy a much broader spectrum of international recognition, international identity, and our presence in diplomatic, in the world is earning repute for the country, and we are also trying to, increase our visibility in multilateral forums in the United Nations system, and chairing some of the important committees and promoting climate agenda, decision, and there are a lot of things that we are doing. This all is because of our negotiating capacity and also the agency, I would say, that we employ. But nothing is perfect in this world. We can improve it. We need to build a strong negotiating capacity. I know that many countries, they have developed a well-coordinated system of negotiation within the system. But in our case, still, fragmentation persists. We need to consolidate them within a single, perhaps, a coordinated fashion within a single institutional framework, so that you can negotiate important issues like trade, climate change, infrastructure, etc., in a coordinated fashion within a given, framework. That's what we are working for. Of course, improvement is always desirable. I said nothing is perfect. We are working on both fronts, overcoming structural constraints and also at the same time building your negotiating capacity.
Thank you. Dr. Chu, there are a couple of questions for you. I'll read out the first one and then we'll go to Chicago. We'll go to the other participant. Let me read it out. Professor Chu, given your critique of the incommunicable Chinese dream and the limits of Chinese soft power, how can policymakers and civil society in countries with a strong Chinese presence distinguish between genuine, mutually beneficial cooperation and influence efforts that seek political or ideological compliance? What indicators should they look for to ensure engagement remains transparent, reciprocal, and aligned with national interest? It's a big question, I know.
Yeah. You brought up my recent book. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong here. I mean, Korea is as conscious of China as much as you are. I mean, we have 2,000-year-long written history and 5,000-year-long, oral history between the two countries. And, it takes only like 30-hour ride of jet ski to reach the shore of China from Korea. Yeah, and there was a refugee on the run from China seeking asylum in Korea. And he took a jet ski, and it took him 30 hours to get to the shore of South Korea. It's how close we are, and we are very much, culturally influenced and by China, and we are the world example of living Confucianism after Mao destroyed its old Confucianist tradition and so forth. Yeah, and our elites and leaders are very much conscious of China. And I don't know if you heard the news this morning. I was shocked by the news. At the conclusion of G7 summit meeting, there was a mineral pact signed by all members, and only South Korean president decided not to sign on the agreement because he was conscious of China. I mean, on one hand, he says, and his predecessors all emphasize we should diverse our supply sources of minerals and rare earth materials away from China. And yet, we haven't done it. And during the same span of time, Japan succeeded in diversing its mineral market overseas. And now they rely only 50 to 60% on China, whereas we are still relying almost 98%. And, it doesn't make sense because China is not going to allow us to export products that are made of China import minerals, especially to American, defense industry and so forth, in our semiconductors or EV batteries and displays and so forth. Recently, last April, China passed this entity list concerning this question. And I don't know if the government is aware of that entity list that China just passed as an ordinance in last April. And I don't know anyways. But any indicators? Well, going back to my original comments, I think it is the decision that we have to make. We have to understand ourselves first, and we have to be really clear with our own goals and visions and what we want from China in our relationship with China. And if we cannot identify clearly with our goals and our interest in China, I don't think I can answer your question. It all starts from us, and that's what I've been emphasizing in my recently published book too. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll go for the last question to Professor Staniland. So let me read it out. The U.S. often faces a trade-off, pressuring South Asian states on human rights versus maintaining regional stability to counter China. Is this a false choice, or are there moments where Washington must explicitly choose stability over norms? And what are the long-term costs of that choice? It's an interesting question.
That's a wonderful question. And there is not an easy answer to it. It's also not a new question. The United States in South Asia faced the same set of trade-offs, I would argue, during the Cold War. And I would suggest, at least in South Asia, often chose stability over some of these normative commitments. Not always, and not in all ways, but the US alignment with Pakistan, for instance, in the 1950s, or again after 9/11, kind of generally tilted toward strategic and geopolitical interests over kind of norms of democracy or human rights. That said, there's certainly some examples of the United States putting pressure on autocratic allies, especially in East and Southeast Asia, to democratize or reduce repression. So there are situations in which these two things can go hand in hand. I think in the current context, I think there is actually a case to be made for the United States to carefully and cautiously but consistently push for better governance, human rights protections, and I think not framed through the lens of competition with China, because I think that tends to go in problematic directions, but just as a general set of baseline principles. I think that would be a situation which the US could do well by doing good, because I think my general sense is that stable democratic competition will not necessarily lead countries to be anti-China. I think China has good relations with actually a number of competitive democracies in Asia, but I think it does prevent countries from kind of falling under undue influence from the outside. It provides transparency and accountability that can limit, the effects of money and corruption, for instance, on relations with foreign countries. So I think there is a case to be made. I do think the United States needs to be extremely careful about how it pursues such an agenda in two ways. One is sometimes there is a real trade-off between stability, kind of a pro-American stability, and human rights, and these situations can be very challenging for US foreign policy. It's also the case that the United States lecturing kind of South Asian countries about democracy and rights often generates backlash and resentment on the ground rather than leading to positive responses. And I think there are a number of examples of this, of the United States, both towards smaller countries and toward India, where it's not clear that US rhetoric was effective and may have actually been counterproductive. But I do think that there is a case to be made for a kind of a careful, cautious, and nuanced pro-democracy, pro-human rights agenda. Candidly, I'm not sure the United States has any interest in doing that under the current administration, but certainly there's a case that could be made. If the Trump administration was run by different people and had a very different view of the world, I think there is a strategic case to be made for that.
Thank you. I think we are almost at the end of the panel, but it has been very interesting panel where we learned a number of issues. For example, geography is important, but norms are also important. And at the same time, how we can create sort of issue-based, innovative, informal alliances among South Asian nations where it's very difficult to go for regionalism. And we also learned from South Korean experience and how South Asia can learn from that. So over that, I would say that let us have a big hand for the panel. And it's time to call it a day for today. Thank you.
With this, we come to the end of our first day of the theme, Decoding Geopolitics, China in South Asia. We would like to thank all of our esteemed speakers and participants for your active engagement and exchange of ideas. We will commence our day from 9 a.m. tomorrow, where we will be diving into the themes of cultural diplomacy, comparative governance paradigms, cross-border ties, regionalism, among other things. We will now disperse for high tea. Please proceed towards the hall outside. Thank you.